Chapter 391. After fusing with the Origin Brown Stone, the number of Earth attribute natural treasures in the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash had increased to 2. However, in order to form a minor divine ability like the 5th Earthine Thunder, it was still missing an Earth attribute natural treasure. After fusing with the tungsten iron, the small golden sword gradually formed a lightning pattern on the surface of the sword. Traces of electricity flowed between the patterns. Obviously, the tungsten iron was the 3rd metal attribute treasure in the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash. The 7th metal element Yin Thunder had already formed. In the cultivation room of the cave, Lu Dagui was lying in the pool of the cultivation room. Seeing Lu Ping come in, he floated up from the bottom of the water. So, there are indeed demon race cultivators from the East Sea coming to the North Sea, and a lot of them? After listening to Lu Dagui's experience in the past few years, he asked, "You followed Green Sea Sage to the back of the demon race's sea region. Do you know what he wanted to give you?" "It should be a heaven-class treasure for a late core forging stage demon cultivator." Lu Dagui was still a bit slow in speaking, but at least his sentences were more coherent. Hearing that it was a heaven-class treasure, even the corner of Lu Ping's eyes couldn't help but tremble. He asked, "Do you know what kind of treasure it is? Who was it given to?" Lu Dagui's long neck swayed left and right as he said, "I don't know, but that person was full of joy after receiving the treasure. Moreover, that person seemed to have an extremely noble status." When Green Sea Sage saw that person, he was extremely humble and called him Lord Aou. Aou, Lu Ping silently remembered this name, then said to Lu Dagui, "Dagui, sort out what you saw and heard in the demon race's rear sea region in the past few years, especially the route you passed this time. Carefully recall all the demon race cultivators you met and came into contact with along the way and remember them." After that, Lu Ping ignored Lu Dagui and went straight out of the practice room. He took a sound transmission sword in his hand and said a few words to the sword. Then he sealed a chi in it. He made a few gestures and chanted a few spells. Then the surface of the sound transmission sword flashed with golden light. It left Lu Ping's palm and flew toward the Eastern Sea region. "What happened? Why are you so anxious to send a sound transmission sword to Martial Uncle Chu?" Behind Lu Ping, who Lily gracefully walked out of the cave abode. She glanced in the direction where the magic sword flew and asked curiously. Lu Ping didn't hide anything and said directly, "According to the news Dagui brought back, there seems to be a large number of East Sea Demon clan in the vicinity." A few days later, Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing and the other 9 people returned to Huangli Island. Among them, Taoist Master Xian Qing and 2 middle-stage core forging cultivators suffered serious injuries. Lu Ping's heart sank when he saw that everyone's face was solemn. However, he still asked Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing with some doubts, "Martial Uncle, this time didn't it go well?" Taoist Master Chu glanced at Lu Ping and said with a forced smile, "It went well. Only 2 core forging stage demon cultivators escaped. That black trash was also seriously injured by the old man and junior brother Xuanqing. It's hard to say whether there's any hope for him to reach the transcendence stage in the future. After that, we chased them all the way and encountered a few ignorant core forging stage demon cultivators along the way. We also killed them." Lu Ping saw that no one died in the group and that the pursuit was quite fruitful. But why did Chu Xuanqing and the others look so depressed? Lu Ping turned around and asked Taoist Master Xian He. Taoist Master Xian He glanced at Taoist Master Xian Chang and Taoist Master Xian Qing before telling Lu Ping in detail about the pursuit of the demon clan cultivators. It turned out that day, under the leadership of Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing, 9 core forging stage demon clan cultivators attacked the demon clan's encampment outside the sea of Huangli Island. The encampment was quickly destroyed, and in the chaotic battle, Taoist Master Mo Wei was jointly attacked by Taoist Master Chu and Taoist Master Xian Chang. In terms of real strength, Taoist Master Mo Wei was not as strong as Taoist Master Chu. Now that he was attacked by the 2 of them, he was quickly defeated. Taoist Master Chu took advantage of the opportunity and used a great spell to severely injure him. The other Taoists also had their own gains. Not only were 2 core forging stage demon cultivators killed, but the entire demon clan encampment outside Huangli Island was also looted by the Taoists. After that, the group chased after the fleeing demon clan cultivators and made some gains along the way until Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing received an urgent message from Lu Ping. At first, the group naturally did not believe it. However, later on, Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing found signs of the demon clan's reinforcements. Thus, the group set up an ambush and captured a core forging stage demon cultivator. After using the soul-searching technique, they found out that not only was what Lu Ping said true, but the East Sea Demon clan, North Sea Demon Clan and South Sea Demon Clan had already begun to secretly contact each other with the intention of forming an alliance. At the same time, more than 10 core forging stage demon cultivators had been transferred from various places and surrounded the group, ready to ambush and kill them. Even a Transcendence Demon Clan Laozu had secretly rushed over. After everyone received the news, they were shocked. They no longer cared about killing the Demon Clan and rushed back. Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing and the others did not stay on Huangli Island for long. The teleportation formation on Huangli Island had already been rebuilt by Hu Lili. Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing also did not return to Shenqi Island. After the report, the news had already begun to spread in the North Sea cultivation world. These days the number of cultivators on Huangli Island began to increase again. In order to prevent the teleportation formation on Huangli Island from being easily destroyed like the last time, Hu Lili specially set up a protective formation around the teleportation formation. At the same time, Lu Ping applied to the sect to borrow 2 teams of blood condensation cultivators, a total of 12 blood condensation cultivators. In addition to the previous 12 blood condensation cultivators, the small Huangli Island had a total of 24 cultivators responsible for patrolling the island and the sea. You want to go back to Tianling Mountain? Is it also because of the Overseas Demon Clan Alliance? Hu Lili asked in confusion. In her impression, Lu Ping rarely cared about such things. Other than that, I also want to find out about the attack on Huangli Island. Hu Lili said attentively, did you notice something? Was there really a thief in the family? Lu Ping shook his head and said, I can't be sure, but there are too many suspicious points in this matter. I have to carefully think about it. If it was just a coincidence, then it's fine, but if there really was someone behind the scenes plotting against us, then a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We can't just suffer this loss. Hu Lili smiled and said, outsiders only saw you taking advantage of them this time. That's why we have to find out the cause and effect of this matter. This time it was a fluke. If we don't know the reason, we may not be so lucky next time. If you leave, Huangli Island's defense will be empty. Hu Lili was still a little worried. Lu Ping smiled and said, don't worry, the demon clan won't come again in a short period of time. Moreover, the 3 spirit veins are empty now. Once someone invades, with the support of the 3 spirit veins, even a core forging late-stage cultivator may not be able to break the island's protective formation in a short period of time. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, I left Samling behind. After the battle, the 3 of them have been clamoring to break through to the core forging stage. I've already promised them, and the 3 little guys have happily gone into closed-door cultivation. You must remember not to let them show themselves in front of others before they transform. If someone finds out about them, it will cause trouble. Hu Lili nodded, but Lu Ping continued, after I return to Tianling Mountain, I will send little Qiner back. This way the island's strength can be increased. This time, if little Qiner hadn't coincidentally been taken away by little junior sister, you wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Hu Lili blinked her eyes and said, don't tell me that you also suspect that little Qiner was deliberately taken away by someone. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, why is it impossible? Little junior sister wouldn't do that, but it's hard to say that no one encouraged her. Little Qiner is a core forging stage demon cultivator and is an important force of Huangli Island. Taking little Qiner away will weaken Huangli Island's defense. Seeing that Lu Ping had arranged everything so carefully, Hu Lili felt that something was wrong the more she thought about it. She asked again, are you going somewhere again this time? Will it take a long time? Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, maybe. If there is a need, I might have to go back to the East Sea first. Everything on Huangli Island will depend on you. Other than you, no one is allowed to enter the cultivation room. The spatial artifact inside cannot be seen by anyone. Guan Yu is a good friend of mine, but his identity is more sensitive than Samling's, so he won't reveal himself in front of others. But when I'm not around, he can be in charge of alchemy. Guan Yu's talent in alchemy is even higher than mine. It's only because my cultivation is a step higher than his that I'm inferior to him. Before returning to Huangli Island, Lu Ping secretly set up a small transmission array with Chen Lian in the underwater cave where they discovered the Spirit Ashen Earth mine. They secretly sent some blood-refining realm cultivators to Huangli Island to the underwater cave to mine the Spirit Ashen Earth mine. The Spirit Stock Earth was an essential spirit ore for forging high-grade defensive magic treasures. Even some top-grade magic treasures required Spirit Stock Earth. Its value was considerable for blood condensation realm cultivators. In front of Tianling Mountain's Hall of Repetitive Beauty, Lu Ping looked at the tightly shut main hall in shock. His teacher wasn't in Tianling Mountain and had been away for more than 10 days. This was the time when the monster race launched a large-scale attack on Huangli Island. Could this be a conspiracy? Lu Ping had no choice but to look for second senior sister Li Xuanru, but he couldn't find her. Fortunately, second senior sister's disciple informed Lu Ping that not only Li Xuanru, but third senior sister Zhao Xuanji and fourth senior sister Wang Xinjing had also left with their teacher. Helpless, Lu Ping could only return to his hearing surf manor. But just as he walked past the mountainside, he heard a shrill screech followed by a roar. "What a good bird demon! How dare you sneak into my Jinling manor? You're seeking death." Lu Ping's expression changed. He immediately sent his divine sense in the direction of the roar. Then, suppressing his anger, Lu Ping disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 392. Lu Qinar didn't expect that she would suddenly be attacked by a mid-stage core-forging cultivator on Tianling Mountain. 5 spiraling and intertwining qi attacked her. Lu Qinar's entire body was suddenly covered with a green veil, and she tried her best to escape. However, this attack seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and all of Lu Qinar's escape routes had been calculated. Lu Qinar saw that she couldn't escape, and her eyes suddenly turned a blazing white. She knocked the jade bracelets on her wrist, and a black poisonous flame instantly floated out. At the same time, Lu Qinar opened her mouth, and a ball of life core fire also flew out. Then she opened her left hand and a scarlet flame appeared. The 3 flames were different in strength, and they flew in front of Lu Qinar in a triangular formation. At this moment, Lu Qinar's small face turned red, and she tried her best to dodge. Her hands formed several hand signs, and the 3 flames suddenly merged into a blazing white flame. The flame then turned into a foot-long fire luan, and it rushed towards the 5 qi attacks that were trying to strangle Lu Qinar. 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and the fire luan destroyed the 3 qi attacks. However, the fire luan was also exhausted by the 3 qi attacks, and it turned into nothingness in the sky. Although the power of the 2 qi attacks had been greatly weakened, Lu Qinar's jade bracelet made a sound, and an ice wall appeared in front of her. However, Lu Qinar was still unable to fully display the power of the ice and fire bracelets. The fire bracelet's power was greatly weakened in her hands. Although the ice wall formed by the ice true water blocked one of the qi attacks, the other qi attack still hit Lu Qinar's body, and Lu Qinar's bright red face suddenly turned deathly white. "Hey, I didn't think that a bird demon like you would be able to use a small magical technique." The assailant clearly hadn't expected Lu Qinar to be able to take on his sneak attack with all his might. 2 balls of light, green and red, flickered on Lu Qinar's body. When the balls of light disappeared, a luan with a wingspan of 30 feet suddenly appeared in mid-air. It flew towards a cultivator in his 30s and let out an angry screech. "What a luan! Not only did you sneak into my Jinling's place of inheritance, you even dared to resist. Today I'll skin you alive, pull out your bones and dig out your Yao core." The cultivator sneered and stretched out his hand towards the sky. A giant hand formed by essence qi suddenly appeared above Lu Qinar's head and grabbed towards her. At this time Lu Qinar was already seriously injured. After transforming back to her original form, she was unable to move under the cultivator's essence qi hand. Just as Lu Qinar was about to be captured, a golden light suddenly pierced through the air. The cultivator's expression changed, but it was already too late for him to stop. When the golden light stopped in front of Lu Qinar, the giant hand formed by essence qi in the sky had already been cut in half by the golden light. When Lu Qinar saw that the golden light in front of her was a flying sword covered in a layer of fine golden scales, she immediately let out a happy cry. The cultivator's left hand was behind his back and a trace of blood could be faintly seen on his left palm. When the cultivator saw the golden sword in front of the azure luan, his expression changed. He then shouted in a stern voice, "Who dares to protect this bird demon that sneaked into the legacy land? Do you think I, Jinling, am nothing?" A blue stream of water flowed through the sky like a celestial river. The water fell in the sky above Lu Qinar and suddenly turned into a young man in his 20s. He looked at the cultivator standing in front of the stone door with a sneer on his face. When Lu Qinar saw this person, she immediately let out a few more cries. This time it was not a happy cry but a bit of grievance. Lu Ping patted the azure luan's head and scolded with a smile. "Grievance?" A mere first-level core-forging Yao cultivator actually made the cultivator guarding the legacy land shout that there was a demon infiltrating the legacy land with malicious intentions. "I always thought that only a Dharma manifestation Yao cultivator could enjoy such treatment." I wonder what this fellow Taoist is thinking. Could it be that in your opinion my Jinling's headquarters is only worthy of a newly transformed Yao cultivator from the Yao clan to spy on the situation? Or is it that my Jinling's defenses are only for show and the fellow disciples outside are just decorations? Can a newly transformed Yao cultivator fly into Heavenly Spirit Mountain? At the end of his words, Lu Ping's words were already questioning the cultivator guarding the stone door. This was clearly a plot against Lu Qin'er. Lu Qin'er was brought back to Heavenly Spirit Mountain by her junior sister. Although she was ignorant of worldly affairs, she would never leave Lu Qin'er alone. However, the current situation was that her junior sister had indeed been separated from Lu Qin'er, and Lu Qin'er had inexplicably appeared in front of the legacy land. If it were not for Lu Ping's timely arrival, Lu Ping could now imagine what would happen next. Lu Qin'er would be treated as a demon spy by the cultivator guarding the legacy land and killed by the cultivator. After that, she could use the excuse of not knowing the inside story as an excuse to shirk responsibility. Lu Qin'er's figure changed again, turning back into the appearance of a little girl. She pointed at the cultivator in front of the stone door and said, "I've seen you before. Sister Xianxian and I have been playing in the back mountain of Heavenly Spirit Mountain for the past few days. I saw you when I passed by here a few days ago. If I'm a spy, why didn't you attack back then?" Lu Ping looked at the man with an even more mocking expression, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Nonsense." The cultivator's expression changed and he said angrily, "When did I see you? This is the legacy land of the sect. Any non-sect cultivator who enters will be killed without exception. This is the sect's iron rule." Lu Ping ignored the cultivator's explanation and asked, "Qin', why are you here alone? Where's Sister Xianxian?" Lu Qin'er said angrily, "I was playing hide-and-seek with Sister Xianxian and the others, but I couldn't find them anywhere. In the end I found this place. I don't know why, but this person suddenly ran out to kill me. If it weren't for Big Brother, I would have been killed by him." "Oh them?" Lu Ping squinted and saw a trace of nervousness in the cultivator's eyes. He immediately sneered and used his divine sense to explore the valley in all directions. The cultivator in front of Lu Ping was shocked and exclaimed, "Divine sense pressure. This is impossible. How can you be at the late core forging stage?" Lu Ping looked at him with a faint smile and said, "So you know me?" The cultivator knew he had said something wrong, but he still snorted and said, "Who doesn't know the famous water sword Immortal?" Lu Ping did not argue with him. Instead, he bent his right hand's middle finger and thumb and flicked in a direction deep in the valley. The cultivator's expression changed, but it was too late to stop him. He exclaimed, "Stop. What are you doing? This is the sect's inheritance ground." In a moment of desperation, the cultivator once again sent out 5 beams of energy. This time the 5 beams twisted in the air and headed straight for Lu Ping. The power of this attack was obviously much stronger than the one he had just used on Lu Qin'er. A blue protective aura appeared in front of Lu Ping. The light curtain rippled under the impact of the energy, but it still blocked the cultivator's attack in front of Lu Ping. The cultivator's expression became even more unsightly. His attack with all his strength couldn't even break this person's protective aura. Was this person's strength really so incredible? Then there was a clap of thunder in the sky, and a golden lightning instantly struck an open space deep in the mountain. A spherical purple light curtain suddenly appeared in the open space during the lightning strike. It was immediately shattered by the lightning, revealing a few people, including Jiang Xianxian. A female cultivator next to her spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Ping in horror. "Hey, ninth senior brother, you're back? Are you here to take Xiao Qin'er away?" Jiang Xianxian saw that Lu Ping was looking at her from afar, and her face immediately lit up. She skipped over and said, "When I took Xiao Qin'er back, I was scolded by my mother. She said that Xiao Qin'er is now a great helper of ninth senior brother and shouldn't just play by herself. But on Tianling Mountain, no one can play with me except Xiao Qin'er. That's why I pulled Xiao Qin'er and didn't let her go back. Ninth senior brother, are you upset? Senior sister Xianying was injured by you." Lu Ping looked at Daoist Xianying, who was spitting out blood. She was Hu Lily's eldest senior sister. He knew the female cultivators next to her. Their cultivation levels were all different, and most of them were in the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping looked at the naive little junior martial sister. He couldn't understand why talented figures like his teacher and enlightened master Xiao Yao would raise their daughter to be so naive. Faced with his junior sister's question, Lu Ping didn't want to explain too much. He just asked, "Junior sister, do you know what's going on outside the array while hiding in the array?" Jiang Xianxian shook her head and said, "I don't know. Senior sister Xianying's array is really brilliant. Xiaoqin couldn't find us even after so long. If it wasn't for ninth senior brother, she definitely wouldn't have found us. As expected, Lu Ping sighed and asked, Junior sister, have you ever seen someone hide in a place that's completely isolated from the outside world when they're playing hide and seek? Jiang Xuanxuan's naivety stemmed from her ignorance of worldly affairs, not her stupidity. On the contrary, she was a smart girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the core forging realm. When she saw the injured Qin heir and Xianying who were casually injured by Lu Ping, as well as the shifty gazes of her so-called playmates, Jiang Shenshen immediately sensed that something was amiss. Lu Ping thought about it and felt that it was better not to let his junior sister participate in these things. After all, he didn't know why Master and Jiang Tianlin Laozu pampered his junior sister, so he said, Junior sister, take Xiaoqin back first. I still have something to do here. Jiang Shenshen knew that she seemed to have done something wrong today, so she obediently held Lu Qiner's hand and walked towards the top of Tianling Mountain. With Jiang Shenshen around, Lu Ping wasn't afraid that anyone would dare to attack Lu Qiner. Seeing that Jiang Shenshen and Lu Qiner had gone far away, the cultivators in the depths of the valley also slipped away. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't care about the blood condensation realm minor repairs. They probably didn't have the guts to participate in this kind of thing. Seeing that the cultivator in front of him was obviously a little nervous, Lu Ping smiled and said, I haven't asked for your name yet. Also, the other cultivators hiding behind the stone door, why don't you come out and meet me? Chapter 393. As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, the cultivator in front of him was stunned for a moment, and then a little anxious. At this moment, a skinny cultivator had already walked out from the stone door behind him. As he walked, he said with a smile, Junior brother Lu has such a sharp divine sense. I'm Shen Xiang and this is junior brother Shen Yu. Both of us are cultivators who are guarding this place of inheritance. Since that blue phoenix is junior brother Lu's spirit pet, it's naturally a misunderstanding. Junior brother Shen Yu has offended you earlier, so let's stop this matter here. How about junior brother Lu? Lu Ping looked at Daoist Shen Xiang and suddenly smiled. Senior brother Shen Xiang revealed your 6th layer core forging cultivation as soon as you came out, and your divine sense even swam around me in waves. Are you trying to intimidate me? Daoist Shen Xiang was startled and then his face darkened. Junior brother Lu, although you are famous and it is said that you have recently broken through to the mid-stage core forging stage, how many years have you been cultivating? If today's matter ends here, we won't be on good terms. If junior brother Lu is determined to pursue this matter, we wholeheartedly guard the land of inheritance. At most, we will be accused of making a mountain out of a molehill and be laughed at. Could it be that the sect will punish us for our loyalty and devotion? Lu Ping naturally knew that what this person said was true. Although it was obvious that this was targeted at Lu Ping, the other party had planned this carefully, so they naturally took care of everything. Moreover, Lu Qiner was a demon cultivator, and because of Lu Ping's timely appearance, their plot did not succeed. Therefore, in the face of a great enemy, the sect would not pursue this matter for a demon pet in the end for the sake of internal unity. However, Lu Ping had been schemed against for no reason. If he did not say anything, wouldn't he be boosting the arrogance of the person who schemed against him? If there was one time, there would naturally be a second time or even more. Naturally, Lu Ping would not allow these dangers to appear by his side. Since he could not find the source of the scheme now, it would not be too late to deal with it in the future. Since this is senior brother Shen Yu's duty, I naturally have nothing to say. However, senior brother Shen Xiang just said that I've only been cultivating for a short period of time and that I haven't accumulated enough experience. You've hit the nail on the head. I've just broken through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, and I'm overestimating myself. Daoist Shen Xiang's expression changed. He found it funny and said, Is this a provocation, junior brother Lu? If that's the case, then I'm taking advantage of your cultivation base. Daoist Shen Yu, who was at the side, had a mocking look on his face as he said, You really overestimate yourself. Do you know who senior brother Shen Xiang is? Before junior brother Lu entered the North Sea rookie list, senior brother Shen Xiang was already an expert in the top 30 of the rookie list. There were no less than 5 middle-stage core forging realm demon cultivators who died in his hands. This time, senior brother's cultivation base has even broken through to the 6th layer core forging realm. He's on par with the experts in the top 10 of the rookie list. You're just relying on the fact that you have a good teacher. Although your cultivation base has risen quickly, how can it compare to senior brother Shen Xiang's cultivation base, which he's fought for? Today Laozu is not on Tianling Mountain. Don't tell me you're still thinking of having someone to back you up? Lu Ping looked at Taoist Shen Yu in amusement and said with a smile, "So you know that teacher isn't on Tianling Mountain?" "That's right. If teacher was on Tianling Mountain, where would you find the courage to kill my demon pet?" Taoist Shen Yu opened his mouth to refute, but Taoist Shen Xiang stretched out his hand to stop him. He said, "There's no point in saying anything more. Since junior brother Lu wants to fight, then I'll accompany you. I have to let junior brother Lu know that in the cultivation world, one ultimately relies on one's own strength, and not on having a teacher that no one is willing to provoke." Lu Ping narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flickered in his half-revealed gaze. This person's words were quite disrespectful to his teacher, Laozu, which made Lu Ping's dislike for him increase by another level. Lu Ping said no more. The golden scale sword slowly rose from his back, and the tip of the sword pointed at Taoist Shen Xiang. Taoist Shen Xiang's expression turned solemn, and two scimitar-like treasures slowly revolved around him. He was secretly on guard. Although he did not think that Lu Ping was a match for him, he had done some research on Lu Ping before. He knew that Lu Ping was not like how ordinary people understood him to be. Most of his achievements were due to the protective teacher behind him. At the very least, Lu Ping's achievements in swordsmanship and his defeat of Ouyang Weijian at the Heavenly Spirit Dharma Phenomenon Assembly were solid achievements. So what if he has great swordsmanship? It depends on who's using it. People like Lu Ping and Ouyang Weijian mostly rely on their own teacher's influence. They think that if their cultivation speed is fast and they comprehend some remarkable techniques, they'll be geniuses. They don't know that true geniuses don't look at how fast you go now, but how far you can go in the future. Now that your cultivation seems to be advancing by leaps and bounds, how much time do you have to solidify your foundation? When you break through to the late core forging stage and enter the transcendent stage, you'll realize that your cultivation is just a castle in the air. In the end, even geniuses will fade into the crowd. Taoist Shen Xiang looked at Lu Ping in front of him, and his heart churned with such thoughts. However, he did not think that he was in the top 30 of the North Sea rookie list. In the eyes of others, he was also a genius. It was just that Lu Ping was younger than him, had a faster cultivation growth and was ranked higher on the rookie list. That was why he had such thoughts. In the end, it was all because of jealousy. Lu Ping did not decline. Seeing that his opponent was ready, the golden scale sword let out a long cry and pierced toward Taoist Shen Xiang. Taoist Shen Xiang was not Taoist Shen Yu, so he would not let Lu Ping break his spell and injure his wrist. The pair of curved blades in his hands crossed in the air and blocked the golden scale sword. Taoist Shen Xiang easily blocked Lu Ping's attack, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It seemed to confirm his previous guess about Lu Ping. However, before the smile disappeared from his face, he saw the golden scale sword suddenly transform into a dark blue giant sword that pierced through the sky, directly slashing toward him. Taoist Shen Xiang was right. Although magical powers were powerful, it also depended on who was using them. After Lu Ping had advanced to the mid-core forging stage by smelting a heaven-grade spiritual object, the power of the true essence sword strike had more than doubled. Taoist Shen Xiang's expression changed dramatically. His hands were like butterflies flying through flowers, and in one breath, he made dozens of hand seals. The pair of curved blades danced in the air, forming a blade storm that nibbled at the giant sword. Unexpectedly, this was also a minor magical power. However, in front of Lu Ping's true essence sword strike, this blade storm was like a clay chicken or pottery dog. The giant sword pierced straight through the sky and fiercely slashed toward Taoist Shen Xiang, who was in disbelief. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Taoist Shen Xiang, who was trying his best to dodge, could only recall his curved blades and use all of his true essence to block Lu Ping's sword strike. Taoist Shen Xiang's complexion suddenly turned purple. Taoist Shen Xiang realized that Lu Ping's first attack was only a probe, but he had underestimated his opponent because of that sword strike. However, was it really an underestimation? Lu Ping looked at Taoist Shen Xiang's faintly trembling hands with a disdainful expression. Lu Ping's expression fell into Taoist Shen Xiang's eyes and made him feel ashamed and resentful. Taoist Shen Xiang roared, and the pair of curved blades turned into a rolling blade wheel that carried a whistling wind as it pressed toward Lu Ping. Wind blade wheel, another minor magical power. Taoist Shen Xiang had once used this minor magical power to kill a demon cultivator of the same level in one fell swoop. This was the ultimate skill that made him famous. Lu Ping let out a long laugh and said, "Looks like senior brother Shen Xiang's accumulation still needs to be improved. Since senior brother wants to have a great battle to your heart's content, Then senior brother Shen, you shouldn't be a spectator. The golden scale sword turned into a sky full of sword light, instantly forming a sword dragon. The sword dragon turned ingeniously in the sky and used its tail to swing toward the side of the blade wheel. With one strike, Daoist Shenxiang's famous wind blade wheel was broken into two curved blades. Under Daoist Shenxiang's shocked and furious expression, Lu Ping's sword dragon once again drew a big several in the sky. This time, Daoist Shenxiang, who was watching from the side, was also included. Lu Ping's words were very clear. Since you, Daoist Shenxiang, want to have a great battle, then you can't be the only one. You have to let me have a great battle as well. However, the key point is that you, Daoist Shenxiang, are not strong enough to have a great battle with me. So I, Lu Ping, can only reluctantly fight 1 against 2 and see if I can have a great battle. This was naked mockery and thick disdain. Daoist Shenxiang had always thought highly of himself, so how could he be ridiculed like this? As his two blades tried to block the golden scale sword's endless attacks, an ancient mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved it toward Lu Ping and a ray of spirit light shrouded Lu Ping. Lu Ping wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Not only was this ray of spirit light fast, but it seemed to have locked onto Lu Ping. No matter where he dodged, the ray of spirit light followed him like a shadow and imprinted itself on Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping suddenly felt as if he had been hit by an immobilizing spell and couldn't move. Daoist Shenxiang let out half a laugh, but it was as if something was strangling his neck and he swallowed the second half of his laughter. Another Lu Ping had already appeared on the other side, and the Lu Ping imprinted by the spirit light had turned into a puddle of water. With one golden scale sword, Lu Ping surrounded Shenxiang and Shenyu, two cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm. The two of them used everything they had, but they could not do anything to Lu Ping. They could only roar in anger. The three of them were fighting in front of the gate of Heaven's Spirit Mountain's land of inheritance, so there was no way the commotion would be small. Zhenling core forging realm cultivators in the area had long since formed a huge net with their divine senses as they watched the fight closely. However, at that moment, Lu Ping could use the golden scale sword with ease. Even when Shenxiang and Shenyu worked together, they could not break through the sword net Lu Ping had set up. They could only struggle bitterly. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the two of them were defeated. At that moment, a long whistle came from the distance, and it was soon followed by a loud laugh. What a great fight! Let me Shenxiang join in the fun as well. Daoist Shenxiang's expression was dark, but delight appeared on Reverend Shenyu's face. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but a long spear drew 3 spear sparks in the sky and attacked Lu Ping, Shenxiang and Shenyu. A ray of light landed in the middle of the battlefield, and it was naturally Reverend Shenxiang, who had been laughing loudly just now. He said, "No matter what you're here for, let's fight first." Shenxiang and Shenyu were suppressed by Lu Ping, and regardless of whether they were willing or not, Lu Ping broke Reverend Shenxiang's spear sparks with a slash and said with a smile, "Then let's fight." Right when he finished speaking, another long whistle came from the sky. Chapter 394. When Reverend Shenxiang came in, he did not bother to distinguish between right and wrong and attacked randomly with his long spear. He did not expect that Lu Ping's eyes would also light up when he saw this sort of fighting style, and he also attacked randomly. Reverend Shenxiang was an elite in the 6th level of the core forging realm. Aside from defending himself against Reverend Shenxiang and Lu Ping's attacks, he could also occasionally counterattack. Reverend Shenyu, on the other hand, had to suffer in silence. Even though his cultivation base was also at the 4th level of the core forging realm, the grade of the spirit items of the universe he had refined was not high, and his strength was much weaker than the other 3. Otherwise, even if Lu Qiner had obtained the legacy of the Fire Luan, Reverend Shenyu would not have been unable to kill a monster cultivator in the 1st level of the core forging realm when he ambushed her. That was why even though the 4 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle, Reverend Shenyu remained on the defensive the entire time. He could not even launch a single attack. Reverend Shenxiang had just exchanged a few blows with Lu Ping and was forced dozens of feet back by Lu Ping's profound sword technique when he heard another long howl. Before the person arrived, a bolt of lightning had already descended on Lu Ping. The person said, "Since this is a chaotic battle, Shen Lei, come." Lu Ping did not dodge the descending lightning. Instead, 5 light curtains appeared in front of him. Before the lightning could penetrate 3 of the light curtains, it was worn out. A silvery figure landed on the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Lu Ping flicked his hand and a Gingjinin thunder fell on the newcomer. Lu Ping laughed loudly and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Senior brother, take this move of mine. Lu Ping's golden scale sword turned into sword flashes that filled the sky and continued to surround Reverend Xian Shang, Reverend Xian Xiang, and Reverend Xian Yu to put pressure on them. Right when Reverend Xian Lei executed a lightning elemental divine ability to block Lu Ping's Yin lightning of metal element, the sword art of raging waves crashing on shore surrounded him with a strange sound of waves. As the five of them fought each other, Lu Ping still had the absolute upper hand. However, this seemed to be just the beginning. Just after spiritual master Xian Lei fell into the battle, a giant boat with the momentum of braving the wind and waves intervened into the battle and crashed into everyone. A loud laugh came from the giant ark. The profound ark is here, everyone make way. What welcomed enlightened Shenzhou was Lu Ping's massive torrent of swordsmanship minor divine ability. The monstrous sword waves seemed to want to overturn everything floating above the sea of swords. Taoist Shenzhou cried out in alarm. He had already drilled out of the ship, but the golden scale sword had already destroyed the ship. Taoist Shenzhou's heart ached as he put away the broken ship and roared, "I'll fight you all." Then he summoned a black iron puppet and a bronze puppet and jumped back into the fray, attacking everyone around him. "I am Shen Xing, look at my fire meteor." A middle-aged cultivator strode forward, one of his hands pointing up into the sky. When he arrived before them, he turned his hand downwards and a clump of fire clouds that had unknowingly gathered abruptly descended a rain of fire to envelop them all. So. However, not waiting for this group of fire clouds to be launched for a long time, a group of dark clouds had unknowingly appeared above it. Lu Ping's golden scale sword splashed out, and a series of strange sword techniques comprehended from the land of inheritance hit Taoist Shenzhou's bronze puppet, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Then he made a hand sign and shouted, "Descend!" A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by dense needle-like rain sprinkling from the dark clouds above the fire clouds. In a moment, the fire clouds were completely watered. Art of moving clouds and summoning rain. After Lu Ping refined the profound essence heavy water and advanced to the middle stage of core forging, each of the North Sea's 12 orthodox techniques in Lu Ping's hands was no less powerful than a minor magical ability. The number of people fighting in the melee had already reached the middle stage of core forging, but Lu Ping still had the absolute advantage. He madly attacked everyone along the way, and the circle formed by the golden scale sword was getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, he also used a variety of magical attacks, overwhelming everyone. However, everyone's magical attacks towards Lu Ping were blocked by a thick layer of light curtain. Lu Ping had already condensed 5 water elemental natural treasures, and each time he condensed a substantial amount of natural treasures, the 5-layered water curtain chi in front of him was almost as strong as a spirit channeling grade defensive mystic treasure. The defensive power of the 5-layered water curtain chi was almost on par with a spirit channeling grade defensive mystic treasure. Is this still a fucking minor protective divine ability? Reverend Profound Thunder's angry curse caused all the people attacking Lu Ping to feel the same way. The melee might seem chaotic, but every single cultivator followed a certain pattern. They either attacked or retreated, and none of them brought out any defensive enchanted treasures. Because of that, Lu Ping's protective chi might seem to have a great advantage, but in truth, since Lu Ping was the strongest in the melee, even though everyone was attacking each other, every time Lu Ping attacked, his attacks were too powerful, and everyone had to work together to block them. On the other hand, if they wanted to threaten Lu Ping, they had to work together to attack Lu Ping, and only then would they be able to make Lu Ping wary. This battle seemed to have attracted the interest of the middle stage core forging cultivators on Heaven Spirit Mountain. "Haha, I Shanshan am here." Reverend Xuanshang shouted, "Uncle Master, this is a competition between us juniors. Why are you interfering?" Reverend Shenshin glared at him and scolded, "Brat, why are you spouting so much nonsense? We'll talk after we fight." Right when Reverend Shenshin finished speaking, a bolt of Yin sunflower lightning fell on him without a sound. Reverend Shenshin cursed loudly, "Which brat launched a surprise attack?" Rolling yellow dust swept towards them. Even though it did not block the group's vision, the people fighting suddenly felt their bodies freeze, as if they were affected by the yellow dust and became less agile. Reverend Xuanshin's smug laughter rang out. "Brats, how's the power of this minor divine ability?" Dust settles from the old man. Right when he finished speaking, a wave suddenly surged up from the yellow dust and pounced in one direction. A clean path instantly appeared in the yellow dust. Reverend Shenshin shouted angrily, "Who was it? Who broke my art?" "Uncle Master Shenshin, you're still as bad as ever. You only take advantage of others and never suffer losses. When Lu Ping looked over, he saw that Reverend Xianxing, the disciple of Jiang Tianlin and Laozu of Xiaoyao, had also charged in. Previously, whenever someone joined the battle, Lu Ping would be the first to attack. However, Reverend Xianxing had always given Lu Ping a good impression. Besides, Zhonghua and the disciples of Xiaoyao had always thought of themselves as family, so there was no reason for Lu Ping to attack his senior brother. More and more people joined the battle. Lu Ping had been maintaining an aggressive stance, but now he had no choice but to restrain himself. In the end, the 18 cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm fought on their own and attacked everyone else besides themselves. The scale of the battle also grew larger, but to Lu Ping's surprise, the battle did not cause any damage to the environment around them. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He carefully probed the surroundings with his divine sense and found that an invisible barrier had formed around them. It seemed like they were fighting here, but in fact, they were in a space that was isolated from the surrounding environment. This was definitely the work of Fa Xiang Laozu. There were already Fa Xiang Laozu who had noticed their battle. However, this was inevitable. It would be strange if Fa Xiang Laozu didn't take it seriously when 18 cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm were fighting at the entrance of Tianling Mountain's inheritance. As more and more cultivators gathered around to watch the battle, Lu Ping could sense that the divine sense webs around him were getting denser and denser. There were even some with strong divine senses that exuded a faint aura. Clearly, they were the late core forging realm cultivators on Tianling Mountain. Perfected being Guxianshan was currently in charge of the daily affairs of Zhenling sect. The battle here had naturally alerted him, but after showing his face, perfected being Guxianshan left without looking back. What a joke. 18 of the sect's most outstanding mid-stage core forging realm cultivators were fighting. Although Guxianshan had condensed a 7th-grade golden core and was considered a transcendence cultivator in the eyes of others, he wasn't confident that he could separate them. If the dozen of them joined forces, he might even be injured by them. If that happened, it would be really embarrassing. In this chaotic battle, the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly Tianling Laozu's 9th disciple, water sword deity, Lu Xianping. The strength of the 18 mid-stage core forging realm cultivators could also be determined. The truly powerful cultivators were generally able to stand in the middle of the battle. When they attacked the surrounding cultivators, they could also resist the counterattacks of the surrounding cultivators. Although the cultivators standing in the middle of the battle could prove their strength, the consumption of their spiritual essence was also immeasurable when facing the siege of so many cultivators. Therefore, the cultivators who could occupy the center of the battle often couldn't last long and would retreat from the center of the battle under the siege of others. This formed a rotation, and the stronger the cultivator, the longer they could last. However, there was one exception among the 18 cultivators. This person had been present since the beginning of the battle. Even when 7 or 8 perfected ones had gathered to fight, this person had maintained an absolute advantage. As more and more cultivators joined the battle, this person could no longer maintain the absolute advantage. However, he was still like a boulder standing in the middle of the battle. The cultivators who stood with him in the center had long been replaced. This person was Lu Ping. Relying on the vigorous spiritual essence brought by the Xianyuan heavy water and the use of several minor magical arts and dharma spells, Lu Ping had always occupied the center of the battle and had always been outnumbered. And Lu Ping's long-term dominance had also aroused the competitiveness of many cultivators. Although everyone was fighting each other because of Lu Ping's dominance, many cultivators often attacked Lu Ping at the same time, hoping to drive him out of the center of the battle. Unfortunately, they all failed. Gradually, the way the cultivators looked at Lu Ping changed. There might be fighting spirit, provocation, or unwillingness in their eyes, but there was one thing they all shared in common: respect for the strong. Lu Ping's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, provocation, and even unwillingness. But there was one thing in common: respect for the strong. The chaotic battle in the back mountain of Tianling Mountain was destined to be talked about enthusiastically by the Zhenling cultivators, and even passed down. Chapter 395. The battle at the back of Tianling Mountain attracted more and more Zhenling cultivators' attention. In the open space at the edge of the battle, a ball of light suddenly appeared. A cultivator who was not much older than Lu Ping appeared in the ball of light. The cultivator looked left and right. When he saw the people who were fighting, he happily said, "You guys continue. I'll set up a formation to surround all of you. If you have the ability, you can break the formation alone. If you don't want to be shameless, you can also join hands with others to break the formation." After saying that, he ignored the people who were engaged in a chaotic battle and raised his hand, causing several kinds of formation tools to fall around the battlefield. Lu Ping found this person interesting. Formation masters rarely participated in the battle between cultivators. Not only did this person want to interfere, but he also wanted everyone to wait for him to finish setting up the formation. How could it be so easy? Lu Ping laughed loudly. If you want to set up the formation, you can. But first you have to go through this and report your name first. With that said, a silver jade seal suddenly flew out from the middle of the battle. It grew several tens of feet high in the sky and smashed down towards the cultivator who was about to set up the formation. The bottom of the jade seal was engraved with two ancient characters, landslide. The cultivator suddenly felt as if he had been stuck by this seal. No matter where he went, he would not be able to escape from the landslide. The people who were fighting seemed to agree with Lu Ping's method. Although Lu Ping was being besieged by everyone when he used landslide, no one stopped him. The cultivator let out a strange cry and said, "See how I, enlightened Master Shenwei, break your big seal." A formation board that looked like the terrain of a mountain was held up high by enlightened Master Shenwei. Then, the clothes that he was wearing suddenly lit up with spirit light. Countless formation runes flashed on his clothes, resonating with the formation board in his hand. The formation board in enlightened Master Xuanwei's hand suddenly grew bigger. It was as if a mountain was really created in the back of Tianling Mountain. Just when landslide whistled down, the ground suddenly cracked into a bottomless abyss, wanting to swallow landslide whole. Taoist Shenwei smiled complacently. "This grand seal of yours is called landslide, but this formation of mine is called shatter, and it just happens to counter this grand seal of yours." Lu Ping smiled and pointed his finger into the distance. Landslide, which was about to be devoured, suddenly paused in mid-air. Its body gradually shrank and was about to fly back to the battlefield. Taoist Master Shenwei shouted, "You still want to take back your magic treasure? You'll have to see if I agree to it first." The shatter formation continued to operate. The cracked abyss suddenly became deeper and deeper. A suction force suddenly came out from the abyss, tightly pulling landslide, that was about to fly back to Lu Ping. It seemed that it would not stop until landslide was subdued. Lu Ping smiled in the middle of the battlefield. His left hand made a grabbing action in mid-air. Landslide trembled in mid-air and immediately broke free from the suction force of the abyss. It flew back to Lu Ping. On the contrary, Taoist Master Shenwei's full power attack was easily broken by Lu Ping. His qi surged up and had nowhere to vent, causing his complacent face to turn red. No matter what, Taoist Master Shenwei had taken a blow from Lu Ping. He had the qualification to set up a formation. Taoist Master Shenwei hesitated for a long time, but he took back the few formation tools that he had set up earlier. Then he changed to a few other tools. Then with a smirk he said painfully, "This time I'll let you know how powerful I, Taoist Master Shenwei, want to break out of the formation alone? Dream on." On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Ping had just taken back landslide. A cultivator in midair had already stuck close to Lu Ping's back like a ghost. Lu Ping's divine sense was very sharp. This cultivator named Shen Ci was obviously related to Taoist Master Shen Yin. His concealment method was quite brilliant. Previously he had caused a lot of trouble for Lu Ping. This Taoist Master Shen Ci did not stay in the middle of the battlefield because of his cultivation style. However, many of the cultivators who stayed in the middle of the battlefield were expelled from the center of the battlefield by his ghost-like attack. However, just when he took out a short sword and stabbed at Lu Ping's back, his vision suddenly blurred. A total of 18 Lu Ping suddenly appeared in front of him, but in the end, he had surrounded him in the middle. Taoist Master Shen Ci's expression did not change. The short sword danced and in an instant 6 Lu Ping were cut into a pool of water. However, in the end he still could not find the real body of Lu Ping. Then Taoist Master Shen Ci felt his waist tighten. A long whip had already wrapped around him. The short sword in Taoist Master Shen Ci's hand immediately flicked at the long whip. However, it could do nothing to the long whip on his waist. It's a spiritual magic treasure. Taoist Master Shen Ci just had this thought in his mind. Then a huge force came from the long whip. Taoist Master Shen Ci tried his best to control his body. However, a tyrannical and overbearing true essence directly suppressed his cultivation. When Taoist Master Shen Ci finally broke free from Lu Ping's control, he had already fallen to the outermost edge of the battlefield. Taoist Master Shen Ci knew that he had already lost to Lu Ping. However, the battle was still going on. Taoist Master Shen Ci naturally had no reason to retreat. He clenched the short sword in his hand and glanced at Lu Ping's direction. Then he suddenly jumped and once again joined the battle. Lu Ping had just forced Taoist Master Shen Ci back, and the cultivators beside him instantly felt that they had a chance. They simultaneously released their most powerful attacks in an attempt to force Lu Ping back. The power of these attacks might be great, but when they attacked, they intentionally or unintentionally avoided each other's vital parts. Lu Ping was distracted. At that moment, the long whip had just taken control of Taoist Master Shen Ci. Golden Scale Sword charged forward and turned into a sword screen in front of Lu Ping to block all the attacks. At the same time, a purple bolt of lightning along with a flaming meteor suddenly struck Lu Ping's protective force. Finally, an opening was created in the water screen True Force, which had withstood multiple attacks. Taoist Master Shen Shang laughed loudly. His long spear charged forward and stabbed at Lu Ping, whose protective force had been broken. It was as if he had finally found a chance to force Lu Ping back. However, Lu Ping still did not panic. The shadow of a gourd flashed in front of him before disappearing. Immediately after, an earthen yellow stone wall appeared in front of him. Taoist Master Shen Shang's long spear pierced through it and tore a huge hole in the stone shield, but an ice wall appeared in front of him. When the long spear pierced through the ice wall again, the power of the long spear had already been completely used up. It could no longer do anything against the wooden shield that had appeared in front of it. However, at that moment, Taoist Master Shen Ci, who had been thrown out of the battle by Lu Ping, charged at Lu Ping's shoulder again with a short sword that brought with it a ghastly chill. This time there was no longer a barrier around Lu Ping. Taoist Master Shen Shang, Taoist Master Shen Lei, and Taoist Master Shen Xing laughed loudly, and there were hints of delight in their laughter. It was as if they were incredibly excited that they had finally chased Lu Ping out of the center of the battle. Even Taoist Master Shen Ci, who was flying in midair, and Lu Ping seemed to have noticed his delight. However, something that left the crowd dumbfounded happened once more. Taoist Master Shen Ci, who had rushed towards Lu Ping, retreated at an even faster speed than before. What's going on? When Taoist Master Shen Shang and the other two looked over, they found that at some point in time, a wound had been opened on Taoist Master Shen Ci's shoulder, and blood was seeping out from it. Taoist Master Shen Ci stared at Lu Ping with a stunned expression. After a long while he said, "Invisible sword?" Lu Ping smiled faintly, and the dark blue figure of the Netherwater sword flashed in front of him before disappearing. The crowd could not help but feel discouraged. To successfully chase away Lu Ping, who had been standing at the center of the battle, they had even given up on the rules of the chaotic battle just now and launched a joint assault on Lu Ping. However, in the end they still failed at the last moment. At that moment, Taoist Master Shen Wei's crazed laughter suddenly came from beyond the battlefield. "Haha, everyone, the rune has been set up. Now, it's up to whoever has the ability to walk out of this rune. Let me make this clear, you can only come at me one by one. If anyone is shameless enough to work together to break the rune, I will naturally be unable to do so as well. However, if you can't break it, then obediently hand over some of the spirit materials you can use to set up the rune, and I will let you go. Don't tell me that you don't have anything on you. If a mighty cultivator in the middle stage of the Jinling core forging realm doesn't have anything on him, then he will be a disgrace to our sect." It was only at that moment that the people who were engaged in the chaotic battle noticed that a dark screen of light had enveloped them at some point in time. "Alright, I'll go first." Taoist Shen Shang knocked away a few attacks that tried to stop him and took a huge step forward. His long spear suddenly formed 72 spear afterimages that were the size of bowls in the sky. They attacked the 72 screens of light of the rune, but a muffled bang rang out, and Taoist Shen Shang, who was charging forward, was forced back by a huge force. Once he was sent flying back, Taoist Master Shen Shang suffered a few attacks that looked like they were trying to take advantage of the situation, causing Taoist Shen Shang, who had always been peerlessly brave and fierce in the chaotic battle, to roar in anger. However, because he could not replenish his true origin, he was forced to retreat again and again until he was at the very edge of the chaotic battle. When he saw how pathetic Taoist Shen Shang was, Taoist Master Shen Wei laughed wantonly outside the rune. He was incredibly pleased, and it made Taoist Shen Shang grit his teeth, but he could do nothing about it. After Taoist Shen Shang failed, Taoist Shen Xing and Taoist Shen Lei attacked one after another, but none of them were able to break out of the rune. Only then did the group become serious about the rune with the black screen of light. As expected of a cultivator of the older generation, Taoist Shen Chen was experienced and knowledgeable. After launching 2 consecutive attacks without any results, he seemed to have gained some understanding towards runes. He could not help but curse loudly, "Xianwei, you wastrel! You actually used an artifact made from second-grade spirit materials to set up a rune? Are you trying to trap and kill a monster?" Taoist Master Xuanwei's irritating laughter once again came from outside the formation. He said, "Martial Uncle Xianchen, we absolutely can't lose this time. No matter what, 18 of our sect's middle-stage core forging cultivators were trapped here by me. Wouldn't it be a matter of pride if word got out? Besides, if you want to go out, you have to leave some benefits for me. I believe that my senior and junior brothers will not leave behind any trash, right? If that happens, you will not just be embarrassing yourselves. You can't let outsiders think that all the cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm from our sect are so shabby, right?" Just when Taoist Xianwei was bragging about himself in a smug manner, he did not notice that green light was shining in Lu Ping's eyes. His great divine thought was carefully searching for something in the screen of light of the rune. Then, as if he had discovered something, the green light in Lu Ping's eyes instantly disappeared. The golden scale sword in his hand trembled, and a sword whine instantly rang through the entire rune. Chapter 396. If the crowd wanted to break the great rune Reverend Xianwei had set up during the chaotic battle, they first had to have the ability to stand out. After Reverend Xian Shang and the others failed to break the rune one after another, the crowd's gazes turned to Lu Ping, who had yet to attack. Because of that, the encirclement against Lu Ping became even tighter. In this chaotic battle, Lu Ping was tacitly acknowledged by the crowd as the strongest. After Reverend Xian Shang and the other elites failed to break the rune one after another, the other cultivators naturally did not have much confidence in breaking the rune on their own. At that moment, Lu Ping became the cultivator with the highest possibility of breaking the rune. Since no one can get out, then you're naturally not an exception. If we're going to pay the ransom money, how can we not give you your share? Since everyone is going to lose face, then everyone will lose face together. At that moment, almost all the cultivators in the chaotic battle had this thought, and the previous chaotic battle seemed to have changed. For every 10 moves the cultivators delivered, 5 or 6 of them would subconsciously move in Lu Ping's direction, making it clear that they were all going through thick and thin together. When Lu Ping saw that the chaotic battle had turned into an encirclement, he could do nothing about it. There was no way he could not tell what the crowd was thinking. Among them, the ones who surrounded him the most were Xian Shang, Xian Lei, Xian Chen, and a few others. They had failed to break the rune, but they were also rather powerful cultivators. Lu Ping did not know how things had turned out this way. He had sparred against Reverend Xian Xiang to establish his might and intimidate the people who had plotted against him in the dark, but in the end, things had turned out this way. Lu Ping might be confident that he was powerful, but when he was surrounded by so many cultivators, he could not help but feel tired, and the anger in his heart only grew stronger. Since he wanted to establish his might, then he might as well make things worse. Lu Ping made up his mind. Originally, he had already discovered some loopholes in the grand formation laid out by enlightened Xianwei through the 3 clear true pupils. Lu Ping was confident that with his strength, he would be able to break the formation by using the one Qi sword Qi. However, Lu Ping had the intention to establish his might. Since he wanted to break the formation, he would break it thoroughly. The sword hum resounded throughout the entire array space. Not only did it make the cultivators who were besieging Lu Ping feel their hearts tighten, even Dao Master Xianwei, who was outside the array space, felt his heart skip a beat. Lu Ping stabbed forward with his sword, and a huge torrent of swordsmanship swept away everything in its path. He swung the golden scale sword again, and another torrent of swordsmanship roared out. The people besieging Lu Ping retreated one after another. However, the torrent of swordsmanship in Lu Ping's hands did not seem to stop there. Lu Ping stabbed out a total of 12 times, and the 12 torrents of swordsmanship rushed out in all directions with Lu Ping as the center. The 12 torrents of swordsmanship appeared chaotic, but in fact they were connected to each other to form a giant net. All the cultivators who were involved in the melee, regardless of whether they were besieging Lu Ping or not, were bombarded by the 12 torrents of swordsmanship. For a moment, the entire array space was filled with the roars of magic spells, the sounds of magic treasures colliding, and the angry shouts of the cultivators. He was too arrogant. He actually wanted to challenge 17 cultivators at the same level as him by himself. For a moment, all the cultivators within the array space were united against a common enemy, and they launched a counterattack against Lu Ping. At that moment, Lu Ping had a solemn expression on his face and there was a trace of ruthlessness in the corners of his eyes. The golden scale sword suddenly appeared above Lu Ping's head, and the sword hum rang out once more. The 12 torrents of swordsmanship, with the golden scale sword as the center, formed a huge vortex of swordsmanship, which shot towards all the cultivators except for Lu Ping. Not good. This is a sword array. Once again, Dao Master Xianxun was the first to recognize Lu Ping's technique. The longer he lived, the more knowledgeable he would have. The Great Magic Sword Array. The Great Magic Sword Array has already reached the perfected stage. How is this possible? Let's work together to resist, otherwise no one will benefit. Lu Ping had practiced the 100 rivers into the sea sword technique, to the perfected stage of the Great Magic Sword Array. Even though he was almost invincible among the cultivators at the same level as him, Lu Ping was still not arrogant enough to think that he had the ability to fight the other 17 cultivators at the same level as him. After all, even Dao Master Guxianshan, after seeing the chaotic battle, did not think that he had the ability to suppress the other 17 cultivators at the same level as him. Instead he turned around and left. Lu Ping and Dao Master Guxianshan, who was a half-step to the Dharma realm, were worlds apart. Naturally he would not have such reckless thoughts. The huge 100 rivers into the sea sword array strangled everyone's attacks. Some of the weaker cultivators such as Dao Master Xuanxiang and Dao Master Shenyu, whom Lu Ping wanted to scheme against, were also seriously injured by Lu Ping. In the future he could naturally use the excuse of not being able to fully control the Great Magic Sword Array to escape. This was also a lesson for them. After all, Lu Ping could also sense that a few mid-core forging cultivators did not have the courage to scheme against him. They were just a few stupid lackeys. However, at this time Lu Ping was also very strained. His control of the sword array was almost at its limit. After all, not every cultivator could withstand the siege of 17 cultivators at the same level as him. Finally, after the entire array was stabilized, the golden scale sword once again let out a soul-stirring scream. The entire sword array soared into the sky. The 12 torrents of swordsmanship were like 12 sharp tentacles, stabbing toward the black light curtain of the entire array. What happened in the array space naturally couldn't be hidden from Enlightened Master Shen Wei. At this moment, Enlightened Master Shen Wei was panicking. He almost jumped up and down as he scolded Lu Ping. "Bastard, do you really have to use such a method to break through the array formation? My Iron Curtain array formation, this is a big loss." Like a thin layer of paper, the black light curtain was easily shredded into pieces by Lu Ping's great sword array. A series of explosions sounded around the array, and the tools that were set up earlier exploded one by one amidst Enlightened Master Shen Wei's screams of pain. The black jade array disc in his hand cracked and cracks appeared on its surface, causing Enlightened Master Shen Wei's mouth to twitch as he felt his heart ache for Lu Ping. Looking at Lu Ping, who broke out of the array with an apologetic expression, Dao Master Xuanwei's eyebrows twitched. If it was not for the fact that he knew that he was no match for Lu Ping, he would have already pounced on him and fought him to the death. Dao Master Shen Wei had used 7 to 8 second-grade spirit materials in the array he set up this time, and if he used them to refine artifacts, he could turn 7 to 8 top-grade enchanted artifacts into enchanted treasures. He had originally wanted to extort all the people here, then take back the tools used to set up the array and use the chance to make a fortune. However, he did not expect that he would run into a strange cultivator like Lu Ping, who had destroyed the entire array. Right when Lu Ping broke the array, a black door suddenly appeared beside Lu Ping. A huge suction force came from it, and even with Lu Ping's abilities he could not help but fall into the door and disappear. Then the black door disappeared in a flash in midair. Lu Ping only felt his vision darken. Behind him he could still hear the gloating laughter of Dao Master Shen Shang, Dao Master Shen Lei and the others. The sound of them flying through the air could also be heard, along with Dao Master Xuanwei's exasperated roars. "Don't go, you bastards! You didn't break this array. Come back. My spirit material. All of you owe me a spirit material, one that's second grade or above." Almost in the blink of an eye, Lu Ping felt his vision light up, and he felt as if his feet had landed on solid ground. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw that he was in a hall at that moment. There were 2 people sitting at the head of the table, and there was 1 person sitting on each side. To the left was Reverend Guxianshan, and to the right was Reverend Chu Xuanqing. There were 2 middle-aged cultivators sitting side by side at the head of the table. One of them was Jiang Tianlin Laozu, who had given Lu Ping guidance. The other middle-aged cultivator seemed to have a higher status than Jiang Tianlin, and he was sizing up Lu Ping with a smile. Lu Ping had never seen such a situation before. It was clear that he had been captured by one of the two Dharma Xiangs. He quickly bowed and said, "Disciple Lu Ping greets Laozu martial uncles." Jiang Tianlin Laozu chuckled and said, "How was it? Did you enjoy yourself this time?" Lu Ping was a little embarrassed and said, "Disciple was too impulsive. I've made a fool of myself." At this time Laozu, who was next to Jiang Tianlin, said, "Kid, your cultivation is too strange. Your qi is far more vigorous than ordinary people, but the core space is shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to distinguish the details. It seems that you also have a fortuitous encounter. In the opinion of the old man, the heaven and earth spirit object you fused with to advance to the mid-core forging stage is at least of the earth rank, right?" Lu Ping's hair stood on end from the old ancestor's stare. When he heard the old ancestor mention his cultivation, he immediately felt a little terrified. But at the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Old ancestor is wise." That's right. Lu Ping wasn't stupid enough to tell everyone about his cultivation. Since this Laozu said it was difficult to distinguish his cultivation, he would naturally guess whatever he guessed. However, Lu Ping believed that he wouldn't be able to guess that Lu Ping had fused with a heaven-rank spirit object. It wasn't that he couldn't guess, but it was simply impossible. Early core forging stage cultivators couldn't control a heaven-rank spirit object's huge spirituality. Forcibly fusing with a heaven-rank spirit object would only result in a sudden death. The reason Lu Ping was able to successfully fuse with a heaven-rank spirit object was because of his bloodline. Just now, when you were fighting, your qi was far more vigorous than cultivators of the same level. I assume that the amount of heaven-rank spirit object you fused with is also greater than others, right? Lu Ping didn't dare to be careless. He continued, "I was just lucky." Seeing that Lu Ping was being vague, Laozu naturally knew that Lu Ping didn't want to reveal his cultivation. He smiled slightly and didn't ask any more. Jiang Tianlin Laozu, who was standing at the side, smiled and said, "Kid, this is our sect's Tianfan Laozu. Why don't you greet him again?" Lu Ping was shocked. His sect had 3 mid-Dharma stage Laozu. He had already met Tianxiang Laozu, and this Tianfan Laozu was the other mid-Dharma stage Laozu. This Tianfan Laozu could be said to be the most famous in the sect and even in the North Sea training world. This was because Tianfan Laozu and his cultivation partner, the sect's third mid-Dharma stage adept, Tian Shui Laozu, were known as the Wind and Snow Immortals. These two Laozu had practiced a secret combined attack technique of the sect. It was because of this combined attack technique that Tianfan Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu could fight against Xianling sect's late Dharma stage Daoxing Laozu. It could be said that the reason why Jinling was able to fight against Xianling sect in the North Sea was because the Wind and Snow Immortals kept Daoxing Laozu in check. Chapter 397. In the past, when Lu Ping was still a blood refinement cultivator, he had once joined hands with Xianling sect cultivators to fight against the monsters outside Xianqi Island. At that time, when the monsters' scheme against the core forging cultivators from both sects failed, Xianling sect, Jinling sect, and the monsters all sent Dharma manifestation cultivators to mediate the situation. At that time, Lu Ping's abilities were so low that he could not even see the figures of core forging cultivators, much less Dharma manifestation cultivators like Laozu. However, when Jinling's Wind and Snow Immortals appeared, the scene of wind and snow filling the sky still shocked Lu Ping to this day. Lu Ping went forward respectfully, bowed and said, "Disciple Lu Xianping greets Uncle Master Tianfan." Tianfan Laozu gestured with a smile, and only then did Jiang Tianlin say, "All right, wait here for a while. I still have something for you to do later." Once he finished speaking, Jiang Tianlin Laozu stretched out a finger and drew a line in front of him. A black door, similar to the one that had captured Lu Ping just now, suddenly appeared. Then Reverend Shen Shang, who had been fighting against Lu Ping just now, was flung out of the door while staggering. Reverend Shen Shang was not an idiot. Even though he had been captured out of the blue, he knew that the person who had captured him in such a bizarre manner was definitely not an ordinary person. Hence, just like Lu Ping, he first stood properly, and once he saw the people sitting in the hall clearly, he went forward and bowed. Jiang Tianlin Laozu drew a few more doors, and Reverend Shen Lei and Reverend Shen Xing, who had been fighting against Lu Ping and the others, as well as Reverend Shen Wei, who had his spirit materials for setting up his formation destroyed by Lu Ping, appeared in the hall together with a long face. After everyone greeted the seniors of the sect, Patriarch Jiang Tianlin said, "You guys are quite bold. How dare you fight in front of our sect's land of inheritance? Furthermore, it's a chaotic battle. Do you think our sect is your own backyard?" Spiritual Master Jiang Tianlin had always been free and unfettered. Although he did not reprimand them harshly, he still had a dignified air about him. Lu Ping and the others did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Fa Xiang Laozu. They all admitted their mistakes and did not try to defend themselves. Seeing that the 5 of them were tactful, Jiang Tianlin directly said, "Since you've made a mistake, you need to be punished. Recently, the sects of the North Sea have discovered the traces of a spirit or vein on an ice island at the extreme north of the North Sea. Initial speculation is that it is a middle-sized spirit or vein. Right now, all the sects are preparing to send people to investigate. I, Junling, have always been at odds with the demon race and we are short on core forging cultivators. I did not expect that the 5 of you would run into us. Since that is the case, the 5 of you should go to the extremely cold lands of the north to endure the wind and snow. If this matter is successful, you will naturally benefit. If other sects take advantage of you, then stay on Frost Island for 10 years before returning." Xian Shang and the others nodded in agreement, but Lu Ping was slightly stunned. Jiang Tianlin Laozu saw that Lu Ping did not speak and asked, "What, do you have any objections?" Lu Ping hurriedly said, "Grandmaster, this disciple returned to Heaven Spirit Mountain this time to meet teacher. Also, if there is no disciple guarding Huangli Island, its defense is too weak." Jiang Tianlin Laozu waved his hand and said, "Go to your Frost Island. You do not need to worry about your teacher. I will personally go guard Huangli Island in a few days." Lu Ping could not believe his own ears and looked at Jiang Tianlin in shock. Dharma Idol Laozu was personally guarding the front lines of the demon race and demon race. Had the war between the humans and the demons deteriorated to such a state that Dharma Idol Laozu was going to change his previous arrangement of restraining each other and go into battle bare-chested? But then Lu Ping remembered that Reverend Chu Xuanqing and the others had said when they returned to Huangli Island after hunting down demon cultivators. Not only did they discover that the overseas demon race had secretly formed an alliance, there was also a demon Dharma Idol Laozu who was prepared to attack them. Was this why Jiang Tianlin Laozu was guarding Huangli Island? However, if Jiang Tianlin Laozu was guarding Huangli Island, Lu Ping really did not need to worry about the safety of Huangli Island. He also did not need to worry that someone would attack Huangli Island again when he was not around. When they heard that Reverend Jiang Tianlin was going to leave the outer sea, Lu Ping was not the only one shocked. Reverend Xian Shang and the other 3 were also shocked. After giving out their orders, Reverend Xian Shang and the others left. Jiang Tianlin Laozu, however, made Lu Ping stay. "Do you have something to report when you return to Chonghua Manor?" Lu Ping thought and said, "This time when the demon race attacked Huangli Island, this disciple killed a middle-stage core forging seahorse." The expressions of Jiang Tianlin Laozu, Tianfan Laozu, and Reverend Gu Xianshan lit up. Reverend Chu Xuanqing stood up from his seat and said, "Little Lu, why didn't you say so earlier when you were at Huangli Island?" Lu Ping said helplessly, "At that time, you were in a hurry to return to Heaven Spirit Mountain and did not ask this disciple. Regarding the alliance of the overseas demon races, this disciple only heard about it from Reverend Xian He." Reverend Chu Xuanqing thought about it and agreed. He snorted and sat back in his chair without saying anything else. Reverend Gu Xianshan thought about it and said, "In that case, the alliance of the overseas demon races is a fact. The seahorse race has never liked the cold water of North Sea and has always been breeding in East Sea and South Sea. Now that they've come to North Sea, in addition to the information junior brother Chu obtained from the Soul Search, the sects in North Sea should be able to confirm it." Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled and said, "In fact, the sects in North Sea have long believed it. However, although the sects in North Sea call it an alliance, it's actually just a door for the sects to compromise with each other. If they were to really take on the responsibility of coordinating the sects and jointly resist the attack of the demon races, I'm afraid that the sects will fight for the right to speak in the alliance for a while." Tianfan Laozu also said, "The time and how this alliance will be formed is calculated by the sects every step, but it's really hard to say now. Moreover, since the overseas demon races have formed an alliance, the sects in North Sea, East Sea and South Sea will come into contact sooner or later. North Sea is weak, and once the sects in the 3 regions form an alliance, how to strengthen the sects in North Sea in the alliance will be another problem." Lu Ping stood there and listened quietly to the 4 of them discussing the major events of the cultivation world, not daring to make the slightest movement. Jiang Tianlin and the others seemed to have forgotten that there was a 3rd-generation disciple in the hall. Therefore, Lu Ping heard many secrets of the cultivation world. After the 4 of them discussed the countermeasures, Jiang Tianlin looked at Lu Ping who was standing there and said with a smile, Is there anything else? Lu Ping thought for a while and said, I don't know if Grandmaster has heard of a demon cultivator in the demon race called Aou. He should be in the late stage of core forging. Hearing the name Aou from Lu Ping, Jiang Tianlin Laozu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Perfected Gu Xianshan was a little surprised, and Perfected Chu Xuanqing frowned and asked, Little Lu, where did you hear this name from? Lu Ping then told the four of them about how he sent Lu Dague to infiltrate the overseas demon races. Other than the identity of Samling Green Sea Snake and the identity of Luan Yu's with Luan Bird, which were more sensitive, Lu Ping was not afraid of others knowing about his other spirit pets. Maybe Lu Ping could even get credit from the sect for his spirit pets. After a while, Jiang Tianlin Laozu said slowly, after so many years, Aou is also taking the last step. Perfected Gu Xianshan also nodded and said, this person's wisdom is not inferior to senior brother Tianlin and senior sister Tianling. I think the heaven and earth spirit treasure sent by the East Sea Demon Cultivator is not lower than the mid-grade heaven stage. At this time, Perfected Chu Xuanqing said, should we let junior brother Xian Yi know about this? Tianfan Laozu suddenly said, why not? How can this be hidden? Xian Yi reached the golden core before you and Xianshan, but because of what happened in the past, he has been unable to advance to the Dharma form stage. Not only can this not be hidden, but we have to take the initiative to tell him. Lu Ping was confused, but he also knew that this matter was probably related to the secrets of the sect, so he could only stand aside and pretend to be deaf and dumb. Then he found an excuse and left the Carefree Manor. Not long after Lu Ping left, in the hall of the Carefree Manor, Jiang Tianlin and the others also seemed to fall into silence. After a while, Jiang Tianlin Laozu said to Tianfan Laozu, who was next to him, what do you think, Uncle Master? Tianfan Laozu closed his eyes and no one could tell what he was thinking. After a while he slowly opened his eyes and said, now that the situation between the human and demon races is getting more and more tense, we should not let the matter of Huangli Island happen again. Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled, cupped his hands and said, Uncle Master is wise. In this way I believe that when Tianling returns she will not say much. When Tianfan Laozu heard Jiang Tianlin Laozu mention Laozu Lu Tianling, he could not help but rub his eyebrows and say, everyone says that you, Jiang Tianlin, have always been free and unfettered, but when it comes to scheming, who is worse than you? As for Xian Shu, I will naturally mention it, but has Tianling not given up all these years? Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled bitterly and shook his head, not saying anything. Tianfan Laozu said to himself, in this situation not only does our sect need internal peace, we also need external help. Although the matter back then was Xuanqing's fault, don't you have any responsibility? Although Tianling has such a strong personality, she is very clear about love and hate. Otherwise, even if there were people in the sect who sympathized with Xianqing, wouldn't they all stand on Tianling's side in the end? Seeing that Jiang Tianlin was still smiling bitterly without saying anything, Tianfan Laozu sighed and said, Xuanqing's talent is not below yours or Tianling's. Before she left the sect, she was already our sect's second alchemy grandmaster. Senior Qianxiang and I both advocated for Xianqing to return to our sect. However, this matter cannot be bypassed by you and Tianling. The matter back then has always been a knot in Tianling's heart. If it cannot be resolved, even if Xianqing returns to Tianling Mountain, how will she have the face to establish herself in the sect? After leaving the Carefree clan, Lu Ping returned to the Sound Surf clan to make some preparations. After thinking about it, he took out a sound transmission sword and said something. Then the sword flew in the direction of his sixth senior sister, Reverend Xian Wei's cave abode. Other than Lu Ping's Sound Surf clan, Tianling Laozu's disciples had all built their cave abodes near Chonghua Manor after they reached core forging. Only Lu Ping's Sound Surf clan was built on the edge of a cliff in Tianling Mountain. He could hear the sound of the waves in the distance, and he did not often stay in his cave abode. On the second day, Lu Ping met up with Reverend Xian Shang, Reverend Xian Lei, Reverend Xian Xing, and Reverend Xian Wei at the entrance of Heaven Spirit Hall. Through the teleportation formation they arrived at a place of ice and snow. The moment the five of them left the teleportation formation, they saw a plain-looking cultivator waiting for them in front of the teleportation formation. Chapter 398. Senior Uncle Xian Sen. Lu Ping saw the person in front of him and greeted in surprise. The person in front of him was spiritual master Xian Sen, who had been heavily injured by the demon race 3 years ago and had almost lost all of his cultivation. Because of Lu Ping's spirit water channel nurturing pill, spiritual master Xian Sen had been cultivating in seclusion to recover his cultivation. He didn't expect to see him on Frost Island today. Senior uncle's cultivation has recovered? Spiritual master Xian Sen smiled and said, "This time it really was a blessing in disguise. Thanks to the channel nurturing pill you made, not only did I recover my cultivation, I even managed to reach the 8th level of the core forging realm after consuming Senior Uncle Fornax's Bell Cauldron pill." Xian Shang and the others also came forward to congratulate him. Spiritual Master Xian Sen smiled and said, "Come with me. Right now, Frost Island is filled with turbulent undercurrents. I was worried that we wouldn't have enough manpower, so Senior Brother Tianlin sent you over." Lu Ping and the others followed behind Spiritual Master Xian Sen and walked towards a camp on the island. Spiritual Master Xian Shang and Spiritual Master Xian Lei were both impatient people. On the way they asked, "Senior Uncle, how is the situation on the island? Have you found traces of the Spirit Stone mine?" Spiritual Master Xian Sen's expression was slightly grave as he said, "Frost Island is covered in accumulated ice and snow. The thinnest part is 500 feet from the ground. Also, this ice has accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and its hardness far exceeds imagination. It is extremely difficult to find the Spirit Stone mine." When Spiritual Master Xian Sen finished, he turned to Spiritual Master Xian Wei and said, "Junior nephew Xian Wei is a formation master in our sect who is second only to junior sister Xian Chen. You are also very skilled in surveying earth veins. This time, junior nephew Xian Wei will have to do more work for the search and fight for the Spirit Stone mine. We will naturally do our best to help." When he finished, Spiritual Master Xian Sen looked at the others. Lu Ping and the others said in unison, "That is how it should be." Enlightened Master Xian Wei changed his playful personality from before. His expression became somewhat solemn as he pondered. He asked, "Even if it's just a medium-sized Spirit Stone mine, since all the sects in the North Sea have already come forward and there's even a late-stage core forging cultivator like Martial Uncle guarding it, I believe that all the sects must have had an exchange agreement in private. Why are they acting so jittery now?" Spiritual Master Xian Sen said seriously, "You're right. Just a day ago, a cultivator from the Water Mist Pavilion who is proficient in surveying earth veins discovered a mid-sized spirit vein at the bottom of an ice mountain cliff on Frost Island. The Water Mist Pavilion tried to take it for themselves, but they were discovered by a cultivator from Lingu sect. In a moment of desperation, the Water Mist Pavilion tried to silence them, but Xianling sect interfered. Right now, the 10 great sects are arguing over the ownership of this spirit vein. When Lu Ping, Reverend Xian Shang, and the others heard that a middle-sized spirit vein had actually been discovered on the island, they were all extremely shocked. Only Reverend Xian Wei's frown deepened. He said, "Senior Uncle, we first discovered the traces of a mine, and now we've discovered a spirit vein. This Frost Island might not be peaceful anymore." When Reverend Xian Sen heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He asked, "What do you mean?" Reverend Xian Wei said, "It's extremely rare for a spirit vein and a spirit stone mine to be born at the same time in the cultivation world. Usually there are only 2 situations. One is that there's only one spirit vein on Frost Island, or there's only one spirit stone mine. 2. If there's really 2 spirit veins existing at the same time, since there's already a middle-sized spirit vein, then the spirit stone mine on Frost Island is either a small one or a large one." Reverend Xian Wei's words caused Reverend Xian Sen, Lu Ping, and the others to be greatly shocked. There were only a few middle-sized spirit stone mines in the entire North Sea, and the reason why the North Sea was known as barren in the cultivation world was because there was not a single large spirit stone mine. If there really was a large spirit stone mine, then everyone could imagine just how big of a wave it would cause in the North Sea. Reverend Xian Sen's expression changed and he suddenly said, "No wonder Lu Shuheng of Xianling sect stood up for Lingu sect like a madman, and Shui Yen Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect refused to budge even when they joined hands. So these 3 sects had already thought of the large spirit stone mine. Fortunately, I was smart and immediately asked for help from my sect when I felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, I would have really been deceived by these sects this time." Reverend Xian Wei also said anxiously, "The most important thing now is for Senior Uncle to immediately join hands with Chong Ming sect, Jade Sword sect and Ocean Flame sect to intervene in the battle between the 2 sections. It's a middle-sized spirit vein after all. Even though that place might not be where the main vein of the spirit stone mine is located, once the 2 veins are born at the same time, there should at least be a spirit stone vein there. We must not let Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect take advantage of us. At the same time, We must try our best to scout out the areas where the spirit stone vein might appear before the other sects, occupy it first and then slowly excavate it. This way our sect can first establish an invincible position. Reverend Xian Wei's arrangements were orderly, and Lu Ping and the others were very impressed. Reverend Xian Sen was even more overjoyed. He said, "We will do as junior nephew Xian Wei said. This time, it's all thanks to junior nephew Xian Wei rushing over. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This reverend would no longer have the face to establish a foothold in the sect." After Reverend Xian Sen arranged everyone properly, he contacted the cultivators that Chong Ming sect, Jade Sword sect and Ocean Flame sect had sent to Frost Island. They went to the place where Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect were meeting, and forcefully intervened. Although this action greatly displeased Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect, Reverend Xian Sen simply made the matter clear in front of all the sections. The other sects who didn't know the details were greatly shocked. Even Linggu sect didn't know that Xianling sect actually had such a scheme to stand up for them in the name of an alliance. Linggu sect, Soaring Feather sect and Ocean Flame sect had always followed Xianling sect's lead, but they didn't expect that Xianling sect would abandon their allies and secretly negotiate with Shui Yen Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect for their own benefits. After the incident, although Lu Shuheng tried his best to defend himself, and the three allies quickly came to an understanding, Xianling sect's actions had already planted the seeds of dissension in Linggu sect. While the sects were beginning a new round of wrangling, Lu Ping and the other four were secretly scouting the areas where spirit stone veins might exist on Frost Island in the name of patrolling the island. However, the area of Frost Island was equivalent to a medium-sized island, and the island was also covered by solid ice that was hundreds of feet tall. To avoid attracting the attention of other sects, the group was very careful when they helped Reverend Xian Wei scout the area. Reverend Xian Wei had been secretly scouting for most of the day, but he could only confirm that there was a high possibility that there was a spirit stone vein in one of the ice valleys. As for whether it was a main vein or a branch vein, he didn't know. Reverend Xian Shang volunteered to stay behind and guard this ice valley while the other four searched in other directions. However, Lu Ping and the others had still underestimated the vigilance of the sections. Once Reverend Xian Sen made it clear that there might be a large spirit stone vein on the island, the sects had already increased their vigilance in secret. At the same time, they started reporting to their sects and asking for reinforcements. Zhenling's group of four naturally stood out too much when they patrolled the island in this world of ice and snow where there were few people. When they saw that the number of people patrolling the island first increased from 5 to 4, and then from 4 to 3, there was no way the sects would not think that Zhenling had his own wishful thinking. Hence, they all sent cultivators to seize the areas where spirit stone veins might appear on Frost Island. Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect were the first to notice that there might be a large spirit stone vein on the island. Then, as if they were on the verge of breaking out into a fight, they sent people from their sects to make preparations to seize the large spirit stone vein that might exist on Frost Island. However, in order to hide it from the other sects, the three sects did not conduct any large-scale surveys after sending their cultivators over. As a result, after Zhenling saw through the three sects' scheme and directly began to survey the spirit stone vein, the three sects' progress in surveying the spirit vein was actually behind Zhenling's. One day later, 9 core forging cultivators from Zhenling and his allies, Chongming sect, Jade Sword sect and Songhai sect, arrived. Accompanying them were more than 100 low-level cultivators from the 4 sections. Among the 9 core forging cultivators, there were 3 each from Chongming, Jade Sword and Songhai. However, Zhenling did not send any more core forging cultivators. It was obvious that this was an unspoken rule among the sects of the North Sea. However, Zhenling sent 4 teams of Blood Condensation Realm disciples and 6 teams of Blood Refining Realm disciples. The rest of the low-level cultivators came from the other 3 sections. In the Blood Condensation Realm, Zhenling's teams were usually led by a late Blood Condensation Realm cultivator, 2 mid-Blood Condensation Realm cultivators, and 3 early Blood Condensation Realm cultivators. The Blood Refining Realm teams, on the other hand, had to be at least at the late Blood Refining Realm. After the low-level cultivators arrived, Zhenling took the lead and started mining the areas that they had already surveyed. The other 3 sects also occupied some of the areas that they might be able to mine. Although the low-level cultivators from Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion, and Hai Yen sect had not arrived yet, they had already occupied a few areas. However, their manpower was limited, so they could only watch as Zhenling took over the areas that they had their eyes on. Another day later, the cultivators from the other sects also arrived and joined in the division of the Frost Island. In a short period of time, the Frost Island, which was the size of a medium-sized island, had accommodated 46 core forging realm cultivators. The other 3 blood condensation and blood refining realm cultivators who were used to mine the ice made up more than 300. The Frost Island, which had always been deserted, suddenly became a boiling cauldron of voices. On the third day, the cultivators from the other sects finally came to a compromise. They divided the medium-sized spirit vein they found at the bottom of the ice cliff into 10 small spirit veins. Each sect would share the profits equally. The 2 small spirit gathering pearls that were found in this medium-sized spirit vein that had been nurtured for an unknown number of years belonged to Shui Yen Pavilion and Linggu sect. The 3 small spirit gathering pearls went to Zhenling sect, Xianling sect and Haiyan sect. At the same time, the formation masters from each sect who were surveying the spirit veins worked together to search for the possible main vein of the spirit stone mine. Taoist Master Xian Wei had no choice but to end his exploration journey. In this short period of 2 days, he had already explored 3 areas that were highly likely to have spirit stone veins. It was just that because of the thick layer of ice and snow on the surface, the low-level cultivators who came to mine had yet to excavate the spirit stone veins. In fact, Lu Ping was also helpless. After hearing about the medium-sized spirit vein at the bottom of the ice cliff, Lu Ping thought of the spirit gathering pearls. The Frost Island was located alone in the northernmost sea of the North Sea. This spirit vein had been nurtured for an unknown number of years, so a spirit gathering pearl must have been condensed within it. However, even though De Bao's earth escape technique was unparalleled, he did not know how to use ice escape. Thus, he could not pass through the thick ice and reach the spirit vein. In addition, the cultivators guarding the bottom of the ice cliff were all late-stage core forging cultivators like spiritual master Shen Senator. Thus, Lu Ping did not dare to let De Bao take this risk. However, after the cultivators from the various sects gathered at the bottom of the ice cliff to survey the spirit stone mine, the surveying of the other areas of the Frost Island slowed down. Although the Frost Island had already been divided up by the various sects, that was only in the areas that might have spirit stone mines. The entire Frost Island had a circumference of more than 200 kilometers. It was not something that could be completely occupied by a few hundred people. On the 4th day, a shining sound transmission magic sword flew out from the bottom of the ice cliff. Lu Ping's heart trembled. As expected, a sound transmission talisman from spiritual master Xian Sun arrived in front of him. Lu Ping reached out his hand to receive it. There was only one sentence on it: the main vein of a large-scale spirit stone mine has been discovered. Be alert to the various sections. Our sect will send Dharma form Laozu over. Chapter 399. The discovery of a large spirit mine had obviously attracted the attention of the sects in the North Sea. The intervention of Fa Xiang Laozu was proof of that. At this time, the cultivators from the various sects who were proficient in surveying had gathered at the bottom of the ice cliff. After discovering the main vein of the spirit stone mine, these cultivators had to estimate the approximate output of the spirit stone mine, arrange formations, seal the spirit stone mine, and so on. They even found a vein of spirit material of ice attribute in the layer of ice that covered the spirit stone mine. They seemed to be even busier than before they discovered the spirit stone mine. Due to the arrival of the low-level Jinling cultivators, the area that Lu Ping was guarding was handed over to these cultivators to excavate. Therefore, the free Lu Ping began to wander around the Frost Island. Looking at the sky full of ice and snow, Lu Ping regretted not bringing Samling. At least, he should have brought Lu Ling. Lu Ling was an ice attribute green sea snake. She would be like a fish in water in this place, and it would be easier for him to survey the Frost Island. Unfortunately, Samling was in the crucial period of breaking through to the core forging realm. Lu Ping had placed Samling in the Golden House for seclusion. However, the snow and ice weren't too difficult for Lu Ping. Water was the mother of all ice. Although the snow and ice weren't as advantageous to Lu Ping as cultivators who cultivated ice elemental spells, it was still of some help to him. But in the end, it was still not as convenient as cultivators who cultivated ice elemental spells. Actually, there were many high-level cultivators from the various sects who had the same idea as Lu Ping. The sky above the Frost Island was filled with all kinds of lights. However, the late-stage core forging enlightened masters of the various sects had to guard the bottom of the ice cliff. As for the middle-stage core forging cultivators, even if some of them cultivated ice attribute spells, Lu Ping was confident that he would not be much weaker than them. Lu Ping came to the back cliff of an ice mountain. Due to the terrain, this place might be closer to the ground. Lu Ping landed at the bottom of the cliff and spread his divine sense in all directions. Then he put his hands together and slowly opened them towards the layer of ice on the ground. A layer of blue light appeared on Lu Ping's slowly opened hands. As Lu Ping slowly opened his hands, the layer of ice on the ground began to creak. At the same time, the sound of ice cracking could be heard. The layer of ice under Lu Ping's feet began to slowly close up, as if no one had ever been here before. As Lu Ping slowly opened his hands, the layer of ice on the ground began to creak. At the same time, there were cracking sounds of ice cracking. Then the ice under Lu Ping's feet began to slowly close up, as if no one had been here before. In the ice cave, as Lu Ping moved forward, the blue light in his hands grew brighter and brighter. The ice wall in front of him also began to crack diagonally downwards. Lu Ping shook the spirit beast pouch on his waist, and a big fat rat sneakily appeared behind Lu Ping. However, it immediately shivered due to the bone-chilling cold in the ice cave. Seeing that Debeo was so weak, Lu Ping could only shake his head. He stretched out his hand and flicked out a flame. The flame floated above Debeo's head, and a warm aura instantly filled the ice cave. The surrounding ice showed faint signs of melting. With the protection of the flame, Debeo immediately became spirited, and his previous quick-wittedness returned. Without waiting for Lu Ping's instructions, he began to jump up and down the ice cave that Lu Ping had opened up in an attempt to discover something. As Lu Ping ventured deeper into the ice layer, the ice that had accumulated for thousands of years began to emit a faint blue light. It gradually condensed into spiritual materials similar to the ice jade that could be used to forge magic tools. However, most of these spiritual materials were not of high quality, and they could only be used to forge magic tools of low grade. Moreover, they were extremely rare, so Lu Ping was too lazy to collect them. Thus, all of them fell into Debeo's hands. Lu Ping tied a storage pouch around Debeo's neck, allowing him to collect whatever he wanted. Debeo was now a late blood condensation realm demonic beast. Furthermore, he was extremely stingy. As long as he saw something that emitted spiritual energy, he would put it into his storage pouch regardless of whether it was useful or not. Therefore, the storage pouch that Lu Ping gave to Debeo was a very expensive one. At this time, Lu Ping had already ventured nearly 300 feet into the ice layer. It was getting increasingly difficult to continue digging the ice cave. Even though Lu Ping's cultivation was far superior to other cultivators in the same realm, and he cultivated a water attribute cultivation technique, the consumption of his true essence still left Lu Ping feeling exhausted. However, the deeper the layer of ice was, the more ancient it was. After accumulating for many years, many layers of ice had mutated and began to condense into various ice-attributed spiritual materials such as icy jade, icy crystal, icy steel, icy stone, icy liquid, and so on. Their quality was also getting higher and higher. Some spiritual materials could not only be used to refine mid-grade magic tools, but also high-grade magic tools. When Lu Ping was 40 feet deep into the ice layer, Debeo had also changed his previous attitude of not caring about the good and the bad. Instead, he became more proactive. From time to time, with Lu Ping's help, he would dig out pieces of crystal-clear ice stones and ice diamond-like spiritual materials. Although these spiritual materials were scattered everywhere, their density was much better than the shallow ice layer. At least for a blood condensation realm cultivator, such a harvest was already a windfall. However, for a blood condensation realm cultivator like Lu Ping, these spiritual materials were not even as valuable as a heaven and earth spirit item. Lu Ping was shocked. Since large spirit stone veins had been discovered in this place, and there was also the existence of a middle-grade spirit vein, then after tens of thousands of years of being covered in ice and snow, the accumulated spiritual energy would not be able to dissipate and would accumulate in the ice and snow. This would definitely cause the ice and snow to mutate and produce many ice-attributed spiritual materials. The reason why Taoist Master Xianwei and the other cultivators who were proficient in mineral veins still gathered at the bottom of the ice cliff even though they had confirmed the existence of a large spirit stone vein was obviously because other than the spirit stone vein, there was also a spirit stone vein of various ice-attributed spiritual materials. At this moment, the cultivators from the various sects had temporarily put aside the matter of the spirit stone vein and waited for the Fa Xiang Laozu to come and discuss it. Then they focused all their attention on the mutated ice-attributed spiritual material vein at the bottom of the ice cliff. Because it was a companion, it was difficult for the various sects to determine its value. Perhaps it was only the smallest branch of the ice vein, but the quality of the spiritual material contained in it could be a second-grade mutated spiritual material that could be used to refine magic weapons, and the vein that produced the most ores could only be used to refine some low-grade magic weapons. Although Lu Ping was going all the way down in the ice layer, under De Bao's urging, he had already deviated from his original track. His direction was still diagonally downward, but he had already made several turns. Seeing De Bao jumping up and down to collect more and more spiritual materials into the storage pouch on his neck, Lu Ping finally realized that under De Bao's lead, he seemed to have opened up the ice cave above an ice-attributed spiritual material vein, and the formation of this kind of pure ice-attributed spiritual material vein depended more on the underground spirit stone vein and the accumulation of nourishment over the years. In order to deliberately avoid other people's detection, Lu Ping came to the edge of Frost Island, which was very far from the bottom of the ice cliff, to investigate. He was sure that the vein he encountered at this time was definitely not the one at the bottom of the ice cliff, so there was only one possibility for the appearance of this ice vein. There was also a spirit stone vein or a spirit stone vein under this ice surface. Lu Ping suppressed his excitement. Because Lu Ping's ice cave did not directly connect to the ground, it was quite strenuous for him to circulate his own true essence to open it for a long period of time, even with his thick true essence. After calculating the time, Lu Ping finally realized that more than half a day had passed. The Fa Xiang of his sect and other sects, Laozu, might soon arrive at Frost Island to distribute the mining shares of the large spirit stone mine at the bottom of the ice cliff. If he was not present at that time, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. But when Lu Ping saw that the ice cave he had opened was only a few dozen meters away from the ground and the ice attribute spirit materials that were embedded in the layer of ice, Lu Ping took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and poured out a dark blue pill that looked like a water ball. It was a pill that Lu Ping had refined using the spirit water pill nurturing art, a pill that could quickly recover one's true essence. Lu Ping swallowed this precious pill without thinking. This was a new type of pill that Lu Ping had recently come up with. It could refine and recover more true essence in a shorter period of time. Of course, because Lu Ping had not fully grasped the process of refining this pill, the success rate was extremely low. As a result, it was also very valuable. Originally, Lu Ping had been saving it for a critical moment, but now he could not care so much. At this time, Lu Ping's own consciousness was affected by the layer of ice. The deeper he went, the less effective it would be. He could only rely on De Bao's own talent to guide the direction of the excavation. However, when there was only the last 15 meters from the ground, Lu Ping's hands that had been wrapped in a dense blue light suddenly shook violently. The ice cave in front of him that had been on the verge of cracking also stopped. Lu Ping's face turned cold, and then he revealed a trace of joy. An even richer blue light than before spat out from his hands. With a burst of ping-ping sounds, the ice wall at the bottom of the ice cave finally cracked open under Lu Ping's tyrannical methods. The ice cave that had already been opened behind Lu Ping began to shake as the bottom of the ice cave cracked open, as if it would collapse at any time. Cracks appeared on the already broken ice wall. The timid De Bao had already laid down behind Lu Ping, not daring to move. Lu Ping did not seem to care about everything behind him. His eyes were staring at the bottom of the ice cave that was cracking open. Suddenly, a black mist suddenly sprayed out from the cracks and instantly spread towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping was surprised at first, and then as if he had found some treasure, he showed a happy expression and said, "It's actually mystical ice fiend." Lu Ping's body shook, and a blue protective aura spread out around Lu Ping, blocking the black mystical ice fiend outside of the water curtain true aura. A layer of black mystical ice quickly covered Lu Ping's protective aura, forming a huge black ice ball. After the black mystical ice fiend was spat out, the ice cave behind Lu Ping, which seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, suddenly stopped. At the same time, after the mystical ice fiend swept through the cracks, it immediately solidified again, and was even stronger than before. The mystic ice fiend was an extraordinary item that was stronger than the frost true water that Lu Ping had seen before. Although both were pure ice attribute extraordinary items, the difference was that the frost true water was in the form of a liquid, while the mystic ice fiend was in the form of a black mist. Both of them didn't appear in the form of ice. Chapter 400. Lu Ping, who was frozen into a black ice ball by the obsidian ice fiend, carefully felt the power of the obsidian ice fiend trying to invade his Zhen Yuan through the protective gang qi. The faint bone-piercing chill surprised Lu Ping. It was indeed a heaven and earth mysterious object that was more powerful than the true ice water. If it was used by a cultivator who practiced ice attribute incantations to condense the protective Gang Qi, the Gang Qi formed would not be inferior to the myriad poison meteorite evil Qi that Lu Ping used before. Lu Ping's mind stirred and a surge of blue true essence suddenly vibrated on the protective aura barrier. The black ice ball that was as hard as a 1,000-year-old ice ball instantly shattered into pieces. It was a pity that Lu Ping could not use this good obsidian ice fiend to fuse with the 6th layer of protective Gang Qi because of his cultivation method. However, Lu Ping took out the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. The only ice attribute heaven and earth mysterious object collected in the Thunder Calabash was a white ice mist. If it was added with the obsidian ice fiend, its power would naturally be better. Looking at the wisps of black mist spewing out from the ice wall in front of him, Lu Ping made up his mind and wrapped himself in the water curtain true aura again. With a slash of the golden scale sword, the thick obsidian ice fiend surged toward Lu Ping like a torrent bursting out of a dam. Even though Lu Ping had a clear understanding of the obsidian ice fiend before, such a thick obsidian ice fiend still made Lu Ping's face change slightly. He stretched out his hand and pointed backward. An ice wall suddenly appeared in the ice tunnel that Lu Ping had opened up. While sealing the tunnel, it also sealed the obsidian ice fiend and Lu Ping himself in this small space. Lu Ping's face was solemn. The 7 treasures Thunder Calabash was suspended in front of him. As soon as the mouth of the calabash was opened, a strange suction force continuously attracted the surrounding obsidian ice fiend into the Thunder Calabash. As the lightning gourd absorbed more and more black ice fiend, the originally golden gourd itself seemed to be stained with a layer of faint black crystal color. The 7 treasures Thunder Calabash didn't just need to absorb the heaven and earth treasures to immediately increase its power. It also needed Lu Ping to nurture it with his true essence. Only then would the Thunder Calabash be able to fuse with the heaven and earth treasures. Originally, Lu Ping didn't care about the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. Although it was stored in his core space because of its preciousness, but because of the existence of the Genshin bead, Lu Ping didn't have any extra true essence to nurture the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. However, after Lu Ping advanced to the mid-core forging realm, because of the profound essence heavy water, Lu Ping's true essence that had always been lacking suddenly skyrocketed several times. With extra true essence, it would seem too wasteful if he didn't use it to nurture the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. The 7 treasures Thunder Calabash swallowed like a whale, causing the black ice fiend in the sealed ice space to visibly thin. Lu Ping thought for a moment and sealed a jade crystal bottle with his own true essence. Then he sacrificed it in front of his chest and casted a few techniques. A blue true essence formed a small true essence vortex at the mouth of the jade crystal bottle, washing away the black ice fiend in the ice cave. In this way, after Lu Ping filled the jade crystal bottle again, Lu Ping spread out his divine sense. He found that after working for a long time, the black ice fiend in the entire ice space had thinned by only a third. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said to himself, "Forget it, it's not that I didn't take enough, but the black ice fiend here is too much. The remaining black ice fiend should be left for the sect to contribute. In any case, it seems that there is an ice attribute spiritual material mine here. Sooner or later, it will have to be handed over to the sect. Rather than letting the sect find out, it's better to take the initiative and be happy. I just don't know which Laozu the sect will send this time." After saying that, Lu Ping was surprised to find that out of the 8 Dharma phase Laozu of the sect, he had already seen 6 of them. Only Tian Fan Laozu's Dao companion, Tian Shui Laozu and Tian Kong Laozu were left. Lu Ping looked at the black ice space that he had split open. Lu Ping chuckled and said, "I want to see what's so special about this black ice space that can seal the black ice fiend." Originally, the black ice fiend was wrapped in a thick layer of black ice ball. This 1,000-year black ice, which could be called a top spiritual material, had now been split by a third of the ball by Lu Ping. Lu Ping passed through the black ice fiend that was still very thick and came to this broken black ice ball that was actually only the height of a person. Other than the black ice ball wall that was faintly emitting a dark blue light, there was nothing special about it. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He casually picked up a piece of black ice fiend that he had split open on the ground. Only then did he see that Debao was following closely behind Lu Ping and was continuously pulling the broken black ice fiend into his storage bag. Lu Ping's expression was startled. Only then did he remember that if Debao hadn't been following closely behind him, he would have already become an ice sculpture under the impact of the black ice fiend. But how could the black ice that was so treasured and valued by Debao be ordinary? Lu Ping picked up the black ice in his hand and squeezed it hard. Only then did he realize that the texture of this black ice fiend was actually so hard. Just now, when Lu Ping discovered the situation of the black ice fiend, because of the joy in his heart, he did not pay attention to this when he split the black ice ball with his sword. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes. The corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a joyful expression, and then he chuckled lightly. This black ice was actually a variant spiritual material. What did a top-grade variant spiritual material mean? The black ice fiend was a heaven and earth oddity. Naturally, it could not cause a top-grade spiritual material to mutate. Then the only reason why such a big black ice ball could become a second-grade variant spiritual material was because there was an ice attribute heaven and earth spirit object here. Heaven and earth oddity. Lu Ping split the whole black ice ball into pieces, and then carefully examined the broken black ice. Finally, he found a piece that looked exactly the same as the other 1,000-year black ice. Cold ice essence, it really was this kind of thing. As expected, Lu Ping smiled. Then he took out a jade essence box and put this mystic middle-grade heaven and earth spirit object into it. Then, his finger drew a series of complicated patterns in the air, and blue true yuan condensed into a talisman in the air. Condensing talisman in the air. Lu Ping casually patted the jade essence box, and the spirit sealing talisman formed by true yuan was imprinted on the jade essence box. As for the broken 1,000-year black ice ball, Lu Ping thought about it and decided to keep it all. If he kept it, it would inevitably let people know that he had obtained a heaven and earth spirit object. With Lu Ping's current status, if he was not willing to hand it over, the sect naturally would not force him. But in the end, it was better to avoid trouble. Just as Lu Ping was about to continue exploring the ice layer, suddenly, there was a burst of rumbling sound. Lu Ping was startled. At this time, Lu Ping was dozens of feet deep at the bottom of the ice layer, and his divine sense was greatly restricted. Naturally, he did not know what was happening. But from the cracks on the ice walls on both sides of the ice tunnel that Lu Ping had opened up, it was obvious that the power of the vibration was extremely strong. If it was not an earthquake, then it was a battle between high-level cultivators. Thinking of this, Lu Ping did not have the mood to search for treasures anymore. In any case, he was the only one who had discovered this place. Now he could only wait for the sect's Fa Xiang Laozu to come and then find time to explore. Lu Ping returned to the ice wall that was used to seal the black ice fiend. Then, with a wave of his hands, the black ice fiend at the bottom of the ice tunnel was immediately pushed back dozens of feet by Lu Ping. Lu Ping seized the opportunity and sealed another ice wall in front of him, blocking the black ice fiend inside. Then he shattered the ice wall behind him, turned around and returned through the ice tunnel. When Lu Ping jumped out of the ice surface, he realized that the entire Frost Island was already immersed in the deafening roars of spells. The entire Frost Island seemed to be shaking, and a small snowy mountain not far away even had an avalanche. The spirit energy floating in the air was vibrating intensely. This was not a simple battle between high-level cultivators. This was a chaotic battle between a group of high-level cultivators. Lu Ping was shocked. Although there were countless questions in his mind, he did not have the time to think too much at this moment. A blue light flashed under his feet, and the escape technique that was fused with the art of sea deception was activated. It seemed as if countless figures of Lu Ping suddenly appeared in the sky. As the figures gradually faded, Lu Ping had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the bottom of the ice cliff had become the battlefield of the 10 great sects of the North Sea. When Lu Ping arrived, he saw that Jinling's side seemed to be suffering from the joint attack of Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion, and Hai Yen sect. At the deeper side of the ice cliff, spiritual master Shen and 10 other late-stage core-forging cultivators seemed to be in a confrontation. Although Lu Ping was puzzled as to why his sect would be jointly attacked by Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion, and Hai Yen sect, he did not have the time to think too much at this moment. The golden scale sword swept across the sky, and Lu Ping attacked with all his strength. The true origin sword art was like a huge golden sword that reached the sky, slashing towards the people in the middle of the chaotic battle. The power of Lu Ping's sword strike with all his strength was unimaginable among cultivators of the same level. Even the 10 late-stage core-forging cultivators who were in a confrontation changed their expressions when they saw this sword strike. No. This is bad. Stop. For a moment, whether it was the people in the middle of the chaotic battle or the cultivators in a confrontation, whether it was the cultivators from Jinling's side or the cultivators from the other side, all of them shouted loudly at Lu Ping. However, it was already too late. Seeing the sword light slashing down from the sky, no one in the chaotic battle made a move to stop it, and all of them dodged to the side. The sword light instantly sank into the ice and snow at the bottom of the cliff, and only a loud explosion was heard. It was as if Lu Ping's sword had cut something into pieces. Then, several rays of light rushed out from the ice and flew towards the surroundings of Frost Island. After the rays of light broke through the ice, the 10 late-stage core forging cultivators who had been in a stalemate seemed to have lit the fuse, and they all began to fight for the treasures. By the time the other cultivators below reacted, there was no room for them to intervene in the battle in the sky. Chapter 401. Every time a medium-sized spirit mine or spirit vein or above was discovered by a cultivator, it would be accompanied by a harvest of natural spirit items and natural oddities. Although spirit items and natural oddities were naturally formed by nature, spirit mines and spirit veins were places where the essence of the world gathered. Naturally, it was easier for these natural treasures to be born. After the cultivators of the various sects on Frost Island confirmed that the main spirit or vein at the bottom of the ice cliff was a large spirit or vein, in addition to the mid-sized spirit or vein that they had discovered earlier, Spiritual Master Shen and the other cultivators of the various sects had already realized that there would be quite a number of spirit items and wondrous items that would appear this time. Other than ascertaining the distribution of the spirit or vein, the other important reason that the various sects had sent their Dharma adepts here was to deal with the possible appearance of these spirit items and wondrous items. However, what Taoist Master Shen and the other late core forging cultivators didn't expect was that in just a short 3 to 4 days, the cultivators from the various sects were able to easily find 3 types of heaven and earth spirit treasures and 3 types of heaven and earth oddities. Because the sects hadn't come to a compromise on the distribution of these natural treasures, these natural treasures were placed together in a formation that was jointly set up by the formation masters of each sect. They were waiting for Lao Tzu to come and discuss the ownership of these treasures. Although the formation was stable, more importantly, the formation masters from the other sects would be able to sense it immediately if one of the sects intended to lay their hands on the treasures. As a result, even though the sects coveted the treasures, they were afraid of being attacked by the other sections. But today, among the 3 cultivators guarding these treasures, the cultivators of Ocean Flame sect and Songlang sect had died without a sound. Then, the formation guarding the treasures was triggered, and cultivators from all sects rushed to the scene. All voices of blame were directed at the only survivor, Spiritual Master Jinling, who didn't know what had happened to him. Naturally, Jinling argued for what was right. However, due to the crowd's agitation and Xianling sect's malicious provocation, the Water Mist Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect joined forces with Xianling sect to attack Jinling's side. However, Spiritual Master Shen and the other late-stage core forging cultivators had already noticed that something was wrong. With Spiritual Master Shen Xing's cultivation, it was obvious that he couldn't kill 2 cultivators of the same level from Ocean Flame sect and Songlang sect without a sound. Therefore, the late-stage core forging cultivators of each sect didn't participate in the chaotic battle. Instead, they hovered in midair and faced each other. However, at this moment, Lu Ping, who had hurriedly returned, saw that the cultivators of his sect were being surrounded and were at a disadvantage. Without a second thought, he slashed out with his sword. Because Lu Ping had used all his strength in a moment of desperation, the power of this slash caused many cultivators to turn pale. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to dodge it in time. However, they didn't expect that dodging would expose the formation guarding the treasures at the bottom of the ice cliff. The power of Lu Ping's sword was so great that even though the formation was sturdy, it was still broken by Lu Ping's sword. By the time everyone realized that something was wrong, the 3 natural treasures and 3 natural oddities were stimulated by the destruction of the formation and flew in different directions. The 10 late-stage core forging cultivators who were facing each other in the sky immediately chased after the 6 treasures. Facing the treasures that were right in front of them, the 10 spiritual masters who were facing each other earlier all made a move to snatch them. Spiritual Master Shen was still calm. The moment the treasures broke out of the formation, he hurriedly ordered the late-stage core forging cultivators of Songlang sect, Jade Sword sect, and Chongming sect to form groups of 2 and each snatch 1 treasure. Although only 2 out of the 6 treasures could be snatched, with 2 late-stage core forging cultivators working together, the others couldn't compete with them in a short time. They could only watch as Jinling's group snatched 2 treasures first. The 6 late-stage core forging cultivators from Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion, and Hai Yen sect fought for the remaining 4 treasures. At first, Lu Xiuheng also wanted to act like spiritual master Xian Xin and snatch 2 treasures first before fighting for the remaining treasures. But before he could say anything, the late-stage core forging cultivator of Linggu sect behind him made a move first and snatched one of the treasures from the Shui Yan Pavilion's cultivators. Lu Xiuheng was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only join in the fight for treasures. The late-stage core forging cultivator of Shui Yan Pavilion, spiritual master Shui Wuhuan, cultivated an ice attribute magic art. On this frost island she was like a fish in water. When the treasures flew out, one of the treasures flew directly towards spiritual master Shui Wuhuan. Spiritual master used her faster, ice-walking art, to snatch the treasure first. She didn't even have the time to check what the treasure in her hand was before she flew towards another treasure. At this time, the late-stage core forging cultivator of Linggu sect had also caught up. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan smiled disdainfully. On this frost island, she had the confidence to defeat any cultivator of the same level. As expected, the Linggu sect's cultivator was forced to pause by spiritual master Shui Wuhuan's small sacred art. In a battle between experts, it was this short pause that allowed spiritual master Shui Wuhuan to leave him far behind. Just when spiritual master Shui Wuhuan turned around to collect her second treasure, she saw a golden longsword had already crossed the treasures flying in front of her and slashed towards her head. Lu Ping also didn't expect that the sword slash just now would cause such a big mess. For a moment, the core forging cultivators at the bottom of the cliff all stopped fighting, but the 10 late-stage core forging cultivators in the sky were fighting together for the treasures in the sky. In reality, Lu Ping's luck was pretty good. Among the 6 treasures that flew out, one of them was flying towards his direction. Lu Ping naturally wanted to take this treasure for himself. However, at this time, a female cultivator dressed in Shui Yan Pavilion's attire also chased after this treasure and was about to take it in her hands. Lu Ping clearly saw that this was a late-stage core forging cultivator, and just now she had forced a cultivator of the same level from Linggu sect to retreat with just one move. However, at this time, Lu Ping was also unwilling to let the treasure that was so close to him be snatched away by someone else. It wasn't impossible for Lu Ping to snatch this treasure, but the key was that after he snatched it, he would have to face the pursuit of a late-stage core forging cultivator. Lu Ping didn't know if he had the strength to fight against a late-stage core forging cultivator. Not to mention, this female spiritual master was able to force a cultivator of the same level from Linggu sect to retreat with just one move. It was clear that her cultivation wasn't ordinary. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ping's mind. The golden scale sword in his hand had already passed the flying treasure and stabbed towards the female cultivator from Linggu sect behind him. He who strikes first has the advantage. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan didn't expect that this Junling cultivator in the middle stage core forging cultivator would actually dare to attack her. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan stretched out her hand and shook it. A layer of gauze and fog wrapped around the golden scale sword that was stabbing towards her. Lu Ping felt as though the golden scale sword had fallen into a thick layer of silk that couldn't be cut through. Although the golden scale sword cut through layer after layer, the tough silk would wrap around it again at an even faster speed. Every time the golden scale sword pierced through a layer of gauze, its speed would be slowed down and its power would naturally be weakened. Lu Ping's heart went cold. If this continued, wouldn't the golden scale sword be snatched away by the person in front of him? A late-stage core forging cultivator was indeed powerful. Just a casual attack had such power. However, at this moment, spiritual master Shui Wuhuan was even more surprised than Lu Ping. She didn't expect that this Junling cultivator in front of her would actually have such tyrannical swordsmanship. This Shuiyan Musha was a spiritual magic treasure that spiritual master Shui Wuhuan had meticulously refined. It was the best at both offense and defense and was good at snatching other people's magic treasures. She didn't expect that the sword of this Junling cultivator in front of her would actually be so powerful. She faintly felt that she wouldn't be able to block it. How was this possible? The Shuiyan Musha wasn't pierced through, so it could continuously weaken the magic treasures that were attacking it. If it was pierced through, this spiritual magic treasure would become useless. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan was finally blocked by Lu Ping's sword. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of white mist towards the Shuiyan Musha. The Shuiyan Musha, which was swaying and dancing around the golden scale sword, was suddenly covered with a faint layer of white mist. Lu Ping took advantage of the moment when spiritual master Shui Wuhuan was blocked by the golden scale sword to catch the oncoming treasure light in his hand. Only then did he feel a feeling of true essence being frozen coming from the golden scale sword. When he looked up, he saw that the Shuiyan Musha that was wrapped around the golden scale sword was covered with a thin layer of white mist. An icy cold chi was being emitted from the white mist. Not only was the true essence on the golden scale sword frozen, but it also seemed like the divine sense that was connected to the golden scale sword was also frozen. Lu Ping's expression changed slightly. He suddenly stretched out his finger and made a slash in the air. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan exclaimed in surprise. Her figure flashed and disappeared. A faint blue sword light pierced through the air where she was just standing. Lu Ping took advantage of this opportunity to use the golden scale sword to break free from the Shuiyan Musha. In the air more than 10 feet away from Lu Ping, Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan reappeared. She looked at Lu Ping and said, "You are Jinling's Lu Xianping?" Lu Ping didn't answer. When the nether water sword stabbed forward, he stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air. The seemingly soft Shuiyan Musha suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to break out of it. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan's expression changed. She was about to block it, but it was already too late. Although the golden scale sword didn't pierce through the Shuiyan Musha, Lu Ping managed to break free with the support of his vigorous true essence. Lu Ping secretly thought that it was a close call. There was a huge gap between a late-core forging cultivator and a mid-core forging cultivator. If it was any other cultivator, Lu Ping's spiritual flying sword would have been taken away by Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan. Lu Ping had just put away the golden scale sword when Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan attacked again. Lu Ping unexpectedly saw a faint trace of excitement on this spiritual master's face. Lu Ping didn't know that his reputation in the North Sea had become so great that people considered him the most outstanding cultivator of the younger generation of Jinling. He was Jinling's most likely disciple to reach the Dharma phase in the future. In the eyes of the cultivators of the other sects, Lu Ping had become a potential threat to the status of the other sects in the future. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. After Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan confirmed that the person in front of him was Lu Ping, he had made up his mind to eliminate Jinling, the future Dharma phase Laozu, as a potential threat. Lu Ping had just fought with Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan for a short while. He had already realized that his current strength wasn't enough to compete with the senior late-core forging cultivators of the various sections. So, after obtaining the treasure, he flew towards the area where Jinling's group was located. Chapter 402. Just as Lu Ping was retreating towards Jinling's direction, Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan had already caught up to him. When Spiritual Master Xiansen saw Lu Ping retreating towards him, he immediately realized that the situation was not good and hurriedly flew over to help Lu Ping. However, at this moment, it was as if Xianling sect and Haiyan sect had a tacit understanding. They attacked Enlightened Master Xiansen at the same time. Clearly, the late-core forging Enlightened Masters from the various sects had already seen through Enlightened Master Shui Wuhuan's plan. And after Lu Ping snatched the treasure from Enlightened Master Shui Wuhuan's hands, it gave Enlightened Master Shui Wuhuan a reason to kill him. Lu Ping, who was retreating, felt a great sense of danger in his heart. A cold chill was heading towards Lu Ping's back. Although the Frost Island was bitterly cold, this kind of cold was like child's play to a cultivator like Lu Ping. Something that could really make Lu Ping feel a chill was really a fatal threat. The profound ice fiend that Lu Ping had just encountered was not even worth mentioning compared to this chill behind him. The water curtain Tru Kong instantly propped up. By the time Lu Ping turned around, 5 layers of blue water curtain Tru Kong had blocked a cloud of white mist outside. However, the layer of Tru Kong that came into contact with the mist creaked as if it would freeze and crack at any time. The cold chill from the water curtain Tru Kong made Lu Ping shiver uncontrollably. Lu Ping recognized that this cloud of mist was the cold mist that Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan had spat out when he tried to freeze the golden scale sword through the water mist. However, the current cold mist was much bigger than the previous one, and its power was also several times stronger. The cold from the water curtain Tru Kong was getting colder and colder as it tried to invade Lu Ping's body and freeze his true essence. Lu Ping's true essence circulated rapidly in his body, but he found that although Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan's cold chi made Lu Ping's face turn pale, it did not affect the circulation of his true essence. Naturally, it would not cause any harm to Lu Ping. Lu Ping instantly understood the reason. Obviously, the quality of the cold mist cultivated by Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan could not be compared to Lu Ping's true essence that was refined from the heaven-tier profound heavy water. Lu Ping calmed down and endured the discomfort brought by the cold. He raised his hand and controlled the golden scale sword to unleash a sword technique torrent, intending to disperse the cold mist. However, he saw spiritual master Shui Wuhuan once again coiling the water mist into a ball and flying towards the golden scale sword. Lu Ping knew that the reason why spiritual master Shui Wuhuan was able to restrain his sword technique was not because her sword technique was too weak, but because the difference in cultivation level between Lu Ping and her was too great. From Lu Ping's point of view, this spiritual master Shui Wuhuan was at least at the same level as spiritual master Xian Senator. Moreover, with the geographical advantage of Frost Island, her chances of winning were even higher than spiritual master Xian Sen's. If Lu Ping's cultivation had also reached the late stage of core forging, Lu Ping was confident that he could tear this annoying ball of mist into pieces with a single slash. However, he was now under the eaves. Lu Ping could only use the golden scale sword to avoid the water mist, and the sword technique torrent was easily broken by spiritual master Shui Wuhuan. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan obviously did not want to let Lu Ping go so easily. The water mist danced like a long snake, and once again coiled towards Lu Ping. The blue light around Lu Ping's body expanded, and in one move the white mist that was stuck on his protective aura was dispersed. Lu Ping's face turned red. He could not care about the injuries caused by the explosion of true essence in his body, and activated the art of sea deception. Just as 18 human figures condensed in the sky, the water mist caught up to them and twisted 7 of them in a row. The white mist that followed afterwards completely froze 6 human figures into ice men. Dozens of zhang away, Lu Ping's figure flashed, and he looked behind him with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had dodged in time or he would have died. Lu Ping was furious, and he looked coldly at spiritual master Shui Wuhuan, who was looking at him with a surprised expression. Lu Ping originally thought that because he had taken the treasure, this spiritual master Shui Wuhuan felt that he had lost face in front of his juniors, and that the Shui Yen Pavilion spiritual master Shui Wuhuan only wanted to punish him. However, he did not expect that spiritual master Shui Wuhuan would ignore the critical moment of the war between humans and demons, and risk of starting a war with Jinling to kill him. At this time, Jinling's side was besieged by Xianling sect, Shui Yen Pavilion and Hai Yen sect. It was obvious that Xianling and the other sects were not fighting to the death with Jinling's side, but were doing their best to delay Jinling and the other spiritual masters, so that they could not rescue Lu Ping, so that spiritual master Shui Wuhuan would have time to kill Lu Ping. Although Xianling sect's side had the upper hand, Hai Yen sect and Songhai sect had lost a core forging cultivator each, and spiritual master Shui Wuhuan had come to kill Lu Ping. The gap between the two sides was not big, and if they fought to the death, both sides would suffer. Moreover, everyone knew that now was not the time for internal strife in the North Sea. After all, Jinling's side was one of the pillars of the North Sea's human race against the demon race. At this critical juncture, they could not afford to give the demon race an opportunity. However, as long as they could kill this sword prodigy who was able to comprehend a great sword divine ability at the early core forging stage, it would be a huge loss and a heavy blow to Jinling. However, Lu Ping's performance once again stunned all the cultivators present. At this time, although Lu Ping was being chased by spiritual master Shui Wuhuan in the sky above Frost Island, and was suppressed to the point where he could barely fight back, Lu Ping was still able to hold on. He was not easily killed by spiritual master Shui Wuhuan as the others had imagined. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan stretched out her arms, and a huge ice ring suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounding Lu Ping and spiritual master Shui Wuhuan. Lu Ping took the opportunity to shout, "Fall!" Landslide, smashed down from the sky with great power. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan didn't even look at the landslide above her head. An ice pillar suddenly appeared in front of her, and forcibly pushed landslide away. Ever since Lu Ping obtained landslide, he rarely missed when attacking his opponents, but this time, it really didn't have the slightest effect. A long whip suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's hand. With a flick of the long whip, it coiled around the landslide that was flying in the sky, and then fiercely swung downwards. Landslide carried an even greater power than before as it smashed towards spiritual master Shui Wuhuan. This time, spiritual master Shui Wuhuan finally glanced at the landslide that was whistling towards her. Following the change of her hand seal, the outer ice ring suddenly shook, and the landslide that was whistling towards spiritual master Shui Wuhuan suddenly stopped in the air along with the vibration of the ice ring. Immediately after, Lu Ping's entire body tensed up, and an invisible force from all directions imprisoned him in the air. This was definitely a great magical technique. Lu Ping's expression finally changed, and the true yuan in his body violently vibrated again. A faint blue light overflowed from the surface of Lu Ping's body, but it was firmly suppressed by the invisible force, unable to spread out. It seemed as if Lu Ping's entire body had turned blue. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan's expression was still solemn, but her demeanor was a lot more relaxed. Clearly, a cultivator who had just advanced to the core forging stage was able to last until now against a veteran late core forging stage 8th layer core forging stage cultivator. In the North Sea, perhaps there wasn't such a person like this. However, the more unbelievable Lu Ping's performance was, the more determined Shui Wuhuan was to kill him. Lu Ping's current prowess was already so shocking. If he were to live until the Avatar realm, would anyone else be able to survive? Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan's water mist muslin once again danced in the sky, spiraling towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping had personally witnessed the power of the water mist muslin. As long as it wrapped around him, even Lu Ping's protective qi, which was not inferior to a defensive magic treasure, would not be able to withstand a few entanglements from the water mist muslin. On the other side, Spiritual Master Xian Sun saw that Lu Ping was in danger, and couldn't help but roar in anger. If it wasn't for Lu Ping's meridian nourishing pill, his cultivation would have already been destroyed, and his lifespan would have been exhausted. Lu Ping had practically saved his life, and he was very clear about Lu Ping's position in the sect. Spiritual Master Xian Sun used his full strength, and Spiritual Master LV Shuheng, who was fighting him, was shocked. For a moment he couldn't even lift his head, and almost broke out of the encirclement. Thanks to the help of Spiritual Master Hai Jing of the Ocean Flame sect, Spiritual Master LV Shuheng's predicament was resolved, and Spiritual Master Xian Sun was once again blocked. However, at this moment LV Shuheng was quite fearful. He didn't expect that this Spiritual Master Jinling, who had always kept a low profile, would be severely injured by the Demon Clan the last time. He didn't expect that after a few years, not only would he not show any signs of injury, but his cultivation would also improve. What shocked him even more was that, judging from the strength that this person had just displayed, if it was a one-on-one fight, he would most likely not be his opponent. Thinking about how Jinling had been thriving all these years, while Xianling's sect had been stagnant, Spiritual Master LV Shuheng couldn't help but shudder. This Jinling was used to hiding his strength, and he was definitely plotting something big. In the North Sea, no matter what kind of conspiracy Jinling had, he would not go around Xianling's sect. Therefore, a fierce clash between the two sects could be foreseen in the future. Fortunately, this time he could at least kill this kid who could compete with martial nephew Ouyang Weijian, and also make Jinling suffer a big loss. Anyway, with Shui Wuhuan taking the blame and letting Lu Tianling cause trouble for Shui Yan Pavilion, he could pull Shui Yan Pavilion to his side and suppress Jinling together. However, before Spiritual Master LV Shuheng could continue to imagine how he would deal with the various sects in the North Sea in the future, he only heard a sharp cry resounding through the sky. When Spiritual Master LV Shuheng turned to look, he saw a golden sword tip slowly poking out of Lu Ping's chest, which was imprisoned in the ice ring. The sharp cry expanded as the sword tip vibrated rapidly. The golden scale sword was first the sword tip, followed by the sword blade, and then the sword hilt, forcibly breaking through Shui Wuhuan's ice ring and stabbing out. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan's expression changed drastically. Shui Yinsha sped up and flew towards Lu Ping. However, at this moment, Lu Ping's face turned from scarlet to blue. This time he directly used the golden scale sword in the heart space. This was definitely a risk, but Lu Ping felt that it was worth it. The rapidly vibrating golden scale sword formed a small sword vortex in a very small range, gradually crushing the invisible binding force around it. The space that the golden scale sword could move in was also getting bigger and bigger. Finally, before Shui Yinsha swept over, the golden scale sword emitted a sword light that soared into the sky. The Sea of 100 Rivers was fully activated, and a turbulent sword vortex rushed out. Lu Ping felt the binding force in front of him suddenly disappear, and an invisible passage had already extended in the direction of the sword technique. Chapter 403. Lu Ping rushed through the invisible passage that the golden scale sword had created. However, although Lu Ping had narrowly avoided the entanglement of Shiyansha, the snake head that Shiyansha had transformed into slammed into Lu Ping's back. The blue color on Lu Ping's face suddenly turned purple when Shiyansha slammed into him. However, Lu Ping still took advantage of the impact of Shiyansha's attack to escape at an even faster speed. At this moment, The sword vortex that the golden scale sword had transformed into finally slashed a section of the outer ring of ice. After a series of crisp clangs, the golden scale sword continuously slashed at the same location of the ring of ice. Although Taoist Shui Wuhuan's great magical power was far superior to Lu Ping's due to her cultivation realm, this attack still caused the ring of ice to crack. Taoist Shui Wuhuan chased closely behind Lu Ping. Her expression was so cold that it was almost as cold as the white mist she had just spat out. As she chased after Lu Ping, she formed a seal with both hands and shook her arms outwards. The ring of ice that had been split apart by Lu Ping's great magical power suddenly flashed with a cold light, and the cracks on the ring of ice seemed to slowly close up. At this moment, Lu Ping had already rushed to the front of the ring of ice. It was too late to use the golden scale sword, not to mention that Lu Ping was probably unable to continue using his great magical power. Looking at the ring of ice that was close at hand, Lu Ping's left hand flung out a blazing white flame, and his right hand immediately threw 7 high-grade spirit stones into the growing flame. He flicked his fingers 7 times in succession, and the 7 high-grade spirit stones exploded in the flame. With the help of this spirit explosion technique, the originally extraordinary power of the flame increased even more, and the explosive flame rushed towards the place where the ring of ice had been split by the golden scale sword. This is a worldly spiritual fire? Instead of being worried, Taoist Shui Wuhuan was overjoyed. She seemed to be certain that the flame in Lu Ping's hand was hers. The blazing white flame in Lu Ping's hand was the profound sky soul burn. Under the stimulation of the 7 high-grade spirit stones, the power of the profound sky soul burn flame that was originally a middle earth rank worldly spiritual fire was no less than a high earth rank worldly spiritual fire. A layer of white mist spread within the ring of ice. Originally, it was supposed to reconnect the broken ring of ice, but this layer of white mist quickly dissipated under the burning of the profound sky soul burn flame. The cracked ring of ice finally lost its last layer of protection, and turned into ice fragments that fell to the ground of Frost Island. At this point, both sides had reached a point of no return. However, no matter how one looked at it, Lu Ping had to die. Because at this time, everyone could clearly see that Lu Ping's complexion had become extremely bad, and he was obviously seriously injured. Although Taoist Shui Wuhuan had also used several great magical arts, he didn't seem to be in any danger. Although Lu Ping had paid a huge price to break Taoist Shui Wuhuan's great magical art, the ice ring imprisonment technique, Lu Ping was also seriously injured. Relying on her ice walking arts, Taoist Shui Wuhuan quickly closed the distance between her and Lu Ping. Where can you run to this time? Lu Ping actually heard a trace of pride in Taoist Shui Wuhuan's words. An old late-stage core-forging cultivator spent so much effort to severely injure a middle-stage core-forging cultivator who had cultivated for less than 100 years. Was it worth her being so happy? What Lu Ping didn't know was that in the eyes of Taoist Shui Wuhuan, Lu Ping was like a human-shaped treasure house. Not to mention anything else, just the worldly spiritual fire that appeared in Lu Ping's hand was at least a middle earth rank worldly spiritual fire. If this worldly spiritual fire was brought back to the Shui Yen Pavilion, it could at least create a late-stage core forging expert. One must know that although the Shui Yen Pavilion and the Hai Yen sect were known to be second only to Xianling sect and Jinling in the North Sea, there were only 10 late-stage core forging cultivators in the Shui Yen Pavilion. It could be seen that a late-stage core forging cultivator played a far greater role in the Shui Yen Pavilion than in Jinling. Of course, Taoist Shui Wuhuan also had her own selfish motives. She had paid such a huge price to force Lu Ping into a desperate situation. At this moment she already had some regret in her heart. This Lu Xianping must have a higher status in Jinling than they had imagined. This could be seen from the fact that Lu Xianping, a cultivator who had just advanced to the middle stage core forging, was able to contend with her for so long. So, if he really killed Lu Xianping, then it would surely cause a mighty uproar between the Mistwater Pavilion and Jinling sect. If he offered a mid-grade earth-rank spirit fire to the sect at this moment, then the pressure he suffered would be greatly reduced. Of course, she could also choose to give up on killing Lu Ping. However, the enmity of life and death had already been formed. Instead of giving up, she might as well kill him and be done with it. However, just as Taoist Shui Wuhuan was about to command the Shui Yen Yarn to attack Lu Ping again, the teleportation formation on the Frost Island suddenly lit up with a light that soared into the sky. An enormous spiritual pressure instantly covered the entire island. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 12 enormous spiritual pressures. They were like 12 blazing suns with the teleportation formation on the Frost Island as the center. They radiated towards the entire Frost Island. For a moment, the entire sky above the Frost Island changed. Fa Xiang Laozu had arrived. Daoist Shensen was overjoyed. However, he momentarily forgot why there were 12 Laozu and not 10 Laozu. As expected, an enormous and violent thought actually formed a tsunami-like purple wave in the sky. It charged towards Daoist Shui Wuhuan, who was about to attack Lu Ping. Divine Sense manifestation was different from the 4 serpents that appeared on the surface of Lu Ping's golden core when his Divine Sense was fused with it. This Divine Sense manifestation was able to directly affect the Divine Sense outside of his body. This was his teacher. Lu Tianling Laozu had arrived. Daoist Shui Wuhuan was actually sent flying by Lu Tianling Laozu's Divine Sense attack. What kind of strength was this? Could it be that the gap between a late-stage core forging cultivator and Fa Xiang Laozu was this big? Under the shocked gazes of all the core forging cultivators present, including Lu Ping, Daoist Shui Wuhuan, who was still flying in the air, directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned purple and a layer of tiny ice crystals actually formed on his exposed skin. Lu Tianling, how dare you? Before the furious roar had finished, Lu Tianling Laozu's usually graceful voice came over unhurriedly. What, you don't accept it? Lu Ping was dumbfounded at this moment. He couldn't imagine what kind of expression his usually elegant teacher would have when he said such a thing. No one present noticed that Daoist Shui Wuhuan, who was about to fall to the ground, had already been caught by a white-haired, youthful-looking cultivator. Immediately after, a purple pill was stuffed into Daoist Shui Wuhuan's mouth. The cultivator handed Daoist Shui Wuhuan to the Mistwater Pavilion cultivator behind him. He then said to Lu Ping in a cold voice, "You broke her great ability?" A door suddenly appeared next to Lu Ping. Then Lu Tianling Laozu leisurely walked out of the door. He didn't even look at Mistwater Pavilion's Laozu. He said indifferently, "Crippling her is crippling. I didn't destroy her cultivation. She can just cultivate again." Lu Ping hurriedly bowed to his teacher. Then he heard Mistwater Pavilion's Laozu say fiercely, "Just for this mid-core forging minor repairs, you seriously injured a late-core forging cultivator from our sect. Aren't you afraid of provoking a war between the two sects? Now that the humans and demons are at war, do you Junling cultivators still have the slightest sense of the big picture? Oh, you want to provoke a war between the two sects just for a fight between two core forging minor repairs? As the Mistwater Pavilion's Fa Xiang Laozu, do you still have the slightest sense of the big picture?" You, Mistwater Pavilion's Laozu glared at Lu Tianling, but Laozu was momentarily speechless. In the eyes of Fa Xiang Laozu, a mid-core forging cultivator was insignificant minor repairs. What about a late-core forging cultivator? Lu Tianling Laozu reached out and brushed Lu Ping's body. A true essence that came from the same source as Lu Ping's North Sea Wave listening spell, but was far purer and more vigorous than Lu Ping's. With the help of Lu Tianling Laozu's brush, Lu Ping's injuries quickly healed. Lu Tianling Laozu only cultivated one part of the North Sea Wave listening spell, which was the North Sea Wave listening spell. His true essence was far purer and more vigorous than Lu Ping's, but it lacked a trace of explosiveness. Only when Lu Ping cultivated both at the same time could he achieve both. With his teacher's help, Lu Ping suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with ice crystals on it. His originally purple face became deathly pale, but his spirit was refreshed. The true essence that was originally circulating in his body due to his serious injuries began to circulate rapidly, once again speeding up the recovery of his injuries. Lu Tianling Laozu looked at his disciple with some surprise. Clearly, through that brush just now, he had noticed something different about Lu Ping's cultivation. At this time, another Laozu flew through the air and said, "You can't say that. This is, after all, a matter between disciples. For us Dharma Ascension cultivators to interfere in a fight between disciples, it is more or less like bullying the weak. This is also inconsistent with the rules of the cultivation world." Lu Ping saw that the person who came was wearing a green cultivator's robe, the cultivators of the Sea Flame sect. Following this person's arrival, the cultivators of the Sea Flame sect all rushed over to greet him. Lu Tianling Laozu sneered and said, "Speaking of which, I'm really sorry for junior sister Shui Wuhuan. I think that junior sister Shui just wants to teach this useless disciple a lesson on behalf of me as his teacher. I think that in the eyes of martial uncle Tsang Li of the Sea Flame sect, junior sister Shui would never do something like bullying the weak." Tsang Li Laozu of the Sea Flame sect smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. For a moment, he had forgotten that this Lu Tianling Laozu in front of him was actually one generation younger than him. He also didn't expect that Lu Ping was actually Lu Tianling Laozu's disciple, another generation younger than Shui Wuhuan. Also, whether Shui Wuhuan wanted to kill Lu Ping was something that all the Laozu saw clearly when they first arrived on Frost Island. Zhongli Laozu naturally wouldn't lie about this, but now, Zhongli Laozu's words were really a slap to his own face. Thinking about the fact that two of Jinling's second-generation disciples had already reached the Dharma Ascension stage, and it was said that 3 of them had already condensed a 7th-grade golden core, Zhongli Laozu sighed inwardly. Even though Xianling sect's second-generation disciples also had Feng Shutao to back them up, the Sea Flame sect had always been known as the 3rd strongest sect in the North Sea, second only to Xianling and Zhenling sects. Chapter 404. With his master's help, Lu Ping was finally fine. He quietly opened and closed his clenched hands, and the slightly broken flag disappeared. Inside the core space, the 12 gentian pearls, which had been ready for action, quickly circled around Lu Ping's gold core. Streams of true energy essence were emitted from the gentian pearls to heal Lu Ping's internal injuries. A few more figures appeared in the sky. The cultivators from the various sects came forward to greet their respective Laozu. The Fa Xiang Laozu from Xianling sect was Feng Shutao. However, Feng Shutao's face was gloomy. The domineering aura that Lu Ping had seen in the past was nowhere to be seen. There were also 2 other Laozu who did not belong to the 10 great sections. The forefathers of the sects simply listened to their cultivators' explanations of the situation on Frost Island. Then they heard forefather Zhang Li's shocked and uncertain voice say, "Come, let's first go to the place where Deheng died." After saying that, the people from Ocean Flame sect walked to the bottom of the ice cliff. Blue Sea sect's Laozu, who had also lost a core forging realm cultivator, went with them. After listening to what happened, Laozu's expressions turned solemn and they also walked to the bottom of the ice cliff. Reverend Lu Shuheng was originally trying to make Feng Shutao feel bad. Xianling sect only obtained one of the 6 heaven-nourished items. Seeing Feng Shutao's arrival, Reverend Lu Shuheng immediately felt his back straighten up. He hoped that Feng Shutao could come forward and redistribute the 6 treasures. Unexpectedly, Feng Shutao snorted coldly and walked to the bottom of the ice cliff with the Fa Xiang Laozu from Blue Sea sect, Flying Feather sect and Linggu sect. Helpless, Lu Shuheng quickly followed. Reverend Xiansen thought for a moment and also followed Lu Tianling to the bottom of the ice cliff. Suddenly, several more beams of light descended from the sky. Every single one of the cultivators within the beams of light possessed an imposing aura. All of them were at the late core construction stage. Seeing that, all the cultivators there were taken aback. Lu Ping, on the other hand, had long since noticed that one of the cultivators was Chen Lian's teacher, Sage Enigma Flame. At this time, Lu Ping's injuries had been suppressed, and he could move freely for the time being. He hurriedly went forward to greet him and then asked, "Martial uncle, why is your old man here? Why did 12 Laozu come this time? Those 2 Laozu don't look like they're from the 10 great sections." Sage Enigma Flame said, "This is the first time a large-scale spirit mine has appeared in the North Sea. It is only natural for the various sects to place great importance on it. However, since it is a large-scale spirit mine and it is located in a special place like Frost Island, I believe you fellows must have discovered a considerable number of ice-type spiritual materials, right? There might even be a spirit material mine here." Sage Enigma Thunder, who was standing beside them, seemed to be familiar with Sage Enigma Flame. He nodded his head and said, "That is correct. An associated spirit material mine has been discovered at the bottom of the ice cliff. It is only right that the sect sent a master artifact refiner like Martial Uncle over." Sage Enigma Flame continued, "The appearance of a large-scale spirit mine in the North Sea cannot be kept a secret. Although the 10 great sects hold the leading position in the North Sea's cultivation world, the other sects and families will not allow the 10 great sects to monopolize the benefits so easily. These 2 Laozu represent the 10 sects and families of the North Sea that have Dharma idol Laozu. They are here to discuss the distribution of the spirit mine with the various sections." Everyone did not think much of it. The spirit mine on Frost Island was discovered by the 10 great sects alone. It had nothing to do with the other forces in the North Sea. However, everyone knew that although the 10 great sects were the strongest in the North Sea did not only consist of the 10 great sections. There were 10 sects and families with Dharma idol Laozu overseeing them. Even if Xianling sect and Jinling worked together, they might not necessarily be able to win. Naturally, the 10 great sects could not afford to be negligent in the slightest. Junling's base on Frost Island was located in the ice valley where Sage Xianshang had been stationed. After Sage Xianwei's investigation and the excavation of the blood condensation and blood refining disciples of the various sects, the 1,000-year ice that was hundreds of feet thick had been broken. Other than some scattered ice-type spiritual materials, there was also a miniature spirit vein underground. There was also a miniature spirit mine vein. Other than the fact that this ice valley was the closest to the bottom of the ice cliff, the most important reason Junling had built their base here was to guard this miniature spirit mine. Maybe it was because Junling had divided Frost Island and explored the spirit mine first, but 4 of the 5 locations that Sage Xianwei had roughly surveyed had spirit mine veins after excavation by the low-ranked disciples of Junling's sect. However, other than the miniature spirit mine in the ice valley, the other 3 locations were all miniature spirit mine veins. Even so, Junling still made all the sects very jealous. Because the areas that other sects had explored and occupied on Frost Island only had miniature spirit mine veins at most, and some of them had nothing at all. Ocean Flame's sect was lucky enough to discover a miniature spirit mine vein, but the other areas they occupied only had 1 miniature spirit mine vein. Speaking of which, Xianling's sect's luck was pretty good. Just like Junling, they had also occupied 5 areas. Moreover, all 5 areas had spirit mine veins. Unfortunately, all 5 of the spirit mine veins were miniature spirit mine veins. This caused Sage LV Shuheng to be furious. Lu Ping and the others were quietly waiting for Lu Tianling and Lao Zu's return in their base. At that moment, an enormous amount of spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from the bottom of the ice cliff. Moreover, there were 2 balls of spiritual pressure. Immediately after, a deep and distant rumbling sound came from the ice layer underground. It was as though the entire Frost Island was shaking. Everyone looked at each other. Sage Enigma Flame frowned as though he was investigating something. Then he said, "It's not Senior Sister Tianling." At that moment, Lu Ping also noticed that the 2 balls of spiritual pressure earlier were not his teacher's doing. Just as everyone was about to discuss whether or not they should go check the bottom of the ice cliff, Lu Tianling, Lao Zu, and Sage Xiansen had already returned to the base. Lu Tianling and Lao Zu's expressions were normal, but Sage Xiansen appeared worried. Sage Enigma Flame, who was watching from the side, asked, "Junior brother Xiansen, what happened at the bottom of the cliff?" Sage Xiansen glanced at Lu Tianling and Lao Zu and said in a deep voice, "It's an ice Azura." "Azura?" Sage Enigma Flame exclaimed, "That thing crawled out from the ground again?" Sage Xiansen nodded and said, "Frost Island is a deserted place. It is a good place for ice Azuras to hide and cultivate. However, these Azuras have yet to mature. Just now, Ocean Flame sects Zhongli Laozu and Blue Sea sect Seahawk Laozu found their lair and killed them. There may still be some ice Azuras left on the island. However, they are not strong enough. Just tell the disciples who are mining the spirit mine to be extra careful." This was the first time Lu Ping had heard of an ice Azura. However, seeing how worried Sage Enigma Flame and Sage Xiansen were, he felt quite uneasy. At that moment, Lu Tianling Laozu said, "The ice Azura did not come from the North Sea. A teleportation array was found in their lair. This teleportation array is quite old. According to Jade Sword Faction Sword Craze Laozu, this teleportation array has a history of several thousand years. The last time it was used was only around 10 years ago. Judging from the direction the teleportation array is connected to, these ice Azuras should be from the northern Midlands or the northern icy plains." Hearing that the ice Azuras did not come from the North Sea, the nervousness on Sage Enigma Flame's face eased slightly. However, he immediately exclaimed, "That teleportation array can reach the Middle Lands or the northern icy plains?" Lu Tianling Laozu gave Sage Enigma Flame a glance and said, "The ice Azuras have destroyed the teleportation array. It is not just the one here. Even the teleportation array leading to the destination has been destroyed. Otherwise, given fellow Daoist Sword Craze's level of attainment, he would not have been so powerless." Sage Enigma Flame was not the only one who felt that it was a pity. The other core forging stage cultivators in the encampment also felt that it was a pity. The cultivation world of the Middle Lands had always been a place that cultivators from all over the world yearned to go to. The North Sea had been isolated from the Middle Lands for a long period of time. If cultivators from the North Sea wished to enter the Middle Lands, they would often have to go to the East Sea and then use the teleportation array to reach the Middle Lands. Even in the East Sea, such long-distance teleportation arrays were only in the hands of a few great sections. Outsiders would have to pay a hefty price to use them. Lu Tianling Laozu saw the pained expressions on everyone's faces and said coldly, "Since this group of ice Azuras came to Frost Island from either the Middle Lands or the Northern Ice Plains about a decade ago, it is likely that the Azura clan has long since appeared in either the Middle Lands or the Northern Ice Plains. If that is the case, the cultivation world of the Middle Lands is probably not peaceful right now. It may not be a good thing for them to go there." Only then did everyone realize that Azuras usually appeared in groups or tribes. Their appearance would cause a huge storm for the cultivation world. It would appear that the cultivation world of the Middle Lands was not peaceful right now. 2 days later, Lu Ping's injuries were no longer a problem. After a round of haggling between the various sects and Laozu, they finally decided on the distribution of the large spirit or vein at the bottom of the ice mountain. Including the spirit material mine discovered at the bottom of the ice mountain, Junling and Xianling sect took 2.5 of the share, Shui Yen Pavilion and Hai Yen sect took 1.5, the other 6 sects took 3.5, and the remaining 10 sects and families of the North Sea that had a Transcendence Laozu overseeing them took the remaining 3.5. When the news came, not only were the core forging cultivators of Junling dissatisfied, even the cultivators of the other sects were quite dissatisfied. The excavation of the spirit or vein on Frost Island was managed by the 10 great sects of the North Sea, and the other forces did nothing but meddle in it. How could they be satisfied with getting 3.5 for free? Since when did the 10 great sects of the North Sea need to make such concessions to the other forces? However, the dissatisfaction of the sects was forcefully suppressed by Laozu of his own sect. Then the news came again. The 10 great sects' share was fixed, and the remaining 30% would change according to the changes in the situation of the North Sea's cultivation world. In other words, this 30% was for all the forces in the North Sea that had Dharma Laozu guarding them, excluding the 10 great sections. When these 10 forces lost the protection of Dharma Laozu, they would lose their share of the spirit or vein on Frost Island, and it would be divided among the 10 great sections. When another Dharma Laozu was born in the North Sea, that force would automatically obtain a share of the spirit or vein on Frost Island. When there were more than 10 forces in the North Sea that had Dharma Laozu, the 30% share would still remain the same, and each force would divide it equally. It could be imagined that after the discovery of the spirit or vein on Frost Island, the barren situation of the North Sea's cultivation world would improve to a certain extent, and the possibility of Dharma Laozu appearing would greatly increase. The 10 great sects occupied the dominant position of the North Sea's cultivation world, but the North Sea's cultivation world was so vast that the chance of Dharma Laozu appearing was higher than that of the 10 great sections. Under these circumstances, the 10 great sects would have the privilege of occupying 70% of the spirit or vein's profits. In the long run they would not lose out. Moreover, the 10 great sects had no choice but to make some concessions in order to unite the North Sea's cultivation world. Chapter 405. Of course, as a condition for the 10 great sects to compromise, the other spirit mines on Frost Island were no longer under the control of the large spirit mine at the bottom of the ice mountain. Instead, they were under the control of each sect. As a result, Frost Island was actually under the control of the 10 great sections. The other forces could only send their cultivators to participate in the excavation of the spirit mine at the bottom of the ice mountain, but they did not have the right to survey the Frost Island. Of the 6 treasures that day, Junling's side had obtained 1 spirit treasure and 2 natural oddities. The ball of light Lu Ping had snatched from Shui Wuhuan was one of the natural oddities. However, spiritual master Xian Sen had reacted quickly. When the 6 treasures had flown out, he had already locked onto the highest grade spirit treasure and joined hands with a late-stage core forging cultivator from the Jade Sword sect to snatch the earth grade spirit treasure, the Ice Illusion Stone. Because it was not Junling's contribution to snatching these treasures, the treasures were handed over to Lu Tianling Laozu for distribution. Lu Ping didn't know how the 4 sects would divide these 3 treasures, but he knew that the Ice Illusion Stone would definitely be left behind by his master. However, this was not something that Lu Ping needed to worry about. Although Lu Ping had been seriously injured by Shui Wuhuan, his vitality was not damaged. In addition, his master Laozu Lu Tianling had acted in a timely manner, and Lu Ping had been continuously consuming golden strengthening pills all these years, causing his physical body to be far stronger than a normal cultivator's. Therefore, his recovery ability was also extremely strong. After Lu Ping's injuries had more or less healed, he found a gap and once again sneaked to the bottom of the ice mountain on the outskirts of Frost Island. Seeing that there was no one around, he slowly opened up his tightly clenched right hand. The closed ice surface also slowly opened up along with Lu Ping's right hand, and the ice tunnel that Lu Ping had previously opened up appeared in front of him. After passing through this ice tunnel that had many twists and turns, Lu Ping carefully passed through the area filled with profound ice fiends and once again arrived at the bottom of the tunnel that he had previously opened up. After throwing Debao out of the spirit beast pouch, he was about to continue opening up the tunnel when Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed. He quickly shot out his water curtain true aura and heard a crisp ding sound, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. When Lu Ping turned around to look, he just happened to see a thin and pale person, being shot to the ground by his protective aura. Seeing that Lu Ping had turned around, this person had a ferocious expression on his face. He waved a dagger that looked like an ice blade in his hand and bared his teeth at Lu Ping. Then he lay down on the layer of ice below him and his entire body instantly turned transparent, the same color as the layer of ice around him, and disappeared. Lu Ping's expression was solemn as blue light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly reached out his left hand and pushed to his side. A dark blue light rushed outwards like a wave. With a bang, a sound came from the left side of the ice wall. Countless ice shards rustled and fell down. The pale person's figure reappeared, and he was already tightly pressed against the ice wall by Lu Ping. Azura? Lu Ping looked at the person in front of him and asked in a serious tone. The person in front of him looked at Lu Ping with fear. He struggled desperately but he couldn't escape from Lu Ping's control. Lu Ping saw that the person was just struggling. Waves of cold air desperately penetrated into his Zhenyuan, but it didn't affect Lu Ping in the slightest. He didn't respond to Lu Ping's question at all. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. The strength of the Azura in front of him was no less than an early core forging cultivator. Did this Azura not have a mind? The Azura struggled for a long time. Seeing that he couldn't break free, his body once again became transparent. Lu Ping launched 3 pure true pupils, and saw that the Azura's body actually sank into the ice wall. Ice escape? Lu Ping looked at the Azura in front of him with great interest. The blue Zhenyuan wave suddenly turned into a Zhenyuan belt, breaking the ice wall in front of him and entangling the Azura in the ice layer. A scream came like the roar of a wild beast. In Lu Ping's eyes at this time he saw the Azura who was entangled by the Zhenyuan belt, had a panicked face. He kept opening his mouth and exclaiming, but he couldn't do anything about the blue Zhenyuan belt entangling his body. Lu Ping retracted his hands, and the Azura's ice escape technique and invisibility technique were all broken, and he was pulled back into the tunnel by Lu Ping. This Azura didn't have a trace of spiritual power fluctuations all over his body. No wonder the disciples of Blue Sea Sect and Sea Flame Sect died quietly in the hands of the Azura. Every time this Azura struggled there was a layer of bloody evil chi, and this kind of evil chi was somewhat similar to the black ice evil chi that Lu Ping had collected before. Could it be that the Azura cultivated this kind of evil chi that was like a natural treasure? And this group of ice Azura that came to Frost Island wanted all kinds of evil chi hidden under the millions of years of snow and ice? There were many thoughts in Lu Ping's mind, but he didn't dare to relax his hands at all. Layers of blue Zhenyuan belt wrapped around the Azura, intending to capture it alive. After a while, the Azura seemed to have sensed Lu Ping's thoughts, and also realized that it was useless to struggle now. The originally pale and almost transparent skin suddenly turned blue-black. The Azura looked at Lu Ping with a ferocious expression, his face full of madness. Lu Ping had a bad feeling. A golden light flashed in his hand, and he pierced the Azura's heart. The Azura's face showed unwillingness, and just as the blue-black skin started to fade, the Azura's entire body exploded. Lu Ping was already prepared. He had already put his hands together, and a blue Zhenyuan shield had already covered the Azura's body. A muffled sound came, and the power of the Azura's body exploding shook the entire Zhenyuan shield. Lu Ping's body also swayed a few times, but he finally stabilized the Zhenyuan shield. Lu Ping removed the true essence barrier, and a gust of chilly air filled the ice tunnel with the smell of blood. Then the chilly air was absorbed by the surrounding ice, disappearing without a trace. Due to the previous explosion of the Azura, the Zhenyuan in his body shook, and the impact of this cold air, Lu Ping could not help but cough again and again. Fortunately, Lu Ping reacted in time and killed the Azura before it exploded. Otherwise, even if Lu Ping could survive the explosion, he was afraid that such a powerful explosion would attract the cultivators of various sects to come and investigate. The spiritual material vein that Lu Ping found, and even the spiritual vein that might exist underground, might not belong to Lu Ping. Even so, after the explosion of the Azura's body, although the power was greatly reduced, it might still arouse the vigilance of other cultivators. After all, there were now 12 Dharma Laozu on the island. In desperation, Lu Ping had to use his own Zhen Yuan and Gang Qi to form a huge Zhen Yuan shield, covering the entire body of the Azura, so only a muffled sound came out. At this time, the Azura's body had exploded into pieces, but it had turned into pieces of ice on the ground. Lu Ping found the icicle-like dagger in the Azura's hand. Only then did he find that the icicle was actually a second-class spiritual material. When Lu Ping was attacked, he could clearly feel that the power of the ice blade in the Azura's hand was not less than an ordinary magic weapon. Could it be that the Azura could make the spiritual material directly have the power of a magic weapon? Lu Ping was dumbfounded. He scratched the broken ice on the ground. Seeing that he didn't find anything, he walked back to the bottom of the tunnel and prepared to open the tunnel. At this time, Lu Ping was only 3 to 5 meters away from the ground. De Bao didn't care about the various spiritual materials that appeared on the surrounding ice walls during the excavation process. He just stood beside Lu Ping and watched Lu Ping cast spells to extend the tunnel to the ground. Kacha, as the last layer of hard ice shattered in front of Lu Ping, it revealed the brown ground. A rich spiritual energy rushed toward Lu Ping and De Bao. Sure enough, there was a spiritual vein, and it was a small spiritual vein. Without Lu Ping's command, De Bao had already plunged into the brown ground. Lu Ping continued to cast spells, continuing to expand the tunnel here into an ice room. Because the ice had been accumulated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the ice room that Lu Ping opened up was a bit too much even for his strong qi. However, in the process of opening up the ice room, he found a lot of spiritual materials. Although most of them were low-grade spiritual materials, Lu Ping piled them together. When De Bao came out of the ground, he would naturally put these things away. However, when Lu Ping finished opening up the ice room, De Bao still hadn't come out of the ground. Lu Ping couldn't help but worry. He walked to the place where De Bao had plunged into the ground, stretched out his palm and patted the ground. A blue light penetrated the ground along with his palm. After a while, De Bao really jumped out of the ground. Lu Ping saw that De Bao's eyes were shining brightly. The other party didn't even look at the spiritual materials in the ice room, and quickly ran toward Lu Ping. A burst of squeak squeak. It was obvious that it was unusually excited. Lu Ping looked happy. He saw De Bao take out 2 miniature spirit-gathering pearls from the storage bag under his neck. Lu Ping smiled and patted De Bao's head as a compliment. De Bao shouted twice and continued to take out things from the storage bag. Lu Ping was also a little surprised. Could it be that De Bao had found some treasures underground? Then Lu Ping looked at the things that De Bao had taken out again and was a little surprised. 5 high-grade spirit stones were placed neatly on the ground. Upper-grade spirit stones, what did it mean? It meant that there was not only a small spiritual vein here, but also a medium spiritual mine. Medium spiritual mine? How was that possible? Even Lu Ping was in disbelief, but the spirit stones on the ground told Lu Ping that this was indeed a medium spiritual mine. Because to be able to produce upper-grade spirit stones, it had to be at least a medium spiritual vein. The small spiritual vein earlier proved that if there was a spiritual mine underground, then it was either a small or medium spiritual mine. Now, it was obvious that this was a medium spiritual mine without a doubt. Lu Ping spent a lot of effort to calm his turbulent heart. Lu Ping calmed down and thought for a moment. The most important thing now was to protect the secret of this medium spiritual mine, then inform Master about this place and think of a way to monopolize this medium spiritual mine. Monopolizing a medium spiritual mine. In the North Sea, only Xianling sect had a medium spiritual mine. If Junling could do the same, then it was only a matter of time before Lu Ping surpassed Xianling sect to become the #1 sect in the North Sea. But before telling Master about this, he had to reap all the benefits first. Lu Ping chuckled. Chapter 406. Lu Tianling, don't push your luck. I may have lost to you last time, but you, Jinling, have gained a lot of advantages on Frost Island. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Inside a palace of ice and snow at the bottom of the cliff, 12 Laozus from various sects and families sat in a circle. Surrounding them were the late core forging practitioners from various sections. At this moment, they were all watching the 12 Laozus bickering with each other with their mouths wide open. What made them even more dumbfounded was what Xianling sect's Feng Shutao Laozu had said in a fit of anger. Feng Shutao Laozu actually lost to Lu Tianling. When did this happen? This was a huge event that shook the entire North Sea cultivation world. Not only were the late core forging cultivators of the various sects shocked, but even the Dharma adepts sitting next to the two of them were also shocked. Feng Shutao was really unlucky. Losing to Jiang Tianlin was one thing, but now he lost to Lu Tianling as well. He couldn't even beat one of the couple. But when did this Lu Tianling become so powerful? Back in the days of the North Sea cultivation world, Jiang Tianlin and Feng Shutao were known as the North Sea twins. Although Lu Tianling was also famous, compared to the two of them there was still a gap. Jiang Tianlin defeating Feng Shutao after advancing to the Dharma stage was one thing, but Lu Tianling's rapid advancement to the Dharma stage had already shocked the sects of the North Sea. At the same time, they secretly hoped that Lu Tianling hadn't advanced to the Dharma stage with a high golden core. However, all that hope seemed to have been shattered now. Although Feng Shuzhao had only formed a 7th grade golden elixir back then, he had accumulated enough experience and had merged with 2 low-grade heaven-level spirit items. Therefore, after he had advanced to the Dharma stage, his abilities had even surpassed many early Dharma adepts, but he had still lost to Lu Tianling. How could this be? What was she hiding? Or rather, what was Jinling hiding? At this moment, all the Laozus looked at Lu Tianling with probing gazes. At the same time, other than feeling as surprised as the other core forging cultivators, the 2 late-stage core forging cultivators of Xianling sect seemed to have come to a sudden realization. Senior brother Feng Shuqiao had been in an extremely bad mood ever since he arrived at Frost Island. He would scold the disciples of his sect for no reason at all. Lu Tianling and Laozu looked at the surrounding Laozus with a hint of a common enemy. They knew that Feng Shutao was willing to expose his own weakness to temporarily isolate Jinling. Jiang Tianlin and Lu Tianling's strength had already caused the sects of the North Sea to be jealous and on guard. As expected, Song Li Laozu from Shui Yen Pavilion was the first to speak. Brother Feng is right. Not only did you, Jinling, occupy the only small spirit mine on Frost Island, but the most precious ice illusion stone is also in Brother Lu's hands. This frost jade spring is the most extraordinary item found in this mine, enough for more than 20 water element practitioners to use to condense their protective chi. It's a bit unreasonable that your sect still occupied 5 spots. As soon as Tsang Li Laozu finished speaking, Xianling sect's Laozus and Ocean Flame sect's Laozus also agreed. The 2 Laozus representing the other sects and families of the North Sea sat on the side without saying anything. Obviously, they didn't want to participate in the conflict between the top 10 sections. Lu Tianling Laozu pondered for a moment and said, "Fine. This time I, Jinling, will give up 4 spots to condense their qi. However, 2 of these spots must be given to Chongming sect. Chongming, Tsanglang, Jade Sword, and the cultivators of my sect must first use this frost jade spring to condense their qi. Otherwise, there's no need to discuss this matter." Lu Tianling's forcefulness was well known in the North Sea. Originally, Feng Shutao thought that even if he pulled all the sect's Laozus to his side, it would still take a lot of bargaining before he could force Jinling to give in. For this, Feng Shutao didn't hesitate to tell everyone about how he lost to Lu Tianling. He didn't think that Lu Tianling would agree to this matter so easily. This made Feng Shutao feel like vomiting blood. Fortunately, Jinling's sect had finally made a concession. The remaining 2 spots were given to Hai Yen sect and Songhai sect respectively. After all, both sects had lost a mid-core forging realm cultivator to Isazura. This could be considered as making up for the losses of the 2 sections. As for Jinling's request to condense the Frost Jade Spring first, the sect's Laozu didn't care. This time the newly discovered Frost Jade Spring had a lot of Frost Jade Spring. It was likely that there would still be some left after the allocation of spots. Only Chongming sect's Laozu was also excited. Last time Jinling's group obtained 3 treasures. Aside from the Ice Illusion Stone, which went to Jinling, Jade Sword sect and Songlang sect each obtained a natural oddity. Only Chongming sect didn't get a single one. This time, Lu Tianling and Laozu took the initiative to give 2 spots to Chongming sect as compensation for their previous losses. Apart from Jinling, the other sects' faces were full of joy. However, spiritual master Feng Shuzhao didn't feel happy at all. He faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was, so he gave up. Lu Ping pondered for a while in his own ice room. Only then did he realize that a day had passed. If he didn't go back now, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. So, he left De Bao in the ice room and ordered him to only dig high-grade spirit stones. The rest of the low-grade spirit stones were not to be touched. At the same time, he also told him to be careful in case another ice Azura appeared. Lu Ping turned around and left the ice room, leaving behind a dejected Debao. Only mining high-grade spirit stones? This is only a mid-grade spirit vein. Naturally, there aren't many high-grade spirit stones here. Doesn't that mean I have to spend a lot of time and energy burrowing underground to find high-grade spirit stones? Thinking about the low-grade spirit stones that could be easily found underground, Debao went underground in low spirits and helplessly went to complete the task given by Lu Ping. In fact, Lu Ping did this because he had no other choice. This spirit vein still had to be handed over to the sect. Since Lu Ping wanted to reap the benefits first, he couldn't make it too obvious. If the sect's cultivators discovered that this spirit vein had already been mined by others, it wouldn't look good for Lu Ping. In the eyes of the sect's cultivators, they would also look down on Lu Ping. Lu Ping had just returned to Jinling's temporary encampment in the Ice Valley when he received a shocking piece of news from spiritual master Xianwei and the others. After Feng Shidao was defeated by Jiang Tianlin and Laozu, he was defeated by Lu Tianling and Laozu. This meant that Jinling's second generation of cultivators had surpassed Xianling's sect not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. Looking at the excited faces of spiritual master Xianlei and the others, Lu Ping didn't think much of it. Before Feng Shidao achieved Dharma, he was as famous as Jiang Tianlin and Laozu, and Lu Tianling and Laozu were slightly weaker than him. However, the two of them had the spirit-forging pill that Lu Ping had brought back from Feiling Island years ago. The grade of their golden core was definitely higher than Feng Shidao's. Therefore, after achieving Dharma, it was only natural that the two of them were stronger than Feng Shidao. Immediately after, Lu Ping was called to the training room by his teacher. In the next few days, all the sects in the North Sea set up the Spirit Lock Formation, at the bottom of the ice cliff, surrounding the main vein and meridian veins of the entire large spirit mine with the formation. This was to prevent people from stealing while they were excavating. At the same time, the frozen spring, a natural wonder found at the bottom of the ice cliff, was also used by the cultivators to smelt protective vigor. The amount of protective vigor refined was not determined by the level of the cultivator's cultivation, but by the foundation that the cultivator laid during the first time he smelted protective vigor. After the cultivators of Chongming, Jade Sword, and Song Lang finished smelting according to the quota, only 1/3 of the entire frozen spring had been used. When it came to Jinling, Lu Ping was the only one left. Seeing that it was Lu Ping, the cultivators guarding the ice spring did not mind. But a moment later, the cultivators panicked. This was not refining the Gangqi bit by bit, it was simply swallowing it whole. The ice spring was shrinking at an obvious speed. Several cultivators hurriedly reported this matter to Laozu from their respective sections. Only then did Laozu realize that they had fallen into Lu Tianling's trap. Feng Shutao even crushed a teacup made from a top-grade magic artifact into a pile of scrap. However, Lu Ping's tyrannical ability to fuse with his protective astral energy also greatly surprised Laozu. With this level of smelting, his protective astral energy was most likely not inferior to a defensive spirit-type magic treasure. Above the frozen spring, Lu Ping quietly floated. 5 layers of protective astral energy spread out layer by layer. The icy spring water under his feet was slowly absorbed by the protective astral energy. The outermost layer slowly formed a thin layer of cold silver astral energy. This was the 6th layer of protective astral energy. With the formation of the 6th layer of protective astral energy, the frozen spring under Lu Ping's feet rapidly shrank. Presumably, the cultivators of the various sects were regretting it to death, Lu Ping thought gloatingly. Lu Ping's smelting of astral energy took an entire day. The amount of frozen spring Lu Ping absorbed was 4 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Adding the amount of frozen spring refined by Chongming and the other 2 sects, Jinling's side had actually consumed half of the frozen spring. The cultivators of the various sects who came later looked at the frozen spring in front of them and wanted to cry. Especially Hai Yen sect and Songhai sect, because they had obtained 2 spots from Jinling, they were the last in line. But looking at the remaining half of the frozen spring, when it was their turn, how much spring water would be left? In desperation, after an emergency discussion, the remaining 6 sects could only let the cultivators of each sect take turns to smelt their astral energy. In the end, Xianling sect, who originally had 5 spots, only managed to smelt 4 people, Hai Yin sect's 4 spots, and Songhai sect's 3 spots, only managed to smelt 2. Hai Yin sect and Songhai sect did not take advantage of Jinling at all, and Xianling sect even lost a spot. This made Feng Shutao very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Just as the disciples of each sect finished smelting the frozen spring, the large spirit mine at the bottom of the ice cliff also officially started mining. At the same time, Jinling's Lu Tianling Laozu moved his sect's encampment to a small mountain on the outskirts of Frost Island. It was said that they found a small spirit vein there, which made all the sects curse Jinling's luck again. Chapter 407. After millions of years of brewing, the inaccessible Frost Island had become a veritable treasure island. It had brought more and more surprises to the 10 great sections. After Jinling found another small spirit vein in the outskirts of Frost Island, another piece of news came. Jinling had unearthed a small ice attribute spirit material mine in the layer of ice behind the small spirit vein. Of course, Jinling was not the only one who had found something. The other 9 great sects had also made some surprising discoveries during their exploration of Frost Island, especially the Water Mist Pavilion. The Water Mist Pavilion's cultivation method was unique in the North Sea. Most of the cultivators in the sect cultivated water and ice attribute arts. Some of the cultivators who cultivated ice attribute arts had some unique divine arts that were suitable to be used in the environment of Frost Island. They were very useful in searching for treasures hidden in the layer of ice on Frost Island. Therefore, although the Water Mist Pavilion didn't find a spirit vein like Zhenling's sect did, they did find a spirit material mine. There was even news that the Water Mist Pavilion found an ice lake from tens of millions of years ago under a layer of ice in a region of Frost Island, and they obtained an Earth-rank spirit item of the ice attribute from it. Although the various sects did not know what the Water Mist Pavilion had obtained, when they saw the smiling face of the Water Mist Pavilion's Zhongli Laozu, no longer having the gloominess from Shui Wuwan's matter, many cultivators secretly guessed that the Water Mist Pavilion had obtained a high-grade Earth-rank natural treasure. When Spiritual Master Shen Sen and Spiritual Master Enigma Flame followed Lu Tianling and Laozu down the icy tunnel under Lu Ping's lead, they arrived at the space where Lu Ping had sealed the profound ice fiend. Spiritual Master Shen Sen looked at the thick black mist in front of him and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He said happily, "This thick profound ice fiend is enough for 7 or 8 of our sect's ice attribute disciples to condense protective energy. Moreover, this profound ice fiend is one of the best ice attribute natural treasures that can be used to condense protective energy. This time many of our sect's disciples will owe you a favor." Through Qinlian, Sage Enigma Flame had more or less gained some understanding of Lu Ping. Hearing Sage Shen Sin, who was famous within the sect for his honesty, praising Lu Ping, Sage Enigma Flame involuntarily pursed his lips and thought to himself, to think that this kid could discover such a remote place. Who knows how big of a scheme is hidden here? Judging by the looks of it, this tunnel is not newly opened. This kid must have taken quite a lot of the benefits inside. He probably felt that there were too many benefits for him to take alone. That is why he reported it to the sect. However, we should not let the goodies flow into the fields of outsiders. It seems this kid also has the sect in his heart. If there are a few more disciples like him, our sect will be blessed. Lu Ping did not know that Sage Enigma Flame had secretly seen through his thoughts. However, he was not afraid of others suspecting that he had taken the benefits beforehand. Since Lu Ping was the one who discovered it, first come, first served was the rule of the world of cultivation. At any rate, Lu Ping would not be able to take all of the benefits. He could only leave it for the sect. Lu Ping was simply trying his best to take the best. As such, while Lu Ping had the strength to stand out from the rest of the sect as a whole was also improving. In order for Lu Ping to move unhindered through the world of cultivation, a powerful Jinling would be his firm backing and source of confidence. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. Hearing Sage Enigma Flame's praise, Lu Ping said modestly, "You flatter me, Martial Uncle. If not for our sect's prestige suppressing this Frost Island, this disciple would not have the chance to wander around aimlessly and coincidentally stumble upon this place, no?" Sage Enigma Flame nodded his head in satisfaction. Naturally, he did not know that 1/3 of the thick clump of mystical ice fiend chi had already been collected by Lu Ping. Otherwise, how could the clump of mystical ice fiend chi only be enough for 7 to 8 people to condense their protective astral energy? Additionally, when he found the clump of malevolent energy, he also found a mid-grade mystic-ranked, ice-type spiritual object. Before entering the ice room, Sage Enigma Flame had also seen the spirit material mine. As one of the few master artificers in Jinling, Sage Enigma Flame had a unique eye for things. After inspecting it for a moment, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Although it is a small, miscellaneous spirit material mine, the quality is acceptable. It is much better compared to the spirit ashen soil mine that you and Qinlian found. Lu Ping gave an embarrassed smile. That spirit ashen soil mine had helped Lu Ping and Qinlian quite a lot when they were still at the blood refining and blood condensation realms respectively. That was especially true for Qinlian. Most of the spirit stones that the two of them used for their cultivation were exchanged using the spirit ashen soil refined from the mine. After that, they used the spirit ashen soil to exchange for other cultivation resources. It was only after the two of them had advanced to the core forging realm did they hand over the mine to the sect. Inside the ice room, Sage Enigma Flame was bustling with excitement and nervousness. Seeing Lu Tianling, Laozu and the others enter the ice room, Sage Enigma Flame did not bother to greet them. Instead he excitedly said, Martial uncles, a mid-grade spirit mine. There really is a mid-grade spirit mine here. This time the heavens have truly blessed our sect. Our Junling sect will be able to occupy a mid-grade spirit mine by ourselves. Sage Enigma Flame and Sage Enigma Flame were overjoyed when they heard that. They said, Is that true? This news is no less than the discovery of a large-grade spirit mine on Frost Island. This mid-grade spirit mine must be kept a secret. Our sect must monopolize it and not give other sects any chance, just like how Xianling sect occupied the spirit mine on Giant Spirit Island back then. When Sage Enigma Flame saw that the two seniors of his sect seemed to be even more excited than him, he hesitantly said, However, the nurturing of this spirit mine seems to be a little strange. This disciple discovered that there are very few high-grade spirit stones appearing near the surface of the mine. There are only high-grade spirit stones after a few dozen meters deep. However, in terms of the total amount of spirit mine, this is indeed a mid-grade spirit mine. Lu Ping cursed inwardly. This Debao told him to only take high-grade spirit stones, but he was actually thinking of ways to be lazy. He only took all the high-grade spirit stones near the surface and revealed such a big flaw. At this moment, Lu Ping happened to see his teacher, Lu Tianling, Laozu, glancing at him with a faint smile. Lu Ping's expression quickly changed. He put on an expression of, How could this be, as he listened to Sage Enigma Flame's words. Sage Enigma Flame waved his hand nonchalantly and said, To be able to obtain a mid-grade spirit mine is already a heavenly blessing. A mid-grade spirit mine does not produce many high-grade spirit stones to begin with. It is only normal for there to be less of them. Right now, the key issue is how to activate the Great Vein Suppression Spirit Lock Array without the other sects knowing and seal up this mid-grade spirit mine. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the other sects discover the existence of this spirit mine. Sage Enigma Flame's words caused Lu Ping and the others to frown. Once the spirit lock formation was activated, it would cause a great commotion. The entire Frost Island would notice it. When that happens, the news of this spirit mine would be exposed. Just as everyone was feeling helpless, they heard Lu Tianling Laozu say, How many Ice Azura remnants have we discovered in the areas our sect has conquered? Sage Enigma Flame's eyes lit up. He said, So senior sister had such a plan when you didn't allow the disciples to encircle the Ice Azura. Currently we have discovered more than 20 Ice Azuras. However, most of them are only at the blood condensation realm. Only 3 have reached the core forging realm. Lu Tianling Laozu nodded and said, Although it's not much, it's barely enough. Junior brother Enigma, please put in more effort and use some methods to drive these Ice Azuras here. Then kill them with lightning speed. Activate the spirit lock formation to guide the spirit mine under our sect's control. At the same time, activate the spirit lock formation. With the first 2 concealment methods, the cultivators of Frost Island should not be able to discover anything. On the second day, while Jinling was guiding the spirit mine, the new encampment was suddenly attacked by the Ice Azura remnants. Jinling, Sage Enigma Flame and Sage Enigma Flame worked together to kill them. On this day the entire Frost Island was filled with rumbling noises. As the earth trembled, Jinling quietly activated the spirit lock formation. A mid-sized spirit mine was already in his hands. At this time, Lu Ping was pulling a storage pouch from the pitiful Debao's neck. He patted its head and said, You're usually smart, why did you reveal such a big flaw in the spirit mine? I think you're just too lazy to go deeper underground. Debao evaded Lu Ping's demonic palm while squeaking and protesting loudly, If it wasn't for this rat not going deeper underground and saving magic power and time, how could I have collected so many high-grade spirit stones? Lu Ping shook the storage pouch downwards. With a crash, A pile of high-grade spirit stones appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping's eyes immediately lit up and he said, "So many?" No wonder Sage Enigma Flame almost didn't dare to believe that this was a mid-sized spirit mine. So the high-grade spirit stones on the surface were all collected by you. DeBeo, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're a little too greedy. DeBeo simply used its two almost invisible forelimbs to drag a high-grade spirit stone under its stomach. Then it lay on the ground and closed its eyes to sleep. Lu Ping beamed with joy as he put the 150 high-grade spirit stones into his storage ring. Then he looked at DeBeo, who was pretending to sleep, and said, "Aren't you bored?" Lu Ping was in urgent need of high-grade spirit stones to assist in his cultivation. After advancing to the middle stage of core forging, the North Sea wave listening technique that Lu Ping originally cultivated was a cultivation technique that focused on the cultivation foundation and sacrificed cultivation speed. Coincidentally, when Lu Ping advanced to the middle stage of core forging, he smelted the profound essence heavy water. This kind of heaven-grade spirit object gave Lu Ping a more vigorous Zhenyuan and tyrannical strength. At the same time, it also caused Lu Ping's cultivation speed to greatly slow down. If this continued, without 10 or 20 years of effort, perhaps Lu Ping wouldn't even have enough Zhenyuan to reach the 5th layer of core forging. As a result, he could only work on cultivation resources. High-grade spirit stones were originally used by late-stage core forging cultivators to cultivate. However, at this time, with the Zhenyuan in Lu Ping's body, using high-grade spirit stones to cultivate would not be a waste. The slow cultivation speed was also one of the reasons why Lu Ping opened up Huangli Island. Although Lu Ping had not yet advanced to the middle stage of core forging, he had already noticed that Lu Ping's cultivation speed was gradually slowing down because of the North Sea wave listening technique. This was also the reason why he collected spirit veins from all over the place and moved them to Huangli Island. Unfortunately, Lu Ping originally wanted to move the small spirit vein that he found in the mid-sized spirit vein to Huangli Island. Then he would report the matter of the mid-sized spirit vein to Master Yu. However, now he didn't have the opportunity to do so. Chapter 408. On Huangli Island, Hu Lili instructed Chen Lian and Zheng Jie on some simple matters on the island, then said, "This time I'll be bringing the amethyst bees to a spirit garden on Tianling Mountain. This time it'll take at least 2 to 3 months, and at most half a year to return. Right now this island has Ancestor Tianling overseeing it, so there won't be any danger. It's just that I'll have to trouble you two with some daily chores." Zheng Jie said casually, "Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. Ever since the battle on Huangli Island, the island's defenses have become much tighter. The cultivators who come and go are also much more disciplined. Now that Tianlin Laozu is on the island, who would dare to cause trouble? However, senior apprentice sister, you still have to be careful of Xianing and the others. Last time they tried to kill Lu Qin'er on Tianling Mountain. It's obvious that they were after you and little Lu. Why didn't little Lu kill them then?" Hu Lili shook her head helplessly. "It's better to be safe than sorry. Junior apprentice sister, you also have to focus on your cultivation. I heard that Zhang Zicheng also succeeded in condensing his core 2 months ago. Among us, you're the only one who hasn't advanced to the core forging realm yet. As for eldest senior apprentice sister and the others, they're still not powerful enough. The real threat is the people behind Xianing and the others." Zheng Jie's face fell when she heard Hu Lili talk about cultivation. Seeing this, Hu Lili passed a jade crystal bottle to her and said, "This is a 7-step marked pill that Lu Ping left behind before he left. He asked me to give it to you. Previously your foundation was still lacking. Although you've reached the peak of the blood condensation realm for many years, you haven't made any progress. I didn't give this pill to you because I wanted you to strengthen your foundation. That way you'll be able to go further in the future." When Zheng Jie saw the 7-step marked pill, her face was already filled with joy. She hurriedly snatched the jade crystal bottle from Hu Lili's hands. Hu Lili saw that Zheng Jie was only happy. She didn't know how much of what she said had sunk in, so she let her be. Before Hu Lili left, she went to the secret room that Lu Ping usually used for cultivation. After she came out, she sealed the secret room again. Other than Lu Ping and Hu Lili, no one else came here. In a cave abode on Tianling Mountain, 4 core forging stage enlightened masters sat on the ground. If Lu Ping was here, he would recognize 3 of them as Enlightened Master Xianchang, Enlightened Master Xuanhe, and Enlightened Master Xianqing. Taoist Master Xianchang hesitated for a moment and said to the cultivator sitting at the head of the table, Senior Martial Brother Shen Shu, what happened on Huangli Island was beyond our expectations. This junior martial nephew Lu Xianping is clearly hiding his strength. Such a talent may be a pillar of our sect like Senior Martial Brother Jiang Tianlin in the future. After all, the rise of our sect is imminent, and it's also the crucial period of the war between the human and demon races. It's precisely the time when we need to unite our forces. If we were to make a move and plot against them, it would more or less be something that would make our friends hate us and our enemies happy. A resolute middle-aged cultivator sitting at the head of the table nodded and said, "This is indeed beyond our expectations. Originally, we thought that with the importance of Huangli Island, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to send a late core forging cultivator. Senior Martial Sister Lu is also famous for being protective of her disciples. Sending an early core forging disciple to guard Huangli Island is simply child's play. I didn't expect that this junior martial nephew Lu Xianping would have such strength. Now that Senior Martial Brother Tianlin is personally guarding Huangli Island, there is no need for us to worry. Junior Martial Brother Shenchang is right. If our sect wants to rise to the North Sea, the demon race is unwilling, and the sects in the North Sea are also unwilling. Therefore, our sect must not have any internal strife." When Enlightened Master Shenchang and the others saw that Enlightened Master Shenshu had the same thoughts, their faces lit up with joy. Senior Martial Brother is far-sighted. In a cave abode on Tianling Mountain, Enlightened Master Xuanqin's eldest disciple, Enlightened Master Shenying, had been living a difficult life for the past 6 months. Now that she thought about it, she finally understood that she had fallen into someone else's trap. How could she have been incited by a blood condensation cultivator, minor repairs, to plot against the demon pet of the Water Sword Immortal? Not to mention that the demon pet was following Enlightened Master Jiang Shenxian. How many core forging cultivators on Tianling Mountain didn't know about Jiang Shenxian? Not long after, that blood condensation cultivator, minor repairs, was sent to guard an island. Soon after, he died in an attack by the demon race. Enlightened Master Shen Ying recalled the chaotic battle in the inheritance ground, the way that person suppressed everyone, and the murderous look he gave her at that time. For the past 6 months, Enlightened Master Shen Ying's heart often palpitated for no reason. One day, Enlightened Master Shen Ying received an invitation from the Li family, one of Jinling's subordinate clans. They asked her to reconstruct the island's protective formation on Flying Thunder Island. She knew about this Li family. Years ago, when Lu Xianping returned to the North Sea, he used the Li family's patriarch, Li Xianliang, as a stepping stone to establish his dominance in Jinling. 3 years ago, a small spirit vein that the Li family had accumulated was inexplicably implanted with a large formation. Subsequently, the spirit vein was activated and stolen, becoming a laughing stock in the North Sea's cultivation world. Without the spirit vein, the protective formation on Flying Thunder Island was naturally destroyed. For the past few years, the Li family had always claimed that the person who stole their spirit vein was the Water Sword Immortal, Lu Xianping. However, even if they had evidence, who would dare to offend the direct disciple of Fa Xiang Laozu? Moreover, this direct disciple was a malefic star that should not be trifled with. Which early core forging cultivator would dare to lead a group of fellow disciples into the demon race's hinterland to expand their territory? Even if you had the courage, where did you get the strength? But this person dared to do it, and he succeeded. During the battle on Huangli Island, the Water Sword Immortal, who had advanced to the mid-core forging stage, became even more arrogant. It was said that he had killed more than 7 or 8 metamorphosis stage demon cultivators. Who would dare to look down on the achievements of such a person? Enlightened Master Shenying pondered. Since the Li family had a grudge against that person, whether she was willing or not, she had also become enemies with that person. In that case, she could only befriend the Li family so that they could jointly resist the threat of that person in the future. After thinking it through, Enlightened Master Shen Ying immediately left her cave abode and flew out of Tianling Mountain. However, she did not notice that in a spirit garden outside her cave abode, a few purple bees were buzzing and flying around a few blooming spirit herbs. After Enlightened Master Shen Ying left, the largest purple bee flapped its wings and flew away with a few small bees. Enlightened Master Shen Ying flew in the air and was thinking about how to reveal her thoughts to Enlightened Master Li Xianliang when she went to Flying Thunder Island. However, when she released her divine telekinesis, her expression suddenly changed and she shouted, "Who is it? Come out." "Ah, Auntie, you are so fierce." An 8 or 9-year-old little girl in white suddenly appeared in front of her, giggling crisply. Her face was full of baby fat and it was indescribably adorable. However, enlightened Master Xianying's expression changed drastically when she released her divine telekinesis. She looked at the 8 or 9-year-old little girl in front of her and exclaimed, "Shape-shifted demonic cultivator." The little girl looked at the vigilant enlightened Master Xianying and pouted. "Ling, doesn't like you, it's not fun." Enlightened Master Xianying saw that the other party was only a first-stage core forging realm cultivator and felt slightly relieved. She shouted sternly, "Bold demonic cultivator, how dare you go deep into Jinling's internal sea? Are you courting death?" The little girl made a face at enlightened Master Xianying, looked behind her and asked, "Elder sister, what should we do? This demonic cultivator has an accomplice." Enlightened Master Xianying's expression changed drastically. Then she heard a crisp child's voice coming from behind her. "Auntie who said that this person wants to kill elder sister China. Let's kill her too." Enlightened Master Xianying suddenly turned around and saw a little girl in green standing behind her. She looked to be about the same age as the little girl in white, but her tone was more mature, like a little adult. Enlightened Master Xianying suddenly thought of something and said with a horrified expression, You were sent by that bitch who Lily? She actually dared to collude with the demonic race and murder her senior sister. How dare she?" Suddenly, 2 streams of water rolled up from the surface of the ocean, wrapping around Reverend Xianying's feet. A little boy in blue clothes, about 8 or 9 years of age, suddenly jumped out from the water, pointed at Reverend Xianying and said in a clear voice, "Don't talk nonsense, you are the bad guy." Enlightened Master Xianying didn't expect that there would be a third demonic cultivator hiding in the sea. A ray of light flashed under her feet and broke the entangling water column. A green array disc appeared under her feet and a green light rose from the array disc, surrounding her in the center. A talisman in her hand suddenly emitted a large amount of smoke and fire, rushing towards the sky above her. Following which, a loud explosion spread far and wide, and at the same time, there were sparks flying everywhere. This was the warning talisman of Jinling. The 3 children didn't seem to know how to make the first move. Seeing that enlightened Master Xianying was done, they didn't try to stop her. When enlightened Master Xianying released the talisman, they heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 children looked at each other and then the little girl in green laughed. She opened her mouth and spat out a breath. Enlightened Master Xianying suddenly felt a tearing force coming from the green light barrier in front of her. Crick, crick, crick. An ear-piercing sound was heard and the green light barrier began to flicker rapidly, as if it would collapse at any time. Enlightened Master Xianying panicked. She didn't expect that the little girl in front of her, who had the same cultivation as her, would attack so fiercely. However, before she could understand what was happening, the little boy in blue reached out and pulled out a spear made of seawater. He raised the spear and stabbed it towards enlightened Master Xianying. The green light barrier was immediately dented by the tip of the spear and cracks appeared on the green light barrier. Enlightened Master Xianying's face was filled with fear. Her hands formed a series of hand seals. She also tried to attack the 3 demonic cultivators to alleviate her predicament. However, enlightened Master Xianying cultivated in arrays and her strength wasn't at the level of a cultivator. Not only were the 3 demonic cultivators attacking fiercely, their attacks were also very closely linked, causing enlightened Master Xianying to be unable to fight back. Following closely behind the little boy in blue was the little girl in white. As if she was angry, the little girl stamped her feet and suddenly several thick ice spikes shot out from the seawater. Enlightened Master Xianying felt the ground beneath her feet shake and a few cracks appeared on her fate array disc. Enlightened Master Xianying felt a sweet taste in her mouth as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The little girl in white clapped her hands and said with a smile, "She can't take it anymore." The little boy in blue chuckled and another ball of seawater rose from beneath his feet. The seawater formed a long spear in front of him. The little girl in white giggled and stretched out her little hand. The long spear instantly froze and turned into an ice spear. The little boy thrust the spear forward. The little girl in green opened her mouth and blew, causing the ice spear to suddenly accelerate. Under enlightened Master Xianying's horrified gaze, the ice spear broke through the protective array barrier and pierced through enlightened Master Xianying's hardcore space. The little girl in white skipped forward and took the storage artifact from enlightened Master Xianying's waist. The 3 children jumped into the seawater together. There were only a few waves on the surface of the sea before everything returned to normal. Only a few childish voices were left in the sky, echoing, "It's just a spell. It's not fun. Wait for father to come back and make a transcendent artifact for me." I want a spear just like the one just now. I want to ride on a seahorse and be as mighty as a general. I want the golden snake sword. I want to learn sword techniques from father. Linger wants a dagger. Linger's teeth are the best. Heaven Spirit Mountain, at the bottom of the cliff where Lu Ping's listen wave was located, Hu Lily was walking on the rolling waves. After a while, she returned to Heaven Spirit Mountain and continued to command the purple crystal wasps to collect the blossoming spirit herbs in the spirit gardens. Other than the few involved, even the cultivators of Heaven Spirit Mountain had always thought that these purple demonic wasps were the famous purple crystal demonic wasps raised by Fornax Laozu. Therefore, no one in the spirit gardens on Heaven Spirit Mountain dared to make things difficult for them. When they saw these huge purple demonic wasps, they opened up their own spirit gardens. Lu Ping stayed on Frost Island for nearly a year. The matters on Frost Island were basically completed. The general survey of Frost Island was also nearing completion. Now Frost Island had his teacher, Mystic Flame, and Shen Sen, two late-stage core forging experts. Naturally, it was impregnable. Lu Ping missed Huangli Island, so he planned to bid farewell to his teacher, Lu Tianling Laozu. Lu Ping entered his teacher's temporary cultivation room and told his teacher about his request. But to his surprise, Lu Tianling didn't recover immediately. Instead, he just sat there and didn't say a word. Lu Ping had no choice but to remain silent. After a while, Lu Tianling Laozu suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at Lu Ping and asked, "What happened to Huangli Island? What did that person say to you when he called you over?" Lu Ping was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that the person his teacher was talking about was Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Therefore, Lu Ping roughly told him about the battle on Huangli Island. At the same time, he told him about the chaotic battle on Heaven Spirit Mountain, how he was captured by Jiang Shenlin Laozu, how he saw Tianfan Laozu at Carefree Manor, and how he was punished together with Reverend Shen Shang and the others and sent to Frost Island. His teacher sneered and said, "You guys are quite courageous. You dare to fight in front of our sect's land of inheritance. It looks like this is Shen Shu's doing again. Shen Chang must be involved. Humph, that person is used to using this kind of compromising method. He calls it flexible. How is he like a man?" Lu Ping was silent. The first sentence was to remember even if he died, and the second sentence was to not get involved even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 409. Lu Tianling Laozu was silent for a while in the training room. Then he said, "What are your plans after leaving Frost Island this time?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "I don't have a clear plan. I just want to travel around and see the vastness of the cultivation world." Lu Tianling Laozu thought for a while and said, "Do you know about longevity pills?" Lu Ping was startled. Then he heard his teacher continue, "Back then teacher caused a huge disaster. Shenling sect's Dao Xing Laozu and 5 other Laozu came to attack. Our sect's 6 Laozu protected him with all their strength. Although they managed to repel Shenling sect's attack, and because of that, our sect was able to stand on equal footing with Shenling sect, Uncle Master Laozu was severely injured in that battle. He was originally our sect's most promising mid-Dharma adept, but his cultivation level was stagnant for more than 50 years. His lifespan was greatly reduced, and he was on the verge of passing away. Although Uncle Master Fornax and the others tried their best to save him and obtained a few recipes for 3 to 5 years of longevity pills, it was to no avail. You are my only alchemist master. If you have the ability in the future, you must repay this favor on behalf of teacher." When Lu Ping was in the East Sea, he had exchanged 3,000 years of spirit grass from Goddess Sun for 2 kinds of longevity pill recipes. One was 5 years and the other was 10 years. The creation of longevity pills might not be the most difficult in the alchemist world, but it was the most precious. Who didn't want to prolong their lifespan in this world? Every kind of longevity pill was no less than a half step to the Dharma Adept level. For a recipe like the 10 years longevity pill, it was equivalent to a Dharma Adept level pill. This was a realm that only alchemists could touch. Teacher had never instructed Lu Ping to do something so seriously. Lu Ping could naturally tell the importance of the matter from his teacher's words, so he said, "I will remember it. In the future, when I have the ability, I will definitely make longevity pills for Uncle Master Tian Kong." In the cave on Tianling Mountain, Spiritual Master Shen Shu and the others were still seated. Hearing the words of Spiritual Master Shen Chang and the others, Spiritual Master Shen Shu gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "What kind of foresight is this? We are all disciples of Zhenling sect after all, and we have made this sect our home for hundreds of years. We have seen many of our family and friends grow old and die. The only thing left in our hearts is the spiritual pillar of the sect. When I was young, I couldn't stand senior sister Tianling's arrogance. Senior brother Tianlin may be inactive, but his scheming nature is just as good. He only stood behind senior sister Tianling. Before they reached the Dharma stage, even the Dharma ancestors of our sect did not dare to underestimate them. Now it seems that these two are indeed very talented. Senior brother Tianlin is one thing, but even senior sister Tianling managed to catch up and defeat Feng Shuzhao. These two may not get along on the surface, but they support each other secretly. The disciples of the sect are like a family. Now even the teachers have to give them face. Spiritual Master Shen Qing was shocked and said, "Even Uncle Master Tian Fan? How is that possible?" Spiritual Master Shen Shu smiled and said, "Now I finally understand why Martial Uncle Tian Xiang valued these two so much. 60 years ago, because of junior martial sister Shen Qin, senior martial brother Tianlin and senior martial sister Tianling had a falling out. Senior martial sister Tianling madly chased after senior martial brother Tianlin for 8 whole years, from the North Sea to the East Sea, then to the South Sea and then back to the North Sea again. But every time one of them fell into a trap, the other would come to their rescue. The two of them worked together to kill 27 core forging cultivators in the North Sea, and more than half of them were in the late stage. Senior brother Tianlin held back a little. As long as they escaped, he didn't chase after them. But senior sister Tianling killed every single one of them. Back then, all the core forging cultivators in the North Sea were terrified. Taoist Master Shen He and Taoist Master Shen Qing were stunned by Taoist Master Shen Shu's words, but their faces were flushed. Obviously, they were also excited by Jiang Tianlin and Lu Tianling's killing methods. Taoist Master Shen Chang was silent. Obviously, he had some understanding of what happened in the past, but his eyes flashed with surprise from time to time. He didn't know why Taoist Master Shen Shu knew so much about it. Shen Ling sect was the sect that schemed against us the most in North Sea, and this time was naturally no exception. The cultivators who schemed against them the most were also from Shen Ling sect, and the ones who were killed the most were also from Shen Ling sect. In the end, Shen Ling sect's avatar Laozu was forced to break North Sea's rules and interfere in the dark. Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen Qing's expressions changed. Spiritual Master Shen Chang seemed to have thought of something, and he hesitated for a moment before he said with slight uncertainty, "Could it be Dao Kong Laozu?" Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen He cried out at the same time, "Impossible! Didn't Shen Ling sect's Dao Kong Laozu die 50 years ago?" "Yes, 50 years ago. He was heavily injured and died while exploring the ruins of an ancient cultivator, right?" Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen He looked at Spiritual Master Shen Shu's mocking gaze and nodded numbly. Then they heard Spiritual Master Shen Shu's faint voice travel into their ears. "You should have figured it out by now, right?" Dao Kong Laozu died under the joint efforts of senior brother Tianling and senior sister Tianling. Dao Kong Laozu might have used a secret art to form his avatar after he reached the 6th level of Golden Core, and he's the weakest among the avatar Laozu, but he's still not someone a cultivator in the later stage of the core forging realm like us can hope to fight against. But this couple worked together, and one of them was in the 9th level of the core forging realm, while the other was in the 8th level of the core forging realm, and they managed to kill Dao Kong Laozu. Just what sort of power was that? Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen He's hearts trembled, and they could not say anything. Spiritual Master Shen Chang asked, "Then how did this matter end in the end?" The death of a sect's Dao Kong Laozu was an incredibly shocking matter. Shen Ling sect originally had 6 Dao Kong Laozu and now one of them died. Dao Xing Laozu personally went out and wanted to kill him to vent his anger, but against everyone's expectations, sect Uncle Tian Xiang stood his ground and led the 6 Dao Kong Laozu from Heaven River sect, Heaven Furnace sect and Heaven Peace sect to protect the two of them, even though they were heavily injured. They looked as if they were willing to go to war because of this. Spiritual Master Shen Chang said in shock, 50 years ago Heaven Spirit Mountain sect protection rune was activated at full power, but in the end, it was a false alarm. So it was because of this? Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen Qing looked as if they had come to a realization. Clearly they had also experienced this at that time. Spiritual Master Shen Shu nodded and said, "How was it a false alarm?" At that time Shen Ling sect was the true number 1 sect in the North Sea, and Dao Xing Laozu was the only late Dharma adept in the North Sea. Even though Xianling sect had lost one Laozu, they still did not take our sect seriously. So, the two strongest sects in the North Sea, the 11 Laozu, fought a great battle on the North Sea. Spiritual Master Xian Chang thought about it and said, at that time, our sect was already showing signs of rising. Although the 6 Laozus did not have late Dharma adepts like Dao Xing Laozu, they were already on par with Xianling sect in terms of numbers. Dao Xing Laozu's attack this time was probably to use Dao Kong Laozu's death to suppress our sect with all his might. Spiritual Master Xian Shu nodded, and then his face glowed as he said, unfortunately he miscalculated. That battle was also the battle that truly made teacher and mistress famous in the North Sea. Before this, although the wind and snow deities were quite famous, that was only because teacher and mistress were mid-Dharma adepts. However, after that battle, teacher and mistress used the secret combo technique that was passed down through the generations of our sect and actually managed to hold off Dao Xing Laozu, a late Dharma adept. Although they were at a disadvantage, they still managed to hold off Dao Sheng. It was also after that battle that our sect began to be mentioned in the same breath as Xianling sect in the North Sea, and the wind and snow deities truly became famous in the North Sea. Spiritual Master Xian Chang seemed to have sorted out the many things that had happened in the past, and he asked, then was my teacher also? Spiritual Master Xian Shu nodded, sighed and said, although teacher and mistress barely managed to hold off Dao Xing Laozu, Uncle Master Chen Xiang naturally had the upper hand in the battle against a mid-Dharma adept from Xianling sect. Uncle Master Tianjiang and Tianlu also held off 2 early Dharma adepts from Xianling sect. Only Uncle Master Chen Kong's level of practice had already reached the peak of the early Dharma stage, and at that time he was the 4th most powerful adept in the sect, and also the most promising adept to advance to the mid-Dharma stage. Hence he was tasked to hold off the other mid-core forging adept from Xianling sect, Laozu. Unfortunately, Uncle Master Tiankong was ultimately no match for a mid-Dharma adept, and after being severely injured, he did not hesitate to use a secret technique and expended his lifespan to force the mid-Dharma adept from Xianling sect to retreat. However, in the past 60 years his level of practice has not improved at all. Although he has managed to hold on, his lifespan is running out and he is not far from passing away. Spiritual Master Xian Chang remained silent. Spiritual Master Xian Shu looked at him and continued, this is also the reason why you resent the 2 of them. Because of this, the 2 of us and Uncle Master Qianlu's disciples secretly added fuel to the fire, pushing senior sister Tianling down from her position as an attendant, which was equivalent to the head of our sect. Then we supported the cautious and modest senior brother Guoxianshan. Although senior brother Guoxianshan was also fair in his dealings, and when the world of practice was calm, he was naturally able to ensure the smooth development of our sect. However, now that the world of practice is about to undergo a great change, and our sect is in the midst of forging ahead, perhaps senior sister Tianling was originally the most suitable candidate. Spiritual Master Xian Chang smiled bitterly and said, what happened back then? In the end we were still in the wrong? Enlightened Master Xian Shu said a little sadly, it's not that we're wrong, it's just that we're too narrow-minded, we don't see far enough. This is also the reason why even senior martial brother Liang Xianfeng, who was most in love with junior martial sister Xianqin, didn't approve of what we did. That's right. Spiritual Master Xianchang recalled the events of the past and said, senior sister Tianling pursued senior brother Tianlin for 8 years, and our sect became the laughingstock of all the sects in the North Sea. According to common sense she should have lost her position as the sect's deacon, but Guoxianshan, Li Xianin, Chu Xuanqing, Liang Xianfeng, and a few other disciples with the most weight in the sect all unanimously objected to replacing senior sister Tianling as the sect's deacon. Originally, the sect didn't mention this matter to anyone and it would have been fine, but we just had to bring it up. Senior brother Guoxianshan had no choice but to take over the sect's deacon position. At this time, spiritual master Guoxianshan's face was gloomy, and he was looking at a corpse in the sea with Jinling and a few other core forging stage cultivators. It was spiritual master Xianing who had already died. A core forging stage cultivator stepped forward and said, Senior brother Guo, it's a monster. Spiritual master Guoxianshan frowned and said, it's really a monster. Didn't you find anything else? Although the inner sea of the North Sea is not impregnable, it's impossible for a monster cultivator in human form to sneak into our sect's inner sea. After senior sister Tianling's Dharma manifestation assembly, she set up many warning mechanisms in the North Sea. How can a monster cultivator just come in like that? If Lu Ping was here, he would recognize this Jinling cultivator who reported to spiritual master Guoxianshan. It was Spiritual Master Chao, whom Lu Ping had met in the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven years ago, and who had taken good care of him. Spiritual Master Chao smiled helplessly and said, "Not only is it a monster cultivator, there are 3 of them and their cultivation is not high. It seems that they have just entered the core forging stage and their control of their true essence is not good enough, but their attacks are fierce." Martial niece Xianing has been practicing array formations with senior sister Xianchen for many years. Although she is weak, her defense should not be too bad, but these 3 monsters easily broke through her defense and killed her. Spiritual Master Guishuanshan's face was as gloomy as water. He said, "Can you determine what kind of monster did it?" Spiritual Master Chao shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. It seems that the monster cultivators are more likely to be snakes, but it is only a possibility. Besides, snakes are the most widely distributed among the overseas monster cultivators, and there are many kinds of them, so it is difficult to investigate." Spiritual Master Guishuanshan said fiercely, "Investigate. First investigate the core forging stage cultivators of our sect, and then investigate the cultivators above the core forging stage in the sect's territory. See who has a core forging stage monster pet, especially a snake-type monster pet. Early stage core forging stage, especially a monster pet that has just entered the core forging stage. Since 50 years ago, no one has dared to kill our core forging stage cultivators in our sect's territory. They seem to have forgotten why our sect is able to establish a foothold in the North Sea." A murderous aura erupted from Spiritual Master Guishuanshan's body. Next to him, Spiritual Master Chao, who had been wandering in the dark side of Jinling all year round, also shivered, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. One of the most terrifying things in this world was an honest person getting angry. That was a kind of stubbornness that would not stop until one side was dead. Spiritual Master Chao suddenly remembered the legend of some of the high-level cultivators of his sect. That incident 50 years ago, Spiritual Master Guishuanshan also gained his fame by killing the corpses of core forging stage cultivators from various sects. Lu Ping had been away from Frost Island for more than a year. As soon as he came down from the teleportation array, he saw Hu Lili rushing towards the teleportation array. When Lu Ping saw that although Hu Lili's expression was trying to remain calm, her panicked footsteps seemed to be avoiding something. Lu Ping's heart sank. At this time, Hu Lili raised her head and saw Lu Ping walking down the teleportation array. Joy immediately appeared on her face, but it was soon replaced by melancholy. "Looks like something really happened." Lu Ping walked up and chuckled, "I didn't think you'd still remember that today is the day I return. You're so accurate with your timing." Hu Lili was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly understood. No matter what had happened, if she left in a hurry, she would definitely leave a trace of suspicion. She was a disciple of Zhenling's sect. Where could she hide? It was not like she could betray the sect. If she stayed in Tianling Mountain with a clear conscience, she would not attract any attention. Hu Lili immediately forced a smile and said, "I was commanding the amethyst wasps to take advantage of the spiritual herb gardens of the various clans on Heaven's Spirit Mountain. I almost forgot that you're returning to Heaven's Spirit Mountain today." The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards Lu Ping's dwelling on Heaven's Spirit Mountain. However, they did not notice that a person had walked out from the Heaven's Spirit Hall in front of the teleportation array. He looked at the direction the 2 of them had left in and seemed to be thinking. However, he then shook his head and continued to hide behind the door of Heaven's Spirit Mountain. When Lu Ping saw Hu Lili's strange expression earlier, he had used his soul sense to scan the surroundings of the teleportation array. However, he did not discover that there was actually a person hiding in Heaven's Spirit Mountain nearby. Chapter 410. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The protective formation of Tingtao's cave on Heaven's Spirit Mountain hadn't been activated yet. However, Lu Ping had set up many temporary restrictions inside the cave. Sitting next to Lu Ping in the cultivation room was an uneasy Hu Lili. In front of them were 3 innocent children who looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. Lu Ping didn't feel the slightest bit of joy when he saw Sam Ling, who had successfully transformed into a core forging realm cultivator. Sam Ling lowered his head and didn't dare to look up at Lu Ping. "Tell me who gave you the courage to kill people in the inner sea. You killed a senior sister from the same sect as your father, and you had to call her senior aunt when you saw her. Have you grown so strong after transforming?" Hu Lili's face paled when she saw Lu Ping's anger. She hurriedly said, "This is all my fault. I heard that senior sister Xianing plotted against Lu Qin'er, and even joined forces with Shen Yu and Reverend Shenxiang to challenge you. I have some understanding of this eldest senior sister. With her abilities, she definitely doesn't have the ability or courage to scheme against you. There must be someone behind her. That's why she took the opportunity to secretly monitor eldest senior sister while she was releasing the bees on Heavenly Spirit Mountain. She just wants to find out who is behind eldest senior sister. Hu Lili saw that although Lu Ping was listening, his expression was still cold. It was obvious that he was still angry. Hu Lili regretted taking matters into her own hands, but she still felt wronged. After all, she only wanted to help Lu Ping. Now that she had made a huge mistake, Hu Lili had no choice but to explain everything clearly. She had no choice but to continue. After you went to Frost Island, senior sister cultivated in seclusion all day long. She rarely came out of her own cave, let alone other people. But yesterday she suddenly received an invitation and left Heaven Spirit Mountain. I sent Samling to follow and monitor her, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Is there a need to bring the three of them along to release the bees at Tianling Mountain? Lu Ping glanced at Hu Lili, then pointed at the three little fellows in front of him and said with a sneer, I'm afraid these three little bastards can't stay in the Golden House after transforming. They must feel that they are much stronger than before after advancing to the Gold Core stage and have been looking for an opponent to test their skills for a long time. When Samling saw that Lu Ping had guessed their thoughts, he couldn't help but shrink his neck, and his chin touched his chest. Now that things had come to this, the key point was not to get angry but to deal with this matter. Senior Uncle Guoxianshan looked humble on the surface, but he was a meticulous person on the inside. Although the Samling had advanced to the core forging realm, they had only cultivated for a short period of time. Their minds were about the same as 8 or 9 years old children. How could they clean up the matter quickly? They might have left behind some clues that Senior Uncle Guo could trace back to them. Although Lu Ping had nothing to do with this matter and was still on Frost Island when it happened, Hu Lili might not be able to absolve herself from the blame. Even if it wasn't her intention to kill, who was Shenying? Shenying was her senior apprentice sister. Even if they didn't get along, just watching her senior apprentice sister was enough for Hu Lili to be unable to raise her head in the sect for the rest of her life. Moreover, she was the one who sent the Samling out, so how could she explain herself? Then there was the Samling. Samling was raised by Lu Ping since he was a child. Back then, it was Lu Ping who used his own magic power to nurture the 3 spirit snake eggs, which had almost exhausted their vitality for more than a year. Lu Ping had always regarded Samling as his junior. Once it was verified, it would be a small matter for him to be implicated, but the fate of Samling would be worrisome. Moreover, the identity of Samling as the Green Sea Snake was very sensitive. It might cause another uproar or even bring disaster to the sect. Lu Ping would never forget the massacre of the Shengguan family in the East Sea by the Green Sea Snake. Why did you want to kill Shenying? Although Lu Ping was already thinking about how to deal with this matter, his voice was still serious. These 3 little guys had to be strictly disciplined. All these years, Lu Ping had spoiled them too much, causing them to become lawless. It was fine when they were still in the blood condensation realm, but now that they had advanced to the core forging realm and looked like children, wherever they went, they would be the focus of attention. Coupled with their lively temperament, once they appeared in front of others, they would most likely be suppressed by high-level human cultivators. Lu Qing'er was the eldest sister of the Samling. Hearing this, she said in a low voice, "We heard from Aunt Hu that this person wanted to harm Sister Lu Qing'er, and might even harm Father. She ordered us to follow that person to see where she went and who she came in contact with. Second brother, third sister, and I thought that since this person is a bad person we might as well kill her. Then she won't be able to harm anyone." Lu Ping snorted and said, "You guys are quite bold. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to kill her and instead you'll be killed by her?" Hearing this, Lu Qing'er puffed up her chest and said proudly, "Qing'er's second brother and third sister were able to defeat core forging realm cultivators before we transformed. Now that we've transformed, we're even less afraid. That bad person is only at the first layer of core forging realm. How could she be a match for us? Arrogant." Lu Ping shouted, "You think you're so powerful just because you killed 2 low-level core forging realm cultivators? Not to mention that there are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the cultivation world. No one dares to say that they're invincible among cultivators of the same level. Even if you join forces, few can defeat you, but what if you meet cultivators who have more people than you? What if you meet mid-stage core forging realm cultivators? What about late-stage core forging realm cultivators? What about Fa Xiang Laozu? At that time you can only be used to subdue demons. Think about where you killed them and who they were. This is your father's sect, so it's your sect. That Taoist master Xian Ying should have been called senior sister by your father, and you should have been called martial aunt. How could you kill her just because you said so? Samling had never seen Lu Ping reprimand so severely. Tears welled up in his eyes, making him look very pitiful. Hu Lili blamed herself even more. She pulled the 3 children into her arms and said, I didn't explain this clearly in advance. You can't blame the children. If the sect investigates, I'll take full responsibility. Lu Ping snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Other than the anger in his heart, his reprimand was also to teach Samling a lesson. Samling was, after all, a demon cultivator. Their wild nature was innate. In their eyes, except for Lu Ping, they didn't care about anything else. Moreover, they preferred to eliminate all threats in the bud regardless of the consequences. In the future, the 3 spirits would definitely be able to help him gain a foothold in the cultivation world. In the future, even his identity might not be a secret anymore. If he still had this wild nature, not only would he attract a lot of enemies, the 3 spirits might even be killed before he could grow. Looking at the 3 children hiding in Hu Lili's arms and looking at him pitifully, Lu Ping's heart softened. However, he still said harshly, From today onwards, without my permission, none of you are allowed to appear in front of others. For some reason, spiritual master Xian Ying's death did not cause much of a stir in the sect. Lu Ping guessed that it might be because he didn't want to cause panic among the cultivators of the sect, the various forces, and the itinerant cultivators. After all, the demon race could enter and leave the inner sea of Jinling. This was an incredible thing. However, he became more cautious in his heart. 3 days later, Hu Lili returned to Huangli Island with the swarm of amethyst bees. Lu Ping went to Chonghua Palace. Although Lu Tianling Laozu was not there, the palace was not closed. As Tianling Laozu's direct disciple, Lu Ping naturally had the right to enter and exit his master's cave. He found a few jade slips that his master had collected in his early years, then informed the girl who guarded the cave and returned to his own cave. The next day, a violent spiritual vibration suddenly erupted from Tianling Mountain. Lu Ping was shocked. There was a battle, and it was a battle of life and death. Lu Ping quickly left the cave and fled in the direction of the battle. At this time, the battle had alarmed almost all the core forging cultivators in Tianling Mountain. In the sky, rays of light flew in the direction of the battle. When Lu Ping arrived, the battle had already ended. In front of the cave of an early core forging cultivator called Xian Bo, spiritual master Xian Bo was being taken away by spiritual master Guo Xianshan and a few other core forging cultivators. Spiritual master Xian Bo had already passed out. It seemed that he was not knocked unconscious, but was imprisoned after being captured. Spiritual master Guo Xianshan turned around and looked at the cultivators who were rushing in the sky. He said coldly, "All of you disperse." Spiritual master Guo did not explain to the crowd why he captured spiritual master Xian Bo. Lu Ping asked the surrounding cultivators about spiritual master Xian Bo's background, but all he knew was that spiritual master Xian Bo was usually quiet and spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. Lu Ping's intuition told him that this matter was caused by spiritual master Xian Ying, but he didn't know why spiritual master Xian Bo was involved. 2 days later, a shocking piece of news came from Jinling. One of the sect's mid-core forging cultivators, spiritual master Xian Yun, had defected. Jinling immediately announced that spiritual master Xian Yun was a traitor and put him on the wanted list in the entire North Sea. This spiritual master Xian Yun first escaped to Xianling sect's direction through a teleportation array, then disappeared without a trace. Jinling accused Xianling sect of harboring a traitor, or a spy for Xianling sect. Xianling sect denied that spiritual master Xian Yun was hiding in the sect, and even refuted Jinling's false accusations. Jinling had no evidence, so he could only leave the matter unsettled. Spiritual master Xian Yun was nowhere to be seen, and his corpse was never found. Lu Ping knew this spiritual master Xian Yun. Speaking of which, Lu Ping didn't have a good impression of him. When Lu Ping returned from the East Sea, he used the Li family to establish his dominance. It was this spiritual master Xian Yun and the Yuan and Lin family's core forging cultivators who appeared to stop Lu Ping when Lu Ping was about to defeat Li Xianliang. Who would have thought that this spiritual master Xian Yun was actually a spy sent by Xianling sect? Lu Ping couldn't believe it, but he could only sigh at the impermanence of the world. However, the doubts in his heart only deepened. However, the matter didn't seem to be over yet. On the various medium-sized islands within Jinling's sphere of influence, 3 core forging rogue cultivators were captured by Jinling, and 1 was killed by a Jinling cultivator. Just when the cultivators within Jinling's sphere of influence were feeling insecure, Spiritual Master Guoxianshan appeared to explain to everyone that the 3 captured were not normal human cultivators, but human pets raised by the demon clan. Their minds were controlled by the demon clan, and their minds were controlled by the demon clan. Then he invited representatives from various sects and some reputable rogue cultivators to investigate the matter. Only then did he dispel the doubts of many cultivators. Xianling's sect had always kept Spiritual Master Xianying's death a secret, but Spiritual Master Guoxianshan's series of methods made Lu Ping instinctively feel that Spiritual Master Xianying's death had something to do with it. But now, it seemed that Spiritual Master Guo had chosen the wrong path from the beginning, and kept walking down it. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.